Good morning, race fans, and welcome to day 3 here in Malmo, Sweden, for the finals day of the 1/10 electric two-wheel drive off-road buggy European Championships. Good morning to all those already on the stream. We've got about 10 minutes to qualifying, so we're going to start of qualifying. So we're going to take a slow track walk with Michael Orlowski. And then we're going to go into some of the overnight happenings, just to give you all an update on where we are. And then we will catch the start of qualifying, round number 3.2. So, end of day 2 here in Malmo for the two-wheel drive portion of the European Championships. And we're just going to do a quick track walk with the fastest man of the moment, Michael Orlowski. So, Michael, how have you found the track so far?
It's been good. It's quite technical with a lot of hairpins and 12K style corners, but I've been enjoying driving on it.
Okay, so we'll start walking around. So we're down the main straight essentially. Well, I'll call it turn 1, even though the loop's somewhere over there. So coming into turn 1, what are you thinking? What are you doing with the car?
It's we have quite high speed coming into here. The straight isn't that long, but running 4.5 motors, we pick up a lot of speed. But it's quite difficult to keep a consistent rotation around this corner, and also the dots are quite aggressive. If you hit it with the chassis, it can bounce the car off the track. But I would try and stay as tight as possible, carry as much speed as possible as well, and then stay tight for the next quite difficult jump and corner.
Are you trying to ride the bot dots, or are you just trying to get a wheel next to it almost?
I'm trying to just clip them with my tire, but make sure the chassis doesn't drag over them. So sometimes I clip a few, but it doesn't really cost me much. And then here we've got a little single jump into a very tight corner. They've put up a wall to stop people cutting the corner, since it's actually really quick if you can jump on top of that red dot. And also the braking point here with a two-wheel drive car is quite difficult, since the brakes are not that strong, only rear-wheel drive. So at the beginning of practice we struggled to hit the braking point right, but when you hit it right, you need to let off the brakes slightly on the edge of the jump, because if you keep the brakes on as the car jumps, and it dives with the nose and you can flip over. So it's really crucial to get it right, land just next to the pot dot, and then carry on with the rest of the track.
So we've seen quite a lot of people actually jumping over the bot dot. Are you trying to do that, or are you using the bot dot kind of as a corner?
Well, when I was told that I would put that wall, I stopped jumping over it. But I mean, there is space, so I guess sometimes I do. But I'm trying to stay a little bit off it, but jump quite far and rotate the car on the brakes, so then I can put the power down for this little straight here. And this dot on the edge is quite scary. I saw quite a few cars flying off of the track hitting that. I've hit it a few times, but only with my wheels, and it was fine. But if you hit it with the chassis, then the car is gonna do quite a big crash. But I can't really see that dot from the driver's stand, but I know kind of where it is, and the entrance to the chicane is right after it.
So yeah, this kind of switchback section it's known, it looks like it's you got to be really patient to not overshoot, and if you do overshoot one, it looks like you can lose a shed load of time.
Yeah, it's really crucial to keep up the momentum around the chicane. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kind of edges, and it's really difficult to keep up the nice rhythm. You don't want to slow down too much, so I don't really use a lot of throttle around here like I can hear some of the cars do. I'm just trying to keep a consistent speed, try and hit every single dot with my inside tire, and then go straight into the tabletop.
So the tabletop, actually, since they put this second kind of layer of carpet over in middle of practice yesterday, everyone seems to be double bouncing. Do you notice it? Is it a problem? Like, it looks like if you're not super square and straight, your car's coming over sideways.
Yeah, it was pretty bad when we started, and then they tried to fix it, and I said to my team manager that they actually made it worse, and they said, okay, we'll take it off. But as I can see now, they didn't. So I don't know why, but I guess we're now all used to it. I can see my car double bounce as I go on the up slope, but actually there's a really long. I mean, it's a really small jump. I mean, the jump itself is quite big, but the airtime and it's not too much, so it doesn't really affect it a lot. But yes, you need to be quite square. You need to correct the car in the air, but then you have a long downslope, so it's not a big issue.
Do you think potential overtaking place in the mains, or is it just two single file for EVSs before you come into the jump?
No, I think not here. Probably the braking point over there, so you can cut the corner a little bit, so you can brake a little bit late and cut the corner if someone makes a mistake. I mean, on this kind of track, the person in front needs to make a small mistake, needs to open up a little bit to be able to pass him cleanly. So here, if someone jumps wide, yes, but it's hard to gain time over there, since you need to be really careful coming to that jump. And then here, you just want to be as tight as possible on the hairpins, like most of the track, and carry nice speed out of this corner.
And then we come down into kind of what looks to be possibly the hardest bit of a track, so the fast chicane as we come into the loop. It's been a talking point throughout, especially in that last round of qualifying. How is it, and is it kind of holding on for dear life, or is it quite relatively relaxed?
To me, it's fine. It's just like a little high-speed chicane, I guess, for this track. I always drive safe here. I never take any risk. I try and clip the inside dot going into the chicane and then stay off the second one. But I saw some cars flying, but it's where they hit the dots with the chassis, so they missed the corner by quite a bit. But I don't take any risks here. Just keep the consistent throttle, keep the car rotating, and not risk taking all the timing computers off the table.
We have seen one guy end up on the table, unfortunately. So then we've crossed the line, essentially what is the start of a lap from a timing perspective. Another chicane into the double, relatively easy, or is it quite a difficult one?
Yeah, this corner now, walking it, as you can see the pile of hair they've laid to one side, and it's actually really low grip right here. So if you enter it quite aggressively, you can lose the rear a little bit.
You might not be aware that at the end of your heat in the last one was actually shock oil down here now as well. So it's been even worse for the first 6 heats of the last round.
Then it's perfect for tomorrow, I guess. Well, I can feel with my foot actually. So we'll see how this feels tomorrow. But this is a difficult chicane. Go into a double jump. Need to again keep the momentum up throughout the chicane. Try and stay tight, and then just clip this dot going onto the double. You don't want to lose time and go around. But if you go a few centimeters too narrow, you hit that with the chassis or hit the pipe, and then the car lands in between the jumps, and you need to get a marshal.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few cars on both the double jumps kind of either coming up short or just not quite getting it right, although they're quite short and nice big down ramp, not necessarily easy. And then we've got this, which is kind of the biggest of the 180 corners. Anything special about it, or is it just a relatively get in and get out?
I found it actually quite difficult to keep the consistent rotation for that corner, since it's not just a single 180, it's a little bit wider. So you carry a little bit more speed around here, but the rear, when my car wasn't perfect, I like to step out a little bit. And in the recent rounds, it was really good through here, where I could carry a lot of speed through that sweeper into this little straight with that kink. But you actually don't. It isn't really a kink because you don't go around it. Sometimes I clip that dot on the left side, which jump scares me a little bit. I saw some cars flying, but it's actually quite a lot of space. Usually they make a chicane where you need to turn, but here you can go straight, and pretty hard braking point over there.
You can see quite a bit of fluff coming off the carpet. Is that noticeable if you get it offline, or does it just not make any difference?
I don't know because I wasn't offline, but actually Daniel told me that he made a small mistake and went offline, and there was absolutely no grip over there. So it's a little bit like touring car. If you go offline, then there is no grip. But yeah, I haven't noticed it. But here we go into a really tight corner. You want to be literally inside wheels on the dot, try and rotate the car around, and then punch it for the last double before the straight.
So this double, we've seen again quite a few people come up short and end up on the roof. I guess you want to get it down and car on the ground so you can get turned in.
Yeah, you don't want to jump too far. And actually the downslope is relatively short to the other downslopes on the track, but it's still a bit of space, probably a meter or somewhere between that, where you can land the car to get a nice rotation onto the straight. I tend to jump a little bit further, try and put a little bit more pressure onto the car to rotate the car on the brakes, and then full throttle onto the straight.
And that's a lap with Michael Orlowski. Thank you very much, Michael. Good luck tomorrow. So that's track walk done and dusted. You can all now see what the drivers are contending with. So we'll call it an end there, and we'll be back with you tomorrow morning. So, good morning everyone and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that quick, well, relatively slow track walk with Michael Orlowski. That was filmed last night as team managers were meeting about something to do with qualifying, which I'm sure you're all desperate to hear about. So, give you an update. Essentially, there was a team managers meeting yesterday. There has been an error within the computer program, which meant the grid order for as the cars set off on their third round of qualifying was incorrect, and some drivers felt this was unfair. So a protest was lodged by the Team Great Britain team manager, and that protest was essentially rule, I think it was 9.7.4, was not followed. Therefore, the round should be considered invalid and rerun. The team managers took a vote, and with 10 votes to 7, the majority agreed, and therefore we are now rerunning qualifying round number 3. So results from yesterday's round 3 of qualifying are null and void. They do not count, and what you see on track now is round 3 of qualifying. So what does that mean? Well, the good news is EFRA have agreed that the racers that have incurred cost of a set of tyres will have those tyres replaced. So EFRA have done the right thing, they've acknowledged the error, and they are going to replace tyres for drivers that have incurred that additional cost. So that's great news and a great show from EFRA. So it means we've started qualifying round number 3 this morning. We started with heat number 7, which has just wrapped up, and heat number 8 is setting off now. And essentially it means we're back to, well, where we were yesterday afternoon. Michael Orlowski has 2 zeros, Daniel Kobovic has 2 2s, and a whole host of drivers need at least one more score, if not 2, to make the main event. And the main event will be going off later today. We do have a long day today due to this extra round that has been snuck in. But we will have our main finals going off at 5 minutes to the hour, and those hours will be 5 minutes to 5, 5 minutes to 6, and 5 minutes to 7. So that's when our main finals will be going off at local time here in Sweden, which I believe is Central European time. So yeah, quite an eventful overnight happening, not one I've seen in my many years of racing, but the rule book has been upheld. The protest was lodged through the correct protest. The team managers voted on it. EFRA have put their hand in their pocket, so to speak, and shown a good gesture. And we all rock up to the track Wednesday morning, smiles on our faces, ready to go racing once again. And racing we are. We are currently have qualifying heat number 8, round number 3 on track, and they are being led by Pele Martin on the timing screen. And Callum Ackroyd Bench was leading on the computer, but a poorer lap from Callum. I'm seeing lots of comments on the chat. I will get to them very, very shortly. I'm going to call this heat through, and then we will get to the comments at the end of it. First, I'd like to throw a huge thank you to all our sponsors that make this live stream possible, and those sponsors are T-Works, X-Ray, Mybo Sport, Hobbywing, Schumacher, RC XX Shop, and S-Works. Without those sponsors, this stream wouldn't be possible, and we want to bring RC racing to a wider audience. So please like, share, and subscribe to RC Racing TV. It gives us a greater reach, it gives RC Scale Motorsport a greater reach, and allows us to deliver a better product and all enjoy the sport we love. Quick comment from Paul Ensio: when you say hands in pockets, what did we do? Just tuned in and only caught bits online. I'll cover it again later, Paul, but essentially EFRA have made an offer to replace tyres from drivers that had new tyres on yesterday in qualifying round 3 and need to do that again. So EFRA will be replacing drivers' tyres at EFRA's cost. So back into this race, we are about 3 minutes down and 2 to go. And lap times, I can't remember what they were doing yesterday, but we're in the low 20s. We've got Pele Martin's run a 19.99, the only one to break into the sub 20 laps. And we're just going to jump to the follow cam once Jim finds us a car. Well, I'll find car 1 on track. He's just crossed the loop. So green and black car, end of the straightaway, going to come into the single roller, drive away from us, and then into single roller. He's going to go through the switchbacks and come into the front side tabletop, and then powers through the fast chicane, crossing the line to put 10 laps on the board. And his lead last time by was a clear 2 seconds over the British driver Callum Ackroyd Bench. Scratch out Bastian Andreasen jumps to the 2 spot, just half a second behind. So we've got Martin, Andreasen, Ackroyd Bench, cars 1, 4 and 6 are your 1, 2, 3. Oliver Koos, the young Estonian driver, runs in 4th. In the 2 car. Then we've got Ewan Tumulty, and as I say that, it all changes as 11 laps go on the board. Ewan Tumulty jumping up to a 3 spot above Oliver Koos. Randolph out, going to go into the 5 spot. Callum Ackroyd Bench, a 21.5 last time by, going to drop him all the way down to the 6th spot. This time by, Pele Martin, your lead, it has a lead of about 2 seconds still. And as they all come flying in, Matt tumbles down. So Bastian Andreasen in the 4 car is looking quick, just 4 tenths off the lead as it stands. So with 1 minute to go, we will try and pick him up. Sorry, 30 seconds to go. So we try and pick the green car up as he crosses the start-finish line now. That is the green and white machine, clear wing and white wheels coming round the sweeping, long 180 I'll call it. Over the double into the straightaway and round turn 1. Nicely done. Goes over the roller, drives away from us and into the switchbacks. We saw that on the track walk with Michael Orlowski, how difficult that section can be. So 5-minute clock has expired. As I said before, due to the staggered start system we use in RC racing, each driver has their own personal 5-minute clock they're racing against. So although time has expired, they may get a chance to get another lap in, depending when they started their particular clock. So all drivers are finishing as they cross the line. And as we watch Bastian Andreasen put in a fast lap at the end, he's going to take this heat at the death, moving to top of the timesheets on the last lap. So it's Bastian Andreasen going to take the win from young Estonian Oliver Kuus. Then we've got Pele Martin, Ewan Tumulty and Callum Ackroyd bench. Pair of Brits finishing 4 and 5. Vincent Ruger, Randolph Alt, Patrick Bremsteller, Philip Marsinger round out the top 9, and Dave Burton unfortunately did not run. So a couple of minutes until the start of the next race. Just a reminder to all those that are just joining in, so we've got a couple of hundred online now. Qualifying round number 3 from yesterday has been considered null and void. That was due to an error in the computer system that meant the grid order for that round was incorrect. There was a protest put in by the British team manager. That protest was upheld by a team manager vote, 10 votes to 7. That means we are running round number 3 of qualifying again, and that is what is on track. And EFRA has, as a gesture of goodwill, have offered to replace the tyres for competitors so that they are not out of pocket. That's the short version, and that's what we're sticking with because we don't have all day. So try and pick up on some of the comments. Good morning, Malmo. Good morning, X-Tech 101. How are the Brits getting on? Brits are getting on pretty good. I think we've got Tommy Hall, Jamie Hall, Ben Smith all knocking on the door of the A final. They need a bit of good luck today to get in there. Guten Morgen, Marco Frichter, Nico Daly. Good luck, AE drivers. Ditlev, good morning. Aidan RC, wake up, cockers. I'm awake. You can hear me now. Mike Hunt, I hope the stream starts before Mrs. gets out of the shower. I hope you've got us on, Mike. You got cold bourbon. I am jealous. But if I drank bourbon while commentating, I'd be slurring my words pretty quickly. It's going to be some good racing today, absolutely. I, for one, am looking forward to finals. It's going to be fast, it's going to be frantic, and I can't wait. What's happening when we'll start? We've started. Apologies, we're a little bit late. Obviously, with a change of schedule, we had a bit of change of time. I've covered why the schedule's changed. That's because of qualifying being rerun and why that's happened. Morning from the north of France. Good morning, Jessica J. Welcome. James Eves even. Good morning from Scotland. Good morning to you. Hope you're having a bonny day. Lutak, hope everyone is well today. We're well in the RC TV booth. Frederick Moorberg, yay. Justin Wagner, good morning from Germany. Guten Tag to you. Mike Hunt, good evening from New Zealand. Again, great to have you on board. Justin Wagner, good luck to all. I agree. I want everyone to have their best experience at this European Championship. Johan Olsen, good morning from Sweden, only 1 hour drive. You should come down, Johan. We're going to have some great racing later today and into the early evening. Emmy, watching this in English class. I'm not sure you should be learning English from a Yorkshireman, but if I can teach you some words, fantastic. Where can you find the ranking list? So, Racing TV, I've already put on rctv.1 or myRCM. We'll have all the rankings, time schedule, all the links you could possibly need. David Briggs, good morning from UK. Good morning, David. Nice to have you on board. Frederick Moberg going in Malmo to see the finals. Excellent. Feel free to give us a wave in the booth. You'll see us opposite the driver's stand. Ashton Witt, hey man. To Mike Hunt, RC Racing TV. Put in a link for all your time in. Emmy, Jan, good morning from UK. Good morning, JMN. Johnny Houston, hello from Hawaii. Good to have you on board. I'm not sure what the RC scene is like in Hawaii, but I'm sure there is one. There's one everywhere in the world. Who else have we got? Paul Ragg, good morning to you. Christopher Noack, good morning to you too. Glad to have you on board early in the day. Good morning, well done, EFRA. I agree. Good morning, what's my name? Oh, I think you're famous in RC. I wouldn't call myself famous, but Tom Cockrell is my name. I worked for Schumacher Racing for several years, 2010 to 2015 kind of era. Did all right. I made a world's main in Japan, which was probably the highlight of my racing career. Done plenty of Euros, done a few Worlds, been involved in running clubs, and now I just talk about it and hopefully bring entertainment to you guys watching at home. Nibs, Meme getting some screen time, nice bit of luck for K-Rup, bit of luck for quite a lot of drivers, Q3 being rerun. They certainly have, good luck for some, good luck, not so good luck for others, but in racing there is always a bit of luck involved. Emil Magnussen, now we're going to see if brother can drive well. We'll see. I don't know if a rerun of qualifying's given people more talent, but we'll see what happens. Michael Finchetti, good morning from Wales. Good morning from you. See me at Junction 16. Yeah, about that. I need to tell Jen something. Probably shouldn't announce it on here, so I better message her now. Drop a like if you're watching this. Yes, please. Everyone give us a like, share and subscribe. It helps us. Fair play to EFRA, absolutely agree. EFRA doing the right thing, which is always nice to see. Mark Headlin, new parts, prototype bits on cars at the event. Yes, there are. Some we've seen, some we've spotted, some we can show, some we can't show. And during the full drive practice, we're going to do a bit of a walk around in the pits and look at all the new stuff that we can look at, and hopefully get some of our more seasoned engineers like Trish, hopefully get to sit down with Salt and Dang from Hobby Wing, see what those guys are doing. So we're going to bring some of that in through the practice day tomorrow. Kiora from China, looking forward to come racing. Good to have you on. Ashton Witt from China, another one of our far-flung places. And it's great that the world is tuning in for these European Championships. Patrick Beck, hi Tom Legend. Thank you very much for kind words, Patrick. Great commentary, thank you Martin, appreciate the good comments. Any feedback greatly received. If I can improve the show for you guys at home, please let me know. Justin Wagner, good morning all, good morning to you. Hope for a well-deserved top 3 and fellow Norwegian Kobovic. So Ole, yep, I'm sure Daniel will be knocking on the door of winning this event come finals later today. He's certainly looking fast. Good morning from Wales, good morning. Glenn Scott watching from Australia, thank you, good day to you, nice to have you on board. Brian Prenny, morning Cockers, good morning Brian, I hope you're well. Thanks Tom, love a pit walk, me too, and I love it when people can't show us stuff because they get really sketchy when the camera rocks up. Okay, 30 seconds left in this one. This is Q9. Sorry, I've been chatting in the chat, but Lynn Blatter is leading one, the young Swiss junior, followed by the Finnish junior of Oiva Metsola and Martin Scar, another junior. So the juniors are properly dominating heat number 9. So that is great to see, seeing the youngsters come through here at the European Championships in the higher heats. So that is great for us to see. So these guys and girls are into finishing times, and it is Oiva who's taken the lead at the start of the 14th lap with 15 laps going to be completed. Lynn is done and finishes in a 15.507, but it's Metsola with a 15.506, so it's going to take the win. Martin Scar comes through for 15 laps. So 3 juniors going 1, 2 and 3 in this run. Absolute brilliant work from them. So that is a wrap on group number 9. We will have group number 10. Back to the chat, Paul Ainscoe. Do you reckon you'll get a look of the X-Ray chassis today? I mean, Paul, I certainly can have a look at it. I'm not sure if I'll let our camera look at it. So I did speak to Martin Baer about this yesterday. I don't think it's great news having seen... great news is the wrong phrase. I don't think it's surprising news having seen that the X-Ray team are posing for pictures with body shells and no cars. Having spoken to Martin, he has said they are running some prototype parts, they're running some new parts, and they don't really want us poking our cameras in, and we will respect that because that's what we do. If Martin wants to get on camera and say some bits, we'll give him that option, but it is up to Martin what he wants to show around that X-Ray buggy. I had a good chat with Bruno about it. Bruno's really excited. He says it's super easy to drive. I think after the ghost round of qualifying, I'll call it, yesterday, Bruno did have a 3rd place in that, and when we spoke to him afterwards, he was He was saying his car's super easy. He just needs to kind of dial it up a little bit on the hard to drive but quicker scale. So yeah, Bruno's liking his new X-Ray, and David Ronnefolk's looking quick as well. Lucas, good morning all. Good morning to you, David P. Campenhout King. My claim to RC fame is I am the most winningest driver at Belgium GP in Campenhout. I love that track. I love that place. One of the best tracks I've ever raced on. Jason Potter, good job. Or the late great DC would have said, good job. Lachlan Pearson, will A1, 2 and 3 finals be today? Yes, they will. So the timetable is up on rctv.1 or myRCM. A finals will run at 5 minutes to 5, 5 minutes to 6 and 5 minutes to 7 local time here in Sweden. So that's Central European time. So tune in for those. They are bound to be exciting. Profix asked people on the pit walk if they run any special radio settings. Yes, I need to do this. I'm going to tell my tech guy right now to remind me.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So I've told our tech guy to remind me because I'm a bit rubbish. Paulinsko, on the pit walk, you grab young Josh Walton for a chat. Should we drive the first Euros and done fantastic? I'll certainly try. I think we grabbed Josh at the end of the opening ceremony. So that was a live stream on EFRA's Facebook page at the end of the opening ceremony. I'm pretty sure we spoke to Josh. I spoke to a trio of young Brits. Alan O'Brien, morning cockers. I await Iron Brew Scottish references through the day. You're not here, mate, so yeah, no need to take the mick out, but Iron Brew is good. I quite like a good can of Iron Brew. If you were here, Alan, you'd probably be doing rubbish because, well, yeah, this track's difficult and you're not very good. Lachlan Pearson, okay, thanks. Do you know what time that will be in Australia for A1? I don't know, but Australia's a big place. Whereabouts in Australia are you? And I will use the magic of Google to try and figure out what time it would be. So I'm going to jump to the track. We've got qualifying heat number 10 on the track, and qualifying heat number 10 is being dominated by Jamil Gabrielson. So he is the all-blue car, and he is the one that we've just seen on his roof. Let's see if we can get that on replay. He's just rolled it just before the double, and as the camera pans back, we await the marshal to come in and rescue Jamil. So Jamil is not having the best run in Q3.2. So we're going to find who else we've got. Oscar Berg is running well. So Oscar Berg, the Finnish junior in the 7 car. We'll try and pick him up when I can find him. And I think I might have just commentator cursed him. Possibly not. So we're going to try and go for the all-yellow car, which our cameraman's already picked up because he's better at this than me. So Oscar Berg is the all-yellow. He is a junior driver from Sweden, and he is already looking good. And there is a commentator's curse. He's going to wait and go. The referee has called him back, so we've just seen him. He came off a jump the wrong place. I would have said he waited enough, but I'm not the referee. But the referee has called that. So unfortunately for Oscar, this is going to be a long lap. Last time by for Oscar was a 21.8. This time by for Oscar is going to be a 21.8. So a couple of seconds lost for Oscar there, and that's going to promote Clement Boda to the top spot. So we'll try and pick up Clement, not so young now, French driver, but certainly been around the scene a long while. So left-hand side of the track, going to come through the centre chicane, into the double, green and yellow white machine. I think he's S-Works, if I'm not mistaken. Look at the rostrum, and he's in a red and white T-shirt with a big S on it. So I'm going to go with confidence and say the S-Works driver from France in the form of Clement Boda. 9 laps on the board, and he is looking to go 16 laps. He'll be the first one to break. That's 16 laps in Q3. So yeah, as you say that, there's a crashing car. It's not Clement, so that's a good sign for him. As he comes over front side tabletop, switches back and through the fast chicane. So you might see on the stream, the carpet is just starting to show a bit of a groove. We'll call it a groove. So essentially there's quite a lot of fluff coming up off the faster corners. So this is a real fast layout we've got here. And on the fast corners, you can just see fluff starting to pick up. And what that has ultimately meant is the grip on the line, where you've got like a lighter colour, is slightly less than what it was when the carpet was fresh. Speaking with Michael last night as we did our track walk, he was saying that the grip's kind of lowered, but now it's consistent, so it's not changing. But he was saying when his teammate Daniel Kobovic went offline in yesterday's Ghost qualifying round, he found that once you get in the fluff, you lose a lot of grip. So it's real key to stay on the line and stay out the fluff. So for those of you who haven't seen, we played that track walk right at the start of this stream. So if you want to see a track walk, if you just rewind right to the beginning of this stream, we went straight into the track walk. So that was I didn't do it because I don't know much anymore. But Michael Orlowski kindly joined us for that track walk. And if anyone knows anything about getting around this track quickly, it is Michael. So we're still following Clement as these guys come into finishing time. We've got Clement Boda on screen. He is still leading this one, and he is on his 15th lap. He's right on the cusp of getting through for 16. So as he crosses the line, and he has made it. So we're going to stay with Clement as he comes through down the straightaway now on 16th and final lap. The only driver in this round so far who has made 16 laps. He's going to come through the switchback, over the front side tabletop, back on himself, through the fast chicane, right in the bot dot, two wheels, and crosses the line. So that's going to be a wrap of group number 10. Clement Boda takes it 16.5.19. Luke Holdsworth going to finish second. Then the young Swedish driver Oscar Berg. Lucas Grainer, Valentin Puziat of VP Design fame. Consta Saarinen, Nico Schmidt, Oliver Natras, Jolan de Verde, and Jamil Gabrielsen. So jump back to the comments. Time in Brisbane. So the current time in Brisbane is 6:01. So you are 9 hours ahead of us. So if you take 5 p.m, which is 17, you add 9 to us, it'll be 5 to 2 in the morning, Lachlan. So 5 to 2 in the morning, you can watch A1, 5 to 3 A2, and 5 to 3 A4. A3, sorry. Alan Bryan, yeah. Richie Fawn, chuck some grass on there. It'll be reet. I'm quite liking the carpet today. Alan O'Brien, not Gabriel Jamilson. No, sorry Jamil, I have been ruining your name by mixing up letters all day yesterday. Profix could give Lynn Blatter from the Yokomo Swiss team an interview. She's probably the second fastest woman in Europe. We gave her an interview during the opening ceremony. So if you log on to the EFRA Facebook page, we did a live stream during the opening ceremony for EFRA, and we got a quick chat with Lynn during that. I think it was quite early in it. Maybe it was at the end, actually. It might have been at the end when we were doing team photos. Craig Gibson, good morning, Tom. Good morning, all. Good morning to you, Craig. Thanks for having you. Oscar Berg is Swedish. I think I said Swedish. Sorry if I got it wrong. How's everyone getting on with the splinters and what rules going tyres? So, splinter front tyre seems popular. Certainly in amongst the top 10, and number of tyres is free. So, yeah, you can use as many tyres as you like. Glasgow RC, Ollie Natras, please. Sorry we didn't pick him up. We're trying to stick with the front guys. We have had quite a bit of coverage of Ollie in the practice day, and I'll try and get some of him later. New York City in the house. Nice to have you in the house, Keith. Where's this been all my life? It's been on YouTube since, I think, 2011 when live streaming became a thing. Tom, what time start finals? So Central European time, finals run at 5 minutes to 5, 5 minutes to 6, and 5 minutes to 7 p.m. Christian Holstrom, what motors are they running? 4.5 turn motors and two-wheel drive. And they're also running tiny little batteries to reduce the weight of the cars, which means run time is an issue. So we saw David Ronnefolk actually go flat in qualifying round number 1, which was a huge shame. 2 corners from the end, his car stopped. But yeah, 4.5 turn motors and low centre of gravity, small lightweight batteries are what they're using. When we do the pit walk tomorrow, we're going to ask people more about radio, speedo, electronic setups, just to get some information out of them. And just a quick reminder for all those watching, I'll keep repeating this. We are rerunning qualifying round number 3. There was an error with the computer system yesterday, which meant the grid order that cars set off in was not correct. There was a protest from the British team. It was upheld 10 votes to 7 by the team managers and decided we would rerun round number 3 of qualifying. And EFRA, as a goodwill gesture, have offered to replace a set of tyres for each driver so that they are not out of pocket. So great work from EFRA, recognising the mistake and doing the right thing to correct it. So we are following the 4 car of Hampusberg, another Swedish racer who has been chased down on track by Josh Holdsworth, the British Schumacher racer. So Hampus, I think, was X-Ray. Yep, I look up, I see the X-Ray jumper. So those 2 drivers are going around pretty quick. Gap between them last time by 3 tenths per second in favour of Holdsworth. So Hampus has been dominating this race. X-Tech, what Mart is the batteries? They are, the LRP one I saw was 3,700 milliamps. The low centre of gravity little one. They also have a 6,200 milliamp battery, but it's about, I think Jürgen said 40 grams heavier, and the drivers don't like it. Or don't like it for this track, I should say. So there is, I think in the first pit walk there was a discussion with Jürgen, which was pretty interesting actually. So we're just going to have a quick look at the replay. So you see Hampusberg here, we've got him on camera, comes through the fast chicane, just coming up to the double. He comes up short, he ends up on his roof, and then we see Josh Holdsworth slide on by. So Josh is leading this one now. Lutak, yeah, YouTube's been around a lot longer, but I think live streaming didn't start on day 1 of YouTube. I believe live streaming came in, I don't actually know when. I said 2011, it might be earlier. If YouTube's been around 17 years, that takes us to 07. So probably, yeah, about 2010, 2011 is when live streaming started, but I'm sure someone will correct me. And if not, I've made up something that sounds realistic. So we are still following the Hampusberg machine, but if we just pop forward 1, we'll focus on Holdsworth. So Josh Holdsworth even is the one leading this. And leading it is round 3 of qualifying. He's looking to go 16.5.11. So I think Orlowski's fastest time yesterday was 07.08. So it's fair to say Holdsworth is on it. He is making use of this rerun Q3. And around the end of the straight he goes into the little... Oh, he's hit the bot dot, gets away with that one. Let's have a replay on that. So Luke Holdsworth around the end of the straight, nicely done. Comes over the roller, nicely done. Accelerates away, just hits the corner bot dot, bounces off the jump into the wall, but getting away with it. So Luke Holdsworth last time by, still a 19.9 despite that error. So he's catching up on the back of Hupo Hodigal. Hupo, many years experience racing. I'm sure he'll know what to do. I can hear the referee in the background making a call over the rostrum mic, and Hupo does the right thing, lets 1 go, and then lets teammate Hampusberg go. So with 55 seconds on the master clock, we're going to stick with Holdsworth. He can't hear me, so he's not feeling the pressure from me talking about him, but he will be feeling the pressure of knowing he is on a cracking run, and this is going to do wonders for his qualifying position. Looking to go 16.5.12 without looking at the times. I would estimate that's probably top 7 or 8 from yesterday, quite comfortably. If he'd done this in round 1, I think he'd have been top 5. So he crosses the line, and that's 14 laps on the board. He's going to have 2 to go. Not only has he got the pressure of knowing he's on a good run, he's also got a very fast Hampusberg behind him. Hampus going 5th in round number 1. And Holdsworth's going to let him go. Oh, they're just holding each other up. Disaster. So that's going to cost him maybe half a second with 1 lap to go when he finishes this. So Josh Holdsworth last time by was a 21.0. So it's about 1.5 seconds that's cost him. It's dropped him down to a 5.14. Will Hampus pull out the stagger split in this last lap? Oh, Josh just almost hit the bot dot once again. Managing to avoid it. Lives to fight another day. We're going to come across the line. Hampus has had a quick lap. Josh has had enough of a quick lap. So Josh Holdsworth going to take that 15.5.14. Hampusberg also going to go 5.14. Jesper Rasmussen going to go 5.18. I think he'll be disappointed because he had a sterling run in yesterday's Ghost qualifying. Alexander Gembel going to go, just lose the results. Alexander Gembel going to go 15 laps, as is Ludwig Alberts, Zoltz Bazouche, Fabian Widmer, Hupo Honigel, Wesley Van Helmen. Burak Kilic does not run. So jump back to the comments. Good morning, go Wesley. I think Wesley was in that one, yeah. Fair play to EFRA sorting out. Absolutely, JP. EFRA have done the right thing, which I know people like to jump on EFRA, but they've done the right thing here. It was brilliant of them what they've done. Profix, the opening ceremony live stream was done on the EFRA Facebook page. So it wasn't done on RC Racing TV page, it was done on the EFRA Facebook page for the live stream of the opening ceremony. Steve Oppie, good morning. Good morning to you. Justin Wagner, I love this stream build the XT4. Perfect combo. I'm glad you're enjoying it. 2011 or 2012 was when YouTube offered live streaming. See, sometimes I know what I'm talking about. We actually had this discussion at dinner the other night of when RCTV started live streaming. 06, they started live streaming. But when did live stream start? So I said 11. So anyway, we're just having a discussion here. We don't actually know. But yeah, I'm going to go with 11. Sounds good. Four-wheel drive 10th class, yes. So four-wheel drive will run Thursday through Saturday. So two-wheel drive ends today on day 3. And then we have four-wheel drive practice tomorrow, four-wheel drive qualifying on Friday, four-wheel drive qualifying and finals on Saturday. So if you're looking for full drive, you're going to have to tune in over the next 3 days. Dom, good morning from Birmingham Airport, nearly go time. I hope you have a safe flight and an enjoyable flight. Emmy, I'm watching This Is Class. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Emmy. I love bringing entertainment to you all. So we have Group 12 on the rostrum. Your drivers for Group 12 are Jessica Palsson, Ben Smith, Dominic Vlachek, Jon Neumann, Elias Johansson, Jamie Hall, Max Goetzel, Martin Beyer, Noah Ben Mohammed and Mika Widmeyer.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 7, 2, 1, 4, 6, 9, 5, 3, 8, 10.
So unfortunately Jessica going to have an error, and then looked like she collected Dominic. So we see Jessica, she has an error over that first jump. That's unfortunate. She rejoins the track. Oh, Dominic crashed as well. So that is unfortunate for both of them. So we are following on screen the green and white machine of Ben Smith. So unfortunately we've had errors from Dominic Vlachek and Jessica Palsson, who's put them both down the order on track, and they're both quick. So hopefully they will come through traffic cleanly if they need to pass. But we're going to concentrate on Ben Smith out front. So he's in the Schumacher machine, probably the fastest British Schumacher driver here this week, I think. Certainly had a good national series, finishing joint second with Neil Cragg, which I can assure you is no mean feat in the UK. So Ben Smith last time by was a 19.5 with a hot lap of a 19.4. Bayer's pulled a 19.2. Palsson's done a 19.3. But Smith is on for a 16.5.13 pace, which I think highlights just how good Holdsworth's run was in the last heat. So Josh Holdsworth was on for a 5.11 at one point, but he just tightened up towards the end, hit a few bot dots and fell back to a 5.14. But he's done his 5.14, it's in the books, it's on the paper, and unless this round is invalidated for whatever reason, he should hold that. He does hold that. Whereas Ben Smith is estimated to go 5.12. He's leading this heat on his 5.12 predicted pace, but he still has 3 minutes to do. Can we follow Martin Beyer? We absolutely can, because Martin Beyer, left-hand side of the track, blue and orange machine. Coming down the straightaway now is your new leader, and with his 19.3 last time by, he is on 16.5.10 pace. So it's Beyer, Smith, Palsson is your top 3, and Martin Beyer is looking to go 5.10. which I think the track might be quicker this morning. We'll see what the top guys do, but certainly if the track's not quicker, Martin's done something to make his car quicker. And he's coming up on, I believe, the 5 car of Max Goetzel, who's also his teammate. Mika Vidmar, just see on the rostrum, frustrated at his own error. So Martin Bayer going to be looking for a way past Goetzel, and there it is. Goetzel just runs slightly wide, lets Martin up the inside, and it will be better for both. Max can follow Martin, Martin doesn't get frustrated, and there's less chance of a tangle. So with 3 minutes down and 2 to go, we are following Martin Bayer, who is at the top of the timing sheet by 0.2 of a second over Ben Smith, who has half a second over Jorn Neumann, who has 0.2 over Elias Johansson. And we've got Jamie Hall, Max Goetzel, Dominic Leszek, Mika Vidmar and Noah Ben Mohammed. Jessica Palson's in there as well. I think I might have missed her as things moved round. But it is Martin Bayer in the blue and orange X-ray machine coming down the straightaway that is leading this one. Last time by another 19.3 for Bayer. But it's a 19.2 from Smith, which is going to pump Smith up ever so slightly. So 19.6 from Bayer. That's going to hurt his chances, and it allows Ben Smith to the front. So Ben Smith now leads 0.2 in front of Martin Bayer. They are opposite ends of the track. So we'll stick with Martin Bayer for now as we come into the final minute. Ben Smith's race, a little boring, nothing on track in front of him. Martin Bayer's got Jamie Hall in front, Max Goetzel behind, nicely spread out. But Martin just needs to keep his head down. Last time by, it was a 19.2 and a 19.5 for Smith and Bayer respectively. Ben Smith clocks a 19.5 this time by. We'll wait for Martin to come through to complete his 13th lap. And that was a 19.3 from Bayer. So gap remains at 0.2 of a second. And we will close this one out with Mr. Bayer, I believe. So Bayer, right-hand side of the track, coming through the switchbacks into the front side table. He's just closing in on Jamie Hall, little by little every lap. 19.6 from Smith, 19.4 from Bayer. Half a tenth between the two of them in Smith's favour. Bayer, unfortunately, I think he's going to come up on Jamie Hall in the last 2 laps. And yep, Jamie's going to have to let him go. There we go. So Jamie is through. Ben Smith, 19.5, starting his 16th and final lap. Bayer goes through with a 19.5, starting his 16th and final lap. Gap between them remains half a tenth. So Ben Smith is coming across the line now and finishes with a 19.5. Palson is done, but we're going to watch Bayer come over the tabletop. It's going to be close between these two. It was half a tenth in it. Bayer's car looks slow. Is he dumping? It was a 19.6 from Bayer. So Bayer is done. Your Neumann, you are going to finish third. Jessica Palson fourth. Dominic Leszek in 5. So Smith went 5.12.2. Bayer went 5.12.4. Neumann went 5.14.2. Palson 5.14.2. For Leszek 5.14.4. I think all of those 5 have beaten Josh Holdsworth. So that couple of little bobbles from Holdsworth has been costly. Probably 3 or 4 positions just in that heat alone. So Christian Holmstrom, yes, they're using new tyres every round as far as I'm aware. So Holdsworth can be happy, he did a 5.14. He will be eternally frustrated that 3 others have just done what I think is a quicker 5.14 than him. So yeah, unfortunate for Josh, I think. But a great run there from Ben Smith. So Smith going 5.12.2. Is there anything in the EFRA regs whereby electrics must have battery dump overheat enabled? Paul Insko, I have no idea. Don't know is the honest answer. I said Martin's car looked slow in. I don't know if it was. It just looked a punch slow out of that last corner. So we see our drivers on the stand. I should know them all from left to right. Who's that associate? Is that Una? I've only seen him with a hat on this week.
The track is open.
Is that Una far left? So we've got Pecco second from far left, then we've got Michael, then we've got Daniel, then we've got Tommy Hall, we've got Bruno, we've got Bartos, we've got Alexander Landon, David Ronnefolk and Marcus Carrup. So yeah, that's Una Hattonen. I don't think I've seen him without a hat on this week until this morning, because I definitely did not recognise that blonde hair.
30 seconds to start.
Don't think I've ever seen any regs with lipo cut-off. I agree with you, JP. I don't know, is the honest answer. It's also not my problem. I know. I'm sure if it was a flat battery, Martin will get it fixed.
7, 6, 5, 4.
So, group number 13, round number 3 of qualifying. Orlowski to lead away. Daniel Kobovic and David Ronnefolk. Marcus Karup, Bruno Coelho, Yuna Hattinen, Bartosz Salewski, Alexander Landon, Tommy Hall, and last but not least, Pekko Ivanen. So that is our leaders. Oh, our leaders. That's our top 8 off and away. My tech guys changed the camera, thankfully, because I had forgotten. And Orlowski going to come down the straightaway. One on the board. Oh, 19-1 from Orlowski, but Bruno Coelho 18-9. Opening lap from Bruno. So I'm going to say the track is about average, and the X-ray cars have found some pace. They did say they were going to change stuff overnight, and they have changed stuff overnight. So Ronnefolk going to go 19-0 lap number 2, Coelho 19-3. So it is Ronnefolk and Coelho going 1-2. Kobovic, Orlowski 3-4. That is a change from yesterday. However, we have seen through the qualifying yesterday that everyone would start to fade. Probably about 2 minutes, I would say. And Orlowski would just maintain pace. So Orlowski running his 19-1s, 19-2s. He's kept that for the full 5 minutes, where others seem to do it and then fade towards the end of the qualifying run. So we shall see what happens, but we're going to drop back to David Ronnefolk, I'm going to say. So green and yellow machine of Ronnefolk. We've got the overall is actually Kobovic is nothing in front of Ronnefolk, in front of Coelho, in front of Orlowski. Coelho looks to have dropped ever so slightly. Don't know whether it's stagger. No, Coelho has dropped. Orlowski's dropped as well. So 9/10 of a second separate the top 6, which is Kobovic, Ronnefolk, Hattinen, Zalowski, Coelho, and Orlowski. So Orlowski running 6th. I think that's the lowest I've seen in this week. And Ronnefolk is out. Didn't see what happened there. So sorry about that. So we're back on with Orlowski and Kobovic coming over front side table jump now. So sorry, missed what happened with that. Hopefully you caught it on camera. Sergio followed Bruno since he's quickest. Not anymore. Quickest is now Kobovic from Orlowski, from Hattinen, from Coelho. Gap between them is 1.2, going to separate the top 5. 1.4 brings Landon into play too. So Kobovic, Orlowski, Hattinen, Salewski, Coelho and Landon is what's happening. So Kobovic is 19-1 last time by. Orlowski's run a 19-0, but it's still 7/10 in Kobovic's favour. So Kobovic, we asked him after round 1 whether he preferred to be hunter or hunted. I know Orlowski preferred to be running behind and just cruise up behind and hold it. Now Kobovic has that opportunity as we are 3 minutes down and 2 to go in qualifying number 3. And Hattinen now pushing Coelho around. So let's jump to these two, start of the straight. We've got Hattinen and Coelho. Coelho's just had to concede position on track to Hattinen. So Coelho's blistering opening lap, not really being backed up. I don't know whether it's been little bobbles or his car's just lost pace. But Hattinen now the closest challenger to the Schumacher guys. He is 8/10 behind Kobovic. He's 2/10 behind Orlowski. Then we have Zalewski 1.1 behind that. So it's becoming a 3-horse race. Those 3 horses are Kobovic, Hattinen and Orlowski. So we've got Kobovic leading, although he looks to have lost 2/10 to Orlowski on that lap and looks to be losing a little bit more as they go round. We'll keep the camera on Hattinen for now. So Una, I don't believe he's featured in the top 5 yet. Is going to do himself a world of good here. Marcus Karup not having a good run. So it is Kobovic last time by. Another 10th loss to Orlowski as Hattinen goes through. So Orlowski jumps to the 2 spot. So let's jump back to Kobovic, right hand side of the track. Yellow car coming through the switchbacks into front side table. Tommy Hall lets Orlowski go as Kobovic just hits a bot dot. So it's another 10th in favour of Orlowski. Gap is down to 2/10 of a second. Tommy Hall splits for 2 of them on track. I'm sure Tommy knows what to do and will move out the way at the right time. So 30 seconds to go. Is Kovic's car fading, or is Orlowski just driving that little bit better? We'll see as they cross this line. 19-1 Orlowski, 19-0 Kovacic. Gap back up to half a second with 30 seconds to go. It's going to be this lap and one more for your two leaders. The two Schumacher guys gone 1-2 in pretty much every round since the start of time practice as they come through the switchbacks into the tabletop. Kovacic's looked fast through that section. Orlowski crosses the line 19-3, Kovacic 19-1. It is 4 attempts in the favour of Kovacic. He's got nothing between him and Orlowski. He's got nothing between him and the start-finish line. So Orlowski coming over roller, Kovacic over it nicely through the switchbacks. So we just need Kovacic up on two wheels. He's hit spot start, going to throw it through the chicane, and he crosses the line 19-0 Michael Orlowski, 19-2 Daniel Kovacic. He takes it by 1/4 of a second. Hattinen going to come through and finish third. Coelho going to finish fourth. Someone's crashed just before the line, and that was Bartosz Zaluski going to drop down. Landon going to finish fifth with a 5.11. Zaluski going to go 5.14. Ivanen still to finish. Pekko Ivanen does not finish on my computer. Oh no, he has finished, sorry. Computer slow to update. So Ivanen went through in a 5.12. And then Tommy Hall and Marcus Karup. David Ronnefolk, unfortunately, does not finish. Whew, well, that was exciting. So Daniel Kovacic has broken the Orlowski hold. So round number 3 rerun has been helpful for Kovacic. It's been unhelpful for David Ronnefolk, who now needs another good result. I think Ronnefolk and Bruno finished 2-3 yesterday, so they're not going to be happy. Not unhappy, but they're going to be frustrated, let's say. So top 3 was, because I need to go and interview them, Kovacic, Orlowski and Una. So I'll grab them after they have marshalled. Just a quick look at the comments. Cat forward or cut backward, not sure which is fastest. Any advice on that one? Well, Paul Nutton, considering I've not seen Una without a hat until this morning, I'm going to say no hat because he's taken it off and he's just gone third. Bruno looks way more confident on the S's. Bruno's car's always looked easy. I said to him yesterday, his car doesn't look as fast on the track as others. It looks like he's driving at maybe 90% rather than 98. So yeah, Bruno was looking for a bit more aggression from his car. He opened up with an 18.9 then, so he's got pace. He's got the 1 lap pace. We'll see what he did. Bengen Carlson, did they forget the jumps? No. There are jumps. I think our camera position is probably not helping. So we're quite high up, which I think gives a view of a track when it's flatter than it actually is. But yeah, there's jumps, don't worry. Can we follow Bruno? We did for a bit. Ronnefolk out. Yep, sorry I missed that one. I think the camera got Ronnefolk going out. What happened? Crash and brake or just pull over?
He went over that jump and just pulled into the corner.
Okay, so he just pulled it off. So yeah, Ronnefolk out, not sure why. I will try and grab him and find out. 1 sec.
David, what happened?
10, 9, 8, 7.
Yeah, so I'll try and catch David and find out what happened. Go Pecco. Pecco had a good run, finished 5.14. I think there's like 7 drivers finishing on a 5.14 in that. So yeah, that's going to be tight. The 5.14. 5.14 time at the end of that was tight. So I'm just going to try and find a top 10. Might be able to do that. If I go practice qualifying. Full screen, no. So, yeah, the ranking list online is not going to be ideal. So the ranking list online just is showing people's fastest single time, not the round by round. So I'm going to go over with timekeeping and see if we can get that changed. I think this is to do with the grid order thing. So we might not get to know the full qualifying until we can get to the end of qualifying. But I'll go and have a word and see if I can figure that one out for you guys, because I appreciate you'll want to see it. Loads more comments come in. Is there no one on the mic at the track from KIF? There is a professional announcer at the circuit. He's announcing in Swedish for the crowd that are here, or the crowd that's expected to turn up for finals. Way to go, Daniel from Old Slow. Agree. Want to run unit? Agree. Hello from which way? I'm going to assume that's a New Zealand flag. If it's not, I'm going to blame the small YouTube chat. That's a problem. John P, professional legend. I don't know who you're talking about there. There's lots of professionals here. I most certainly am just an amateur. No wall, no washboard, correct. It is a big track. There are only 5 small jumps. Could it do with more? Yes. Is it still a good track? Yes. Both of those things can exist together. Driver's not really happy, but they all agree it could have been more. Yeah, not really unhappy, but could agree more. Sergio, that absolutely sums it up. There could be more, but it's still a decent track. Okay, so I'm going to jump over to Q1. It's Heat 1, sorry. And your drivers, Australia, mate. Damn it, I had a 50-50 chance and got it wrong. Sorry, which way? Good day to you, and I hope you're all happy in the land down under. Okay, Dick Dawn is leading this from Jonas Rauke and Neil Dickens. Matthias Hedelius, Peter Sandstrom, Martin Larsson, Fernando Cabrera Salado, Tim Donk and Ricky Eckenlow are all your racers. Go Ricky and Tim is the call from the crowd. I don't think Ricky's racing. He's not counting any laps. So I'm going to do you a favour and find the 9 car to... Oh, not 9. Yeah, 9 car to pick up Tim Donk. He's just crossed the line. So start the straight if we can, Mr. Cameraman. Down the straightaway goes Tim Donk. He is our 9 car. Running in 5th place, starting from the back. I know there are a lot of heat on the organiser after warm-up for not having any jumps. I'm not sure what happened at the warm-up. I wasn't part of it. But anyway, the organisers have put a track down. The track is good. The track could have more features. I don't think anyone's denying that. But the track is also pretty good. And given the rain we've had, I think we're all very happy to be inside. John P, come on, mate. I meant in life, not driving. Are we all professionals at life? We're all living it. So yeah, everyone should live a happy life and be a professional at that. Steve Bisco giving us a black flag. Not sure what that's for. Have I done something wrong? If I am, I'm sorry. Go Peter. So Peter and Miss Peter Sandstrom. Let's pick up Peter then, seeing as he's getting the crowd. So 5 car end of the straight, blue and yellow machine as he goes bang into the boardings. Old slow, went on carpet, need more elements. The surface won't give any challenges. I think the guys have got a lot of challenge. They're not the typical off-road challenges, but actually corner speed and grip roll are 2 of the challenges facing all our drivers, and precision and accuracy of placing the car at bot dots, but not on them. Good luck to Tommy Dale, Heat 6 today from your family in the UK. Thank you to you. I will give a shout out to Tommy. I'll also try and follow him if you remind me when Heat 6 comes round. So 45 seconds left. I'm going to leave this one in the hands of the cameraman to follow the carnage. Take your pick, Jim. Give us what you want. And I'm just going to head down because I need to go and interview the top 3. I will be back with you shortly.
Finish car 4. Finish 1. Finish 7. Finish 3. Finish 9. Finish 2. Finish 8. Finish 5. Time is over. Race finished. The track is open.
Let's go, drivers, please. Hurry up to marshal position and remember the club member must to cover the position 10 of marshal.
Seconds to start. Start. Order. 8, 2, 4, 9, 3, 5, 6, 7, 1. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 2, 4, 9, 3, 5, 6, 7, 1.
So, top heats are complete in round number 3, take 2 of qualifying. And Una Hatton, third in that round, how was that?
Really good. For the first time the car held up and I didn't do mistakes, so I knew I had the pace for top 3 for sure, but now it's just all locked up and felt good.
Excellent. Did you change things overnight or just the same as yesterday and drove a bit better?
No, I just kept the car because I knew the car is fast enough to do it like this, so I just kept the car.
So the one change everyone noticed on the stream, no hat today. Is no hat quicker?
Seems like. Miha told me the same, like you changed your outfit, so I tried to go faster without cap, so.
He's got his hat on and he didn't win it today.
Yeah, maybe he should try.
Well, well done and good luck for the next 2 rounds.
Thanks.
Thank you. Michael? So Michael, we speak again, but this time not quite on the top step. How was that?
Yeah, it was a little bit worse. We tried again, something in the car, try to make it better, but it seems like my setup is perfect, and the really small changes in the car make a really big difference on the track, and now my car wasn't that good. Made loads of small mistakes at the beginning where Daniel was pretty much right behind me, and then I put in some good laps towards the end and almost got him again. But I'm glad he has a zero now, so if anyone else gets a zero, they don't jump him on the grid. But obviously, I need to now fight with Daniel for the TQ. But I think his time was a little bit slower than mine, so we'll see. But I'm happy it's either me and Daniel, and that's good. And to see Jona third, it's really cool.
So is it easier battling a teammate or battling a different brand when it comes to that fight?
I guess if I would be behind, then it's probably easier with someone else in front, because if it's Daniel in front, I don't want to ruin our races. Of course, I wouldn't want to ruin, but I need to take much less risk with Daniel in front. But the other car, I would just go back with how my car was. Me and Daniel are very quick, and we'll see if anyone can catch us up. But at the moment, it's looking good so far for both of us.
Yeah, no, it's looking really good. And 2 X-Rays were actually leading early doors, but they seem to just drop off the pace. I think we spoke about it yesterday. You're holding the pace much longer into the race compared to others. Yeah,
always start a little bit slow, get into the nice rhythm, and then towards the end, I know also in touring car, I don't know why, but always the last 2 minutes are my strongest, so I always know that towards the end I can make a comfortable gap. Maybe you should do more nitro racing. Yeah, maybe it's maybe then the whole hour after is good. I would like to. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Good luck for the next 2 rounds. We meet again. Top step this time.
Perfect.
What did you change?
I changed a bit in the front for today in the first practice, and it felt a lot better. But again, I'm really happy with the run. It was perfect. But Michael is faster than me in the end, so.
Yeah, well,
good pace for the end of the run. Yeah.
He was pulling the gap back, kind of towards the end, but then the last lap certainly you clawed it back.
Yeah, I think I had some small bubbles on the tabletop for the third last lap and the fourth last lap, as you say, and then I knew that I needed 2 good laps for the end to keep the wing of Michael. Yeah.
And any changes going into round 4?
Hopefully yes, but I don't know why. No, what yet? Yeah, we need to try to improve always for Q4 and Q5 now. So, and as you can hear, I'm tired already.
Yeah.
It's so early in the day.
It's going to be a long day. Last final's going off at 7 p.m.
Yeah, but we look forward to that, right?
I certainly do as a racer. Okay, well, thank you very much. Good luck for next qualifiers. See you again soon. Cheers. So that's a wrap of, well, the top seeded heat of qualifying round number 3. We still have heats 1 through 6 to go, and then we'll be starting round number 4 of qualifying with heat number 10, I believe. So I'll just nip back up to Booth and we'll get back calling the races. Thank you very much. See you soon.
So there we have it, the rerun of Q3 done. And that was our top 3 drivers joining Tom down trackside. Giving us all the info. So, if you've just joined us, maybe you don't know who we are. I doubt it. I guess most of you are regular viewers now. But just in case you've randomly tuned in, we are RC Racing TV, bringing you the EFRA 1/10 off-road buggy European Championships 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive live from Malmo in Sweden, live and free. Facebook, YouTube, on RCTV and on EFRA's channels too. Thank you to our sponsors, T-Works, X-Ray, Mebo Sport, Hobbywing, Schumacher, RCXX Shop and S-Works. Thank you guys for your support. Without them, it would be extremely difficult to bring you all the action for all 6 days, because remember, this is a back-to-back event, 2-wheel drive into 4-wheel drive. So thank you to them. 6 full free days of RC coverage right here for all you lovely listeners. If you were listening yesterday, I had a waffle section, which is what I'm doing now, as Tom goes for a quick natural break.
2, 1.
So we are still in Q3, Heat 3. Going back round, I will see if I can find some timings for you for today. All the timings are available on rctv.1. But if you are feeling lazy, which is fair enough, then I will, when I find. Let's have a look here. Q3. So Q4 is due to start at 11:25 local. That's 10:25 UK time. With Q5 starting at 1:30, give or take a minute local. 12:30 UK. Q4 top guys will be out at 11:50 local, 10:50 UK. Q5 top guys will be out at 1:30 local, 12:30 UK, with the first of our finals starting at 4:35 local. I'm going to stop calling out the UK time. If I say local, just take an hour off. 4:35 local. Seeing our first A final run 1 at 4:55 local. A final run 2, 5:55 local, and no surprise, run 3 at 6:55 local. So we're in for the long haul today.
We certainly are.
We're going to be here till 7 p.m.
Plus presentation.
Yeah. I had
a trophy. Have you seen the trophies?
The trophies are amazing.
Yeah, I almost wouldn't want to win because getting that back is going to be expensive on extra luggage.
You'd hope that they take pity on you and go, oh, okay, you've won something. You can stick it. Is that how we get? Is that how we get around Ryanair baggage trip? Just take a trophy with us. Yeah, just take a trophy. Go, hey, we won. Yeah,
top travel trips available all day here at RC Racing TV Live.
Wish it was that easy. No, our hand luggage gets very heavy to counteract the cases. No, we've got years of experience of bending the rules with airlines.
It's not bending the rules, it's just playing within them. I remember the days back in the day of nickel metal hydride batteries where you used to have to take like 12 packs, fill in your pockets with them. So you got this massive coat on and you're walking along with batteries in every pocket. How they were ever allowed on planes, I do not know. Especially when they were, towards the end of nickel metal hydride era, there was... they were like shotgun shells when they were being charged because they pushed the limits so much on them.
Oh, God.
You used to hear them go off in the pits occasionally and they were bad.
That reminds me, actually, I've got some lipos in my home office which are on storage charge level. And 2-3 times a year, I think, I must make sure they're okay and they haven't balked.
Yeah.
In fact, I think last time they looked, they were starting to rock on the table.
There are companies that do battery boxes and stuff, like which is a safer... thing for them.
I heard some people keep them in their garden shed.
Yeah,
because they don't want them in the house. Which
is but most men fill the garden shed with all the stuff that they like bikes and lawn mowers and tools,
DeWalt tools.
Yeah. So just going to run a quick run through the comments. It wasn't meant to be Black Flag. Oh, thanks, Steve. Hi to you as well. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Jason. Bing doesn't like the track. That's okay. We're all entitled to our opinion. The racers seem to like it. Paul Nutton, thanks for clearing me up some hat setup for high grip carpet. We just had a discussion in the top 3, and Una is definitely a no hat guy. He thinks Orlowski would be quicker without his hat, but we're not telling him that because he's a competitor. My RCM seems to be ranking quali by FTD now. Setting change start the grid right. I think that's right, Mr. Yardy. I think we've changed the setting so that the grid's set right. I'm going to go and have a word and see if we can get something done about that, even if it's just change it for a minute so we can get a view of the top 10 or top 20 and then change it back. I don't know. But yeah, my RCM is on fastest time for qualifying. I mean, we're on a carpet track. The weather's not affecting it. I was all for FTD qualifying, but I think that would be quite a big departure for EFRA to make that sort of change last minute. X-Tech, did we miss or got told what happened? Ronnefolk pulled off, not quite sure why. It looked like he lost power. I'll try and catch him in the pits and see what he says. Hello, Dominic Bauer. Hello, Martin Malanka. Were it something secret he broke? Didn't see what broke. We literally saw him land a jump and pull off. His end was on the stream, so zoom back if you want and see what happened. I will try and speak to David to find out what happened. Impactful events, you counting rounds right on my RCM, it says time. Yep, my RCM is set to showing qualifying ranking on single fastest time. However, the finals will be determined on a round-by-round format. I'm sure they know it needs changing, so we'll discuss it. Brian Lee, hello from the USA. Good morning, Brian. Jason Potter, bring back FTD. I agree, especially on a track like this. Beastie, are pictures posted anywhere? I'm looking at my tech guy.
I uploaded them to our remote producer yesterday.
The B team?
The B team, no. And I assume he posted them on the EFRA Facebook group. I will check.
So check the EFRA Facebook for pictures. We've certainly taken a load. And then a bit of talk about where we're best to keep cells, better in the warm or cold. No idea. Bengen lives a risky life. He keeps his lipos in his guest bedroom next to his nitro fuel.
How do you sleep at night?
Knowing his guest will be warm.
Very warm.
Anyone running the Nemo 2-wheel drive? Not that we've seen. I need to check around the pits. I'll ask around, but I've not seen or heard anything about a Nemo 2-wheel drive. I'm probably should just message Mark Rumble and find out what's happening. Brian Lee, storing lipo isn't dangerous. It's only when charging or discharging you can let go. I think I'm not going to say lipos are dangerous, but as with all things that store energy, it should be stored appropriately and with care. Anything that stores energy can be dangerous if treated inappropriately. So yeah, follow follow suitable, appropriate ways of storing and using batteries.
I was told 40% is the storage charge, or something like that.
And we've got Scotty Ernst joining in. So the World Tour if Scotty continues. Singapore yesterday, Jakarta today.
Oh my God.
I hope you had a safe flight, Scotty. Joining me is James Parry, James Parry. He just stepped in for me whilst I was doing some top 3 interviews, and yeah, we just like to talk rubbish and keep things going. So yeah, James is joining me. He is the tech guy in the background at making sure that when I hit a button it doesn't close the stream down, because I'm a bit of a liability. I am computer illiterate, but I'm all right with a microphone talking rubbish. Store lipos cold yet dry to slow down the aging process. Those poor lipos when they get old. They'll have a bus pass soon.
I'm trying to think how old mine are. It was pre-COVID. I haven't used them.
My lipos, actually, all my racing stuff that I own was handed to me when Tom Yardy left Schumacher.
Yeah.
So, and I think Tom Yardy's on the stream. So yeah, all my lipos are Tom's previous ones. But the joy of the equipment we've got now, brushless lipo, etc. You don't need the latest and greatest to be competitive.
No.
You can go and have fun with stuff that is 4, 5, 6 years old, which is good.
Old slow. Parry James, Tom. He knows my surname. He knows I'm Parry, not a Perry.
I was almost there.
What's FTD for the
fastest time of the day? So back in the good old days, it used to be qualifying was fastest time of the day, or FTD or FTQ, fastest time qualifying. Or I think 12 scale still uses it, Rocket Round. So essentially, it's your fastest single run. Everyone's ranked by it. And then that changed because essentially a natural track, dirt, grass, whatever, it would change through the day. So the track would either get quicker or slower. So if you take a touring car track, for example, the rubber goes down, it gets quicker. If you take a dirt track, rubber goes down, it gets quicker. If you take a grass track, you dig holes in it, it gets slower.
Right.
And also weather would play a part. So if you had 4 heats and then it rained for the rest of the day, those 4 heats were going to be significantly quicker than anyone else.
Yeah.
So your top heat may end up in the D final. So we then invented round by round, whereby each round is considered its own thing. You score points in that round. So if it rains after 4 heats in round 1 and continues raining all day, you've got 3 rounds that are fair.
Yeah.
So essentially that is what round by round is. Typically all big events now run round by round because it's deemed fairer. US uses Rocket Round or FTQ a lot. Scotty's saying on the stream. Europe adopted round by round. We come somewhere like this where the track's pretty consistent. And actually the speed increases from drivers learning it, setting the cars up better. Could you do FTQ? Possibly. Keeps qualifying exciting to the end.
Yeah.
Because it's literally right at the death. So yeah, keeps it exciting. Some series may put it on, some wouldn't. I think at an EFRA championship it's unlikely to change. Certainly wouldn't change when you're at the event.
No.
But for those looking on my RCM, so the ranking list is showing fastest time of the day. I believe that changes so that we get the right grid order. The grid order was incorrect yesterday in qualifying round number 3, so cars were setting off in their heats in the wrong order. So that's why we are rerunning qualifying round number 3. So qualifying 3 from yesterday was considered invalid. There was a protest put in by the UK team. The team managers had a vote 10-7. They voted to rerun the entire qualifying round. and that's why we are now still in. We're now in Q4, but that's why we ran Q3 this morning. And EFRA, as a goodwill gesture, have offered drivers a replacement pair of tyres free of charge for those that ran a new set yesterday. So the racers aren't out of pocket. EFRA have recognised the error within the computer system. They've corrected it best they can, i.e. we're rerunning the round. It's not an ideal situation for anyone, but EFRA have stepped in and offered replacement tyres, which is a great gesture in my opinion. EFRA doing the right thing in a difficult situation. So yeah, all in all, that's why we rerun Q3. I will repeat that a few times through the days, just so everyone's aware. And that's why my RCM is showing fastest time of the day rather than round by round unqualified.
Yes. I don't know if I said photos are on the EFRA Facebook page, and we'll get some more today. I just wondered, I remember yesterday they said that they were going to release a statement about what happened yesterday.
There was a statement put up somewhere.
Because that way we could just put a link in the chat and then not have to go through it every time.
It was quite a short statement because they wanted to get it out and let drivers know about a change of schedule.
Yeah. If I see a photo of it, I'll find it and post it somewhere.
So yeah, that's the happenings overnight. It's added a bit of drama to the day. Certainly some drivers will have got the rub of the green. So Una Hatton, for example, pulled a third out in the new round 3. And some drivers certainly didn't prefer it. So the likes of Coelho and Ronnefolk finished 2-3 yesterday and didn't repeat that today. So that's unfortunate for them. Racing, there's always a bit of luck involved. So yeah, it's an unfortunate situation. But it was a vote. It wasn't one person's decision. And we've done the best that we can. I say we, the royal we. I'm not involved in anything, I just talk.
No.
We're just here to point cameras and talk.
3, 2, 1.
So we are finishing up. This is Heat 4, qualifying round number 3. Sorry, mate. The screen I'm looking at calls this Q4, but it's qualifying Heat number 4, round number 3.
Yeah, that's confusing me.
Yeah. So, what do we have next? We're going to have heat number 5 next. We've got heat 5 and 6, and then we will jump to group number 10 to start round number 4. There's lots of numbers going round.
After Q4 starts with group 10.
Yes, that is correct.
So before 3 rounds before the top guys, who are due to come out at 11:49. Not that you should only tune in for the top guys, obviously. I'm just letting you know. So that'll be quite a quite an interesting few rounds. And then we have I forgot. Yes, Q5 as well.
Yep, Q5. Then we have finals. Be interesting. Well, we're racing. We're looking forward to finals. I'm just going to dip off for a minute, if that's
fine.
right. I'm going to go and speak to a timekeeper and see what we can do.
Yes. In fact, we can show you timekeeping. Can you just point the camera down to the timekeepers? Get a nice close-up of them. In fact, we can... Is that full zoom? There we go. So, in fact, if you hold that there, Jim. So those are our timekeepers there. The black and white line, I believe, is the primary loop. The car's going to have a now. And you'll see a black line just to the left underneath the gentleman with the black hoodie. That's... Oh, you won't be able to see it now because the grid's come up. Let's take that back off. There you go. That black line on the left of the black and white line, it's getting very confusing, is the backup loop. Now, I actually need to confirm, down there are 6 timing systems. I believe it's 2, probably 3 sets of encoders with 2 laptops on each encoder maybe. And if you actually just look at the triple lines where the cars are starting now, Jim, I think, although don't hold me to this, I need to actually go and confirm, that's a third loop that they use to test the transponders are working before they even get to the primary and the backup loop. So we've got loops backing up loops, backing up loops. Very complicated but very comprehensive system. It's not my area of expertise, but I kind of get it.
7, 9, 3.
When I have guests staying over, I put lipos and fuel in my closet. Hit me up for more safety tips. Yeah, we'll come back to you on that one. So our main camera now, we're following car number 4. Joshua Walton, junior driver from the United Kingdom. Cameraman's managed to pick last place. Oh no, has he jumped up? As I say he was going to be last place, he has jumped up. And he's coming back down table. Let's see if we can, in fact, let's stay with that car for now, or a car for now. Let's just let a couple of laps bed in. And let's see who looks like. There's a lot of junior drivers and 40 plus drivers in this one. 1, 2, 3, 4 juniors and 4 40 pluses. So it looks like our car number 1 is in position number 1, due to come over the loop about now, which helps me find him where he is. Let's have a look. That's car 2. Car number 1, the pink car, doubling back underneath us now, starting the straight now. That is Sonia, junior driver from Poland, if I haven't just completely got my flags wrong.
Nope, you are completely correct.
Had a moment of hesitation there, thinking, is that definitely Poland?
The overlay's gone off the screen.
Oh yeah.
Tech.
That's because
the tech guy's talking rather than teching.
Exactly. We were talking about the loops, and then the grid popped up, so I turned it off and I forgot to turn it back on.
So fuel racing in the chat, Q3 was yesterday. That Q qualifying round was considered invalid because of an error in the computer system. We are rerunning Q3 as voted on by the team managers.
I just need to issue a correction. This is why I don't do commentary or talking. I was talking about completely the wrong car. Car number 1 isn't Sonia. It's
Mads Skundberg.
Yes.
The Norwegian.
I think as I was talking, because I can't do 2 things at once, the positions changed on the screen and I got it completely wrong. So I'm not going to try and do that again.
So yeah, Paul, the fuel racing Q3 was run yesterday. There was a protest. It was voted on 10-7 to rerun Q3, so we are rerunning it this morning. I've just spoken to the timekeeper. The ranking list on my RCM is done by fastest time of the day to ensure we get the right grid order. At the end of the round, he's going to change that setting, publish a ranking list on round by round by PDF, and he's going to print me a copy. Then he will check it. Then he will change it back, and we'll run rounds 4, and he'll do the same again. So we'll get an updated qualifying list at the end of the round. Fuel racing, yes, the round was invalid because every group, the cars went off in the wrong order, and that was considered against the rules, and the team managers discussed it, voted on it, and a decision was made. And EFRA, as a goodwill gesture, have offered drivers a free pair of tyres to replace the ones that were used in that qualifying round, so drivers are not out of pocket. It's a bit of a unfortunate situation, but I believe they've done the best they can given the circumstances, and we are racing.
So just to clarify, there's one setting that basically makes sure they go out in the right order, but it's not the right setting to see who's qualified, so they have to run it one way, then flip it for the printout effectively.
Yeah, just to ensure that the grid order is correct. They've changed, so I don't know how the software works, but in the background it feels like for the grid order for each qualifying heat, looking at the qualifying ranking list and going, you're ahead, you go first, you're second, you go second. So to ensure that order's correct, they've changed it to fastest time.
Right.
Which, because it's a driver's single fastest time that sets the grid order for the heat.
Right, got you.
So I think it's a bit of a belt and braces approach.
Yeah.
But But if belt and braces means we go racing, then let's go racing.
Exactly. I'm going to stop waffling now. I'm going to go.
I've got one more question for you.
Oh, go on.
You might have the answer to.
Me?
Do you have an idea where the next 8 Nitro and e-Buggy Euros are?
8th Nitro buggies. Where they are?
Where they are, yes.
Isn't that decided at the AGM at the end of this year?
No idea. That's why I thought I'd ask you. Have you booked flights anywhere for next year?
No.
We don't know then. Let's wait until the EFRA AGM in November.
If Matt's listening, he might send me a message. He should be listening in the studio back in the UK, I guess, keeping an eye on me. But my understanding, I should know, because we've been doing this for God knows how many years, but the EFRA AGM at the end of the season?
Yeah, November. Usually
November, yeah.
November.
They, all the tracks will have pitched to host the 2025s, and then the decisions are made at the AGM.
Yeah,
because we did one, we live streamed one during COVID, on the back end of COVID. So I remember it happening. Yes, they will decide, and then we know, and then we start booking flights.
Cool. So in answer to your question, Profix, no, we don't. Sorry.
I mean, surely it can't be Redovan for the 8th buggies.
Skyflake, rules are for a reason, EFRA will handle it. Fine, let's race. Perfect summation of the situation. Old slow to make sure they're running the most complicated timing software. I have no idea on timing softwares. I only know BBK, which as a commentator is fantastic because they have a dedicated commentator screen, which gives you all the information you want as a commentator. But behind the scenes, couldn't tell you. I know my friend next to me has a lot to say about timing systems and how they handle data and spit it out to streaming people.
They're all so different.
And I know race organisers will have a different view as well. So it's a timing system. It's working. Let's crack on. Request to follow Tommy Dale, heat number 6, please.
That's
cameraman. He is the first car off, so that's easy. And he is, if I'm not mistaken, the red, white and blue car. I'm going to say...
Car 8.
What am I going to say? X-ray driver? No, serpent driver. Tommy Dale is a serpent driver. I'm going to say that with confidence and hope someone in the chat confirms it.
I've completely lost car. Is it?
Car 8's the first one.
This is the first one.
Red and blue one.
It's because when they went round, it wasn't
a little
the
bit of dash.
one.
That's because it was warm-up lap.
Who did you recognise the driver and his dad who were on the plane with?
That was Oliver Natras, young Kyosho driver in heat number 9 or 10, I believe. So we're going to go away with heat number 6. It is the final heat of qualifying round number 3. I've got the feeling of deja vu. And it will be Tommy Dale leading the way from Reese Ward, pair of young Brits. Reese is the X-ray driver. Thank you, Tony Haynes. That is great. Ulrich Rasmussen, Scotty Ernst, we need you over here. The announcement is only in Swedish and only for local spectators. Ulrich, every event needs a Scotty Ernst. No, let me rephrase that. Every event needs the Scotty Ernst. It's just, yeah. Here in Scotty back in, I think we said it was 06 Austria, might have been 03 Austria. Double trouble in the double-double. That's what made me want to do commentary in the first place. Just commentating adds everything to an event. So, Ulrich, I agree with you. Let's get the Scotty Ernst over here. Phil Slay says 8th IC is in Portugal and 8th EC is in Valladolid in Spain. Scotty would love to be here. Scotty, you're in Jakarta, man. You can't be in everywhere at once, unless you've learned how to clone yourself, in which case we'd have you at every race. Profix, what are your opinions on runtime? During Nationals are running 7 minutes out of local races. Profix, could we run longer in electric 10th off-road? Absolutely. Should we run longer in 10th off-road? I don't see why not. We do need to do something to get people more racing in a day, I think. As a Tom Cockrell opinion, completely unrelated to RCTV or EFRA or anything else, racers should do more racing in a day. Whether that's longer races, more rounds, different format, I don't have the answers. Joel Jansen, did you, or will you do a pit walk to check out different car brand news? We've done a couple of pit walks. We're going to do another one Absolutely. Good dog with the streams. Tom for accurate commentary. Thank you, Frederick. I'll go and have a chat with Jürgen. Yeah, absolutely. See, he'll know how to store batteries. Absolutely. He should know. Right, let's jump back to the track. My timing has stopped. Luckily, the event timing hasn't. So we are following Tommy Dale. Tommy Dale is not having a good run. As I say that, he's on his roof. Luckily, I've got a replay button so we can see what's happened there. So Tommy Dale comes through the switchback into the front side tabletop, up, and he's off the side, and he's collected a car. Marshall's there. So Tommy Dale not having a great run, but we're going to jump to the young Frenchman, number 5, going across the line now in the all-blue car. And that is Matthias Toos, who was your leader after 6. So the young French driver, who I'm not sure what car brand he drives. It looks like an X-Ray, looking at where the heads are moving. But we're going to drop to Vitka Litvinenko, who is your leader after 4. So he is... Oh no, sorry, we are on... If we jump forward 1 to the all-blue car, sorry Jim. So the all-blue car is Victor. So Vitka Litvinenko, a Ukrainian racer here this week. He has 8 laps on the board. Met him previously at the at an EOS event in Germany. So he's made a trip to the European Championships here in Malmo, Sweden. Spinrush C1, clear wings are blurry on Smart TV. PC looks very clear, but it's a smaller screen. Oh, that sounds a bit technical for me, I'm afraid. I can speak to our tech guy and see what's happening. We do have brilliant internet at the track, so our upload should be fine, but I can speak to him and find out. Good morning, Andrew Selvaggi, checking in from Stryer. Good evening, mate. How's it going? I hope you're well over there. So we are following Victor Litvinenko in the free car, and as he goes by to put 11 laps on the board. It was 20.8 last time by for a free car. As I say that, Matthias 2 is going to jump to the top. So, and he's just... Is he? No, we're going to drop back 2 cars if you don't mind, Jim. So we're going to pick up the green car, white wheels, clear wing. That is Matthias 2's, and he is your race leader by half a tenth of a second over the free car of Litvinenko. And then we've got a further few seconds back to Jens Olsen. Reese Ward running good. Then we've got Tommy Dale, Klaas Bredberg, Sven Rudig, and we seem to... Oh no, Victor Horsfield is here, but we have lost Jani Mäkinen. So we've got about 1 minute, 30 seconds to go as we follow our race leader. So there goes Victor across the line, and there goes Toos. And Toos, with that lap, has dropped down ever so slightly. So half a second behind now in the 2 spot. It is Litvinenko who's leading this one, but we're going to stick with Toos as we finish out this race. They are on their 14th lap. They're going to get through for 1 more. So we follow the young Frenchman as he crosses the line now and starts his 15th and final lap. So our race, second place man down the straight, although last time by he jumped back up to the lead. Oh, he's over. Making an error on the last lap is not what you want to do. So Matthias 2's with that error is going to fall back ever so slightly. But Litvinenko is done, 2's is done, comes round and finishes it.
Och där är då alltså grupp 6 avslutad. Och då serverar till Viktor Litvinenko, bil nummer 3. Tommy Dale har även en fantastisk tid här på 20,5 sekunder. Vi går vidare till nästa grupp. Det är grupp
So that is a wrap of group number 3 of round number 3 of qualifying for the second time this week. We will be going into heat number 10 of qualifying, round number 4, and that starts in 10 minutes. So we're going to take a little break. I will throw up some VTs for you, and we will be back with you in 10 minutes.
Marshals, now we have a break of 10 minutes. The next quali is quali number 4, and start by group number 10, and it will be marshalling by group number 9.
This is my motorsport.
I put everything into this.
It's given me so much more back.
The best friends,
the best moments,
the best skills,
and experiences.
I put hours into tuning the setup of my car.
From camber to tow,
to differential,
the shocks, tires,
body and wing.
Adjusting everything in search of perfection.
lap after lap after lap.
I practice endlessly on track.
And then it's time to race.
We are in for a barnstormer.
Wants to make the wheel, he makes a move stick.
Ronald has a look down the inside, can't find a gap there.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line, and Skidmore takes it.
Killick gets a kick down the straight. Oh,
Walters going for the lead.
Through for the third spot. It looks like Newman's got it.
Bruno gets the jump off the start, and Ronald Volker, it's all gone wrong for him.
Your European champion, Dario Balestre.
Racing at every level is hard.
And it doesn't always go your way.
Letting Newman. Oh, Newman's had a nightmare.
Oh, and that's figure 8 rolling.
Spot on the pony. Oh, Garo's over.
Oh, Ballestri's flamed out. Ballestri's flamed out. They can stop. Oh, Craxton is just gone. He's taken out the fence.
Oh, and he's got the cone of justice.
Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Sometimes you lose,
but you'll never forget the important things you win.
I've made the best friends through RC.
I joined the team through RC.
I traveled the world through RC.
I have a career through RC.
I have a business through RC.
I have a family through RC.
Together we race, and together we win.
Whoever you are,
you can race with us.
RC is the most accessible motorsport on the planet.
RC is my motorsport.
I put everything in.
It's giving me so much more back.
Thank you.
This is mine.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable. The legend, Masami Himataka.
So Michael Olowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line, and Skidmore takes it.
3-time winner, David Ronnefout, takes the Euros. European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Ballestri's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I'm lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
Welcome back, race fans. You've not missed anything. We're on a short break. 2 minutes 50 left to go. I know the drivers have been called out to marshal, so you can see them making their way across the track as we speak. I have an official correction to make. I said that the 3 lines in front of the driver's stand were a third loop that was used for checking transponders. I was completely wrong. It's just 3 lines where they want them to start from, so ignore me. Talking about timing, here are Q3 results now. And overall, you legend. Thank you very much. I will hand those to Tom when he gets back from the bathroom. And he can fill you in with the overalls as they stand currently. If you've just joined, shall I start that one again? If you've just joined us, we are RC Racing TV. Thank you for watching. Welcome along. We're here in Malmo, Sweden, for the 1/10 two-wheel drive and starting tomorrow 4-wheel drive European EFRA Championships. Thank you to EFRA for asking us along to bring you all the action live and free as it happens on YouTube and Facebook for EFRA and RC Racing TV. Thank you to our sponsors, T-Works, X-Ray, Mebo Sport, Hobbywing, Schumacher, RCXX Shop and S-Works. Without your support, this coverage would be extremely difficult and possibly not free to everyone watching, so thank you for that. If you are a regular watcher, and maybe you're thinking, how can I help? How can I contribute to this amazing free coverage of this sport that I love? Well, for a very small amount per month, I'll have to find out the exact amount. It's a couple of pounds or euros, very low. You can become an RC Racing TV hero, and that's done through YouTube on our RC Racing TV channel. You just click join. There's a button just down by our logo underneath left of the video, and you become an RC TV hero. You get a live shout out when this happens on air, priority follows and other such goodies, such as any kind of new episodes that we do. We did RC Autopsy not long ago with Lee Martin and co, some guys from Schumacher. You get, I think it was a week or 2 weeks, maybe even a month. You get to see that before it gets released to general public, things like that. Very small amount, just helps pay the bills. So obviously feel free to do that. And don't forget, you may be sat there thinking, I really want some RC TV merch, or I really want some EFRA merch. Well, we've got you back. Head over to rcracingtv.com. There you'll see a merch store, and you can use the following code during this event only for 10% off. And I'm stalling for time.
That code is 10Buggy24.
I thought it was. Thank you. I was double checking. I was frantically looking for the message on my phone. 10Buggy24, all uppercase. 10Buggy24. That will get you 10% off everything in our merch store. So head over there, take a look. And as I've said that, I do have to address this, even though the race is about to start. I must say this carefully as well. Teabag McPick, thank you. Welcome along. You are our latest RC TV hero. Anyone can do what Mr. McPick has just done. He did exactly as I said. He went to the join button underneath the video next to our logo. He clicked join. He signed up to, I still need to get the official figure. I think it's something like £2 or £3 or euros a month. It's not a lot. And he became an RC TV hero. Thank you so much for doing that, Teabag McPick.
What a hero.
What a hero indeed. And as we're in qualifying, that means he gets priority on who we follow round the track. So if you do have a preference, you can see the drivers in the upper right of our screen. Now there's some good names in there. Take your pick. The grid is your oyster. Let us know who you'd like us to follow.
Okay, we have group number 10 rocking and rolling around the racetrack. Has the volume gone up?
No.
Have I just...
You got the right
Okay.
headset.
Yeah,
I can turn you down a bit.
No, I was just wondering.
Is that better?
So, group number 10, rocking and rolling, and I've just had delivered to me the ranking list. So, your current top 10, as it stands, is Michael Olowski with 2 zeros. We've got Daniel Kobovic with a 0 and a 2. Michael Olowski has the quickest 0. Bruno Coelho sits in third with a 3 and a 4. Una Hattinen is in fourth with a 3 and a 6. Jessica Paulson has a 5 and a 6. I think work to do to make the main. Marcus Carup has a 4 and an 8. Alexander Landon has a 5 and an 8. Ben Smith is in 8th with a 6 and a 7. Great run from Ben. Hampus Berg has a 5 and a 9. And then Bartosz Zaluski is in 10th with a 4 and an 11. Notable people, David Ronnefolk has a 3 with nothing to go with it. Jon Neumann a 9 and a 10. Martin Beyer has a 7. Pekko Ivanen has an 8. They are your single figure scores. So that's your top 10 as we go into round number 4 of qualifying. So I will try and get a picture of that and we can get it uploaded. I'll pass that to my tech guy, see if we can get a picture of that uploaded to the chat, if that's at all possible. So Clement Boda is leading this one, and Clement Boda is the French racer, not so young anymore, running S-Works, and he is round the end of the straight, so he's back of that freight train, yellow wheels with green and yellow body shell coming into the tabletop and then through the switchbacks. I'm going to go across the line and into the double jump. He's going to swing round through the fast chicane and over the double in front of Rostrom. So we're going to follow Clement for a little while. 19.4 last time by was his best lap. And I'm just going to have a quick look at the chat. So Brian Lee put in a comment. The commentators of the IC Worlds were debating the best active RC driver in the world, and nobody mentioned Michael Olowski. Is that because he doesn't race 8th? Honestly, I don't know. I think he probably is in the conversation of best RC racer in the world right now. He's definitely a multi-class specialist. He's more electric than he is nitro. But I think if he gave Olowski an 8th buggy and some time, he would be in that conversation. I think it's very difficult to look past Ongaro with his feats in 8th nitro, and also you then look at what he's achieved in 10th off-road. He has won a world championship and arguably very close to winning 2 more. But he's only off-road, he's not on and off-road. The conversation's a difficult one. There's a lot of great RC racers and there's a handful of absolute specialists. What Bruno can do with an RC car is incredible. Yeah, there's a few real great multi-class, multi-discipline RC racers that no matter which world championship they rock up to, they're a contender. I would put Olowski in that list, absolutely. So yeah. How's it from South Africa? Hello Ian Cloud, thanks for joining in. Freud Munoz is here from France. Just going through the comments, McPick, our RC TV hero. Thank you for joining. It's $4.99 a month, according to the chat. Button must have broke it when I smashed it from Old Slow. Try it again, my friend. Try it again. Go Ben from Graham Fisher and Pavel. Are yellow wheels acceptable these days? Depends who you ask. If you ask me, absolutely not. However, there are plenty of people with yellow wheels. The most recent World Championship I'm aware of, I know Jason Rauner of J Concepts fame keeps a track of yellow versus white wheel World Championships, and Ongaro added to the white wheel list last week in Revodan. So, group number 10 is coming to a close, and with 15 on the board, it is Jamil Gabrielson who is leading 2 tenths in front of Clement Boda, who we are following and will follow through to the finish. Valentin Puziat is running in third, and Luke Holdsworth in fourth. Clement Boda throwing his car across the line after the loop. So that's a wrap of group number 10. So comments in the chat from X-Tech, Landon has done some 8. He certainly has, but no disrespect to Landon, he's going to need a few world championships before he's considered in the best active RC driver category. Yellow wheels are acceptable so long as they identify as white. Martin Ostberg, more RCTV heroes. The more RCTV heroes, the better. What can I say? Everyone should be a hero. TQ right now is Michael Orlowski. He has 2 zeros. If you log on to rctv.1 or myRCM, they will. The results are there. Greg Gibson, yellow wheels were best. JP, yellow's slower. I'm not going to get into this accent argument. Alan O'Brien, go. Gabriel Jamilson. Yep, sorry, Jamil. I've done that one a lot. Okay, Pavel Valiant. Nothing's changed. Still a contentious topic. You know, as RC racers, we love to be discussing something. That's what we can say. Okay, so more importantly, let's move on with the racing as qualifying group number 11 is gridding up. And in this group, we do have Hampersburg, who has a 4 and 11, and Ben Smith has a 7 and 6. Sorry, 5 and 9 for Hampus, 7 and 6 for Ben. So both of them, I would say, are on the cusp of the A final. Typically, I would say 10 points is safe, 11 should be in. Ben currently has 13, Hampus has 14 points. Could we follow Ludwig for a while in this one? We're going to start with... sorry, this isn't Ben Smith. Hampersburg is in this race with a 9 and a 5. Josh Holdsworth, last time right, did a 11th in round. And yeah, last time by Josh, he lost a second or two towards the end, and that cost him dearly. So we're going to start with Hampus. Burak Kilic does not go, so it appears Burak's not at the venue today for whatever reason. So Burak Kilic with his Mugen car is not here. So we've got 8 drivers, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers in this. And we will lead away. We want to follow the 4th car if we can, Jim. The 4th car away. It's car number 3, but it's 4th away.
5, 3, 10, 9.
So Hampersburg leads away, Josh Holdsworth, Jesper Rasmussen, and we are following the all-orange car of Ludwig Albert, as requested. We've then got a request for the 9 car. We'll get to that. TQ is not yet set. There is still an option for anyone to TQ this, as it's 2 rounds from 5 to count. But currently standing at TQ is Michael Orlowski. Paul Ainsko quali is not done heat order as such. There's a rotation in the round, so we don't always start with heat 1 through 13. We're starting round number 4 with heat number 10. Then we go 10 through 13, then 1 through 9, and then round number 5 of qualifying starts with heat 13 and goes through to heat number 1. 6Q link, morning from sunny Barcelona. I'm not liking anything if you're from Barcelona, because I went there in summer and it was beautiful. But yeah, please hit the like, share and subscribe button for this stream. Can we follow car 9? Yep, we'll get to it. Pavel, biggest change in car design in the last 10 years, in my opinion. 10 years takes us back to 2014. 2014 we already had mid-motor, so I'd say the biggest change has probably been the refining of mid-motor cars and also the advancement in tyres. So we've got way more tyres to choose from now, and tyres offer more grip because they're kind of specialised to surfaces. So we're still following the orange car, and as I say that, he just gets it wrong. So we watch Ludwig, the young driver. I believe he comes into the double, he's going to hit the double rollover, and that's a shame. So race leader is Hampersburg, so we've got a Hampus and we're going to pick him up when we can. So you're crossing the start finish line now, Jim, coming left hand side into the bottom corner of the track, through the fast chicane, and behind him was Josh Holdsworth. Josh was on a reasonable run, but he has just had a 25-second lap. So Josh doing 2 mistakes on the same lap is not going to help him. Go slow-mo, Wesley Van Helmond. Any feedback thoughts on how the B7 is going? Una's just gone 3rd in round. The AE team look quick. I would say their car fades in the run, like everyone, and the drivers are maybe finding it a touch difficult to hold on for 5-minute pace. We shall see how they come through in the finals. I think the biggest change is electronics, possibly. Thank you, don't follow development closely. Has Kilic gone home? No idea. All I know is he's not on the rostrum when he should be. I'm sure there's a reason for it, I just don't know it. Apologies. So Hampersberg leading this one, and he is on for 16.5.14 pace. That is quick. I don't think it's quick enough to improve on his round scores, so I think he's going to need to find a couple of sterling laps to bring his time down. Hupo Honigel running well, so Hupo is running in third. He is 1/10 of a second behind Wesley van Helmond, who is running in second. So we've got some good runs coming in here. So Wesley's about 4 seconds behind Hampus. So we've got Wesley and Hupo are on for 16 lap runs. So just a 10th between those two. Hampersberg a few seconds up the road, and we're following Hampus, and he is coming down the straightaway now into turn number 1. Nicely done. And then we'll drive away from the rostrum through the switchbacks and then into the front side tabletop. Comes back on himself and across the line to put 12 on the board. That time by was a 19.5 for Hampus. So bringing his time down ever so slightly. He's now at a 16.5.13. Predicted time, Wesley van Helmond looking to go 16.5.18 and Hupo Honigel looking to go 16.5.19. As Hupo goes through that time, he jumps in front of Wesley van Helmond by 0.5 of a second, as Wesley on track is behind Holdsworth. So we'll jump to Wesley van Helmond if we can, Mr. Cameraman. Left-hand side of the track, he is the second yellow car coming through the chicane. And down the straightaway they go. So Wesley is up behind Holdsworth. Wesley is running good. And I can hear the referee making comment. And as we say that, Holdsworth gets hooked on the pipe and frees Wesley to go. So that's going to help Wesley. He puts a 19.9 in, not his best lap, and I think that will allow Hupo to extend his lead ever so slightly as they start their penultimate lap. So Hampersberg now on his 16th and final lap. So we are closing out with Wesley van Helmond as Jesper Rasmussen finishes it in 15 laps in 5 minutes dead. Hupo is done. Hupo gets caught at the line, so Hupo going to go 15 in 5 minutes dead. Wesley van Helmond is going to be the last to finish as we follow him round across the line. Good run from Wesley, going 16 laps in 5:19.
Vi går vidare till nästa grupp. Det är grupp nummer 12.
Did the times get posted? Where? So anyone interested in the current standings, if you head over to the RC Racing TV Facebook page, you should be able to see the latest standings. RC Racing TV Facebook page for a picture of the standings.
That's a lot of red on the driver stand at the minute. 4 S-Works drivers.
They're not all S-Works.
Are they not?
No, Jessica Palson wears a red top, but she's not S-Works, she's Schumacher. It's just a custom design top.
Oh, that's confusing. 1, 2, 3. 3 X-Ray, 3 S-Works, and 3 Schumacher, 1 associated.
Yeah.
3, 3, 3, 1.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Seconds to start. Order 2, 7, 3, 1, 4, 6, 10, 9.
So we have group number 12 lining up. We've got 3 Schumachers, 3 S-Works, 3 X-Ray drivers, and 1 associated driver.
10, 9, 8.
Ben Smith going to lead these guys away. So we'll lead off with Ben. Just looking at the chat, biggest design change in the last 10 years was the lay-down gearbox. We were running the Schumacher KF probably about 10 years ago, which had the motor super far forward. But yeah, the lay-down gearbox has been a design change to position the motor exactly where designers want it.
Not during this race or the next one, because obviously these are the top two now, but let's come back to that gearbox. I want to understand why it's laid down, what the difference is.
Yeah, no problem. So we have led away with Ben Smith, opens up with a 19.5, which puts him 4th quickest. Jamie Hall with a 19.3 as quickest. That's right, 0.2 of a second, separating the top 5 cars after one. Ben Smith, 19.4 last time by Dominic Vlašek, 19.1. So Vlašek and Paulsen had a bad run last time. So they'll be looking to make amends and go clean. So Vlašek is going to go to the front after 3 by not a lot. Scratch out Jamie Hall going to the front. So it is a fast and frantic race this time by. And we've still got Ben Smith on the stream. He's coming up on the 8 car of Noah Ben Mohammed. So this will be interesting to see what happens. So Ben Smith is let through by Noah, and that gives Ben nothing but racetrack to attack. So watch them all come through. It is still Dominic who's leading, so we're going to drop back 4 cars if we can. Pink car, end of the straight, last of the 3. So that is Dominic Vlašek, the Czech racer. Has been absolutely rapid in fairness. Looks to be wearing an S-Works jumper, so he is coming on the back of fellow compatriot Martin Beyer, the Czech X-Ray racer. Martin does the right thing, yields a corner and lets Dominic through. So Dominic is our leader, 19.3 last time by. He's looking to go 16.508 pace. So 16.508 would have been second in round last time by. Third in round last time by. So Dominic is on a run here. Serious run for Dominic with 2 minutes and 34 to go. So 2:30 down, 2:30 to go halfway through. Dominic Vlašek, the Czech racer, is your race leader. He's going to cross the line to put 8 laps on the board, and he does. And he is on for a 16.508 pace still. Ben Smith looking to go 5.11. Jessica Paulsen looking to go 5.11. And then we've got Jorn Neumann as well running in the 4 spot. Scratch out Jamie Hall also going 5.11. He splits Paulsen and Smith. So Vlašek in the middle of some fast cars here. He's coming up on the back of Paulsen, who's coming up on the back of Ben Mohammed. So Noah does the right thing and just yields a corner to Paulsen. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to do it another couple of times. Vlašek ran wide at the end of the straight, and you just saw him lose a couple of attempts. That gap to Beyer behind decreased, the gap in front increased. Noah Ben Mohammed puts it on his roof and gets out of the way of Beyer and Vlašek. So Vlašek, 19.5 last time by. I say it was a bad lap. He lost 0.2 of a second. That is what a bad lap is on this track. It really is that tight and furious to get in the good lap times. So Ben Smith crosses line 19.5. He still leads. He is 1.1 behind Dominic Vlašek. Dominic still looking to go 5.08 pace. Jamie Hall still running good. He's in 5th place, not far behind. So less than a second separating 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. So it really is quite tight out there. As Vlašek comes up on the back of Paulsen. Paulsen does the sensible thing, move out the way and allows Dominic through. So Dominic last time by was a 19.2. So Dominic has put it together a great 4 minutes here. Let's see what he can do. So Dominic Vlašek, just trying to pick up his scores so far. He's got a 9 and a 7 and a 12. So Dominic is going to need a good run if it's going to pair with a 7th VA final. I think it's going to need to be a top 3 to be sure. It's going to need to be a top 5 to be good. And on 5.08 pace, I think Dominic is driving himself to a top 3 in round, potentially, and also a potential A main here at the 2-wheel drive 1/10 electric off-road European Championships. Not a great lap last time by, 19.5. So 19.5. I say not a bad lap. It's not bad in comparison to what he's doing. So he's going to come round now and start his 16th and penultimate lap. Last time by was a 19.4. Ben Smith closing in within half a second now for Smithy. Both of them on for 5.09 pace. We're going to stick with Vlašek as we come to the end. Ben Smith has certainly turned up the wick in this final minute. Vlašek has just fallen by the wayside ever slightly. Ben Smith is done, 5.09.9. Vlašek crosses the line, 5.09.1. So it is going to be Vlašek that takes it, 5.09. I don't think it's going to be top three, if I'm honest. Smith going to go 5.09. Martin Bayer going to go 5.11. Good run, Bayer. Jessica Paulson going to go 5.12. Neumann go 5.13. Max Goetzel going to go 5.13. Jamie Hall dropped off to 5.14, error on the last lap. Elias Hansen going to go 5.14. Mika Vidmaier 16.5.26. And Ben Mohammed a 15-lap run. Quick check-in at the chat. Hello from Michael Satori. Nice to see you. Ben Johnson go Jamie. Duncan Paul go on Jamie. Stacey Newcomb. Anyone have a link to the entry list? Get yourself over to rctv.one. And all the links are on there, or take a look at my RCM and the event is on there. We're going to come back to the gearbox comments. So that's all the comments. So we've got the top heat lining up now. That was a cracking run from heat number 12. Some fast times being laid down. A 5.09.1 is the target, and Ben Smith with a 5.09.9. For reference, 5.09 in the last run got you third overall. 5.11 was fourth. So I think Smith and Vlašek may just get themselves A-main places with that. So Smith and Vlašek could take A-main places. So the top, I don't know. I'm going to say top 6. Will 12 points make a main? I'm looking at my tech guy as though he knows. Does 12 points make an A-main at a 10th Euros?
I don't know. That's your job.
I've been 10th in the A with 11 points and tied with person BQ on 11 points several times. So I'm going to say 10 is safe, 11 is not. And we've got 4 drivers are in. They have less than 10 points. So that's Orlowski, Kobovic, Coelho and Hattinen are in. Paulson has 11. 5 and a 6, worst way to get it. Karup has 12. I think Paulson is in, Marcus is not. So we've got 5 drivers that I think have made the main with their current points total after 3 rounds. And I think we've got everyone else needs at least 1 good score.
10, 9, 8,
Kevin Redfern, there are 5 rounds of qualifying with the best 2 to count. 5 qualifying with the best 2 to count.
1, 2, 1, 10, 5.
So we are following Mr. Orlowski. He holds the fastest time currently. And he is being chased down by... Oh no, Kobovic's made an error. So we'll stick with Orlowski for now. Kobovic's rolled, so Hattinen is through, and someone else rolled. That someone else was David Ronnefolk and Coelho. So bad laps all round, if I'm honest. Kobovic opens with a 22, Ronnefolk a 21, Coelho a 20. So that is not good for the X-Ray team of Ronnefolk and Coelho. They've already dropped at least 1 or 2 seconds. And Kobovic has another error, so I think Kobovic is on a throwaway. So Orlowski leads, scratch that. Karup led after 2/10 of a second in front of Orlowski. So we've not followed much of Karup, so we're going to drop back 3 cars. Blue car crossing the line now, blue and white. Your reigning 2-wheel drive European champion. He may still be champion after today. Oh, Hattinen's had an error, Kobovic is over. Marshall's there as quickly as possible. That's not good for Hattinen. Orlowski, meanwhile, at the front is just checking out. He's now got 7 tenths, 18.9 from Mikael Orlowski. We've seen an 18.8 from Daniel Kobovic, so Daniel Kobovic is in angry mode, throwing 18.8 at the board, but he's opened with a 22, so his run is essentially done. So we're going to stick with Karup. We've seen a lot of Olowski so far. I'll keep an eye on Olowski, but he's essentially out front on his own, doing his thing. Karup is chasing down Hatton on track. He is 0.8 of a second behind Michael Olowski as Hatton gets it sideways on the tabletop in front of him, gets away with it. So we're following Marcus. I think Marcus needs a result to guarantee a main. He's got a 4 and an 8 counting at the minute. And he is chasing down the green associated car of his teammate, Hatton. And we have David Ronnefolk behind him on track, who's trying to make amends for that first lap error. So as 7 go on the board, I'll give you a full running order. And that order is Olowski, Karup, Coelho, Zalewski, Hall, Hatton, Ronnefolk, Landon, Ivanen and Kobovic. Landon not showing the pace he showed in practice. Landon quickest in first practice, and I think he was 3rd seed overall. So he was quick all through practice, but he's just not held it. So Karup was running 2nd, Coelho is running 3rd, 0.2 of a second behind between them, and they're about 1 second behind Michael Olowski. So Olowski is around the end of the straight and looking clean. Let's just drop back to Bruno. So Bruno's in traffic, so the orange car 2 cars behind. So he's got Kobovic behind him. Kobovic running the fastest single lap we've seen at this whole event of an 18.8 earlier in this run. However, he did open up with a 22. So Bruno got quick car behind him, but Bruno has also run an 18.9 in this run, as has Olowski. Karup's quickest lap a 19.0, and the gap extends to 0.7 of a second at the front. So it's 0.7 between Olowski and Karup. As Karup comes across the line, this time the gap has extended even further, another 0.2 in favour of Olowski, as Bruno makes his way past Ronnefolk. Ronnefolk needs a score. Ronnefolk's got a good one and 2 bad ones. I think he's almost got 2 DNFs. Someone's over, it's not Olowski, so Bruno is leading the train, so to speak. We'll call it the Coelho train. And Karup's trying to get his best in, 19.2 last time by. Gap extends to 1.2. I don't think we can pick up Pecco at this time, unfortunately. So we're looking on Pecco. Come on, Pecco. Yeah, we'll jump to Pecco for a little bit. So Pecco coming over rostrum now. We'll watch in front of the rostrum. We'll watch Pecco for Mr. McPick, as McPick is an RC TV hero. So Olowski leading from Karup, and the lead as they cross the line. Karup did a 19.7 last time by, so the lead is extended to 1.5 seconds in Olowski's favour. Karup running in 2nd, Coelho running 3rd. We've got Zalewski, Ronnefolk, Landon, Pecco, Una, Kobovic and Tommy Hall not having much fun out there. So we'll drop back 1 and pick up Olowski as he finishes out his 16th and final lap on what is going to be the quickest time so far, I believe. He's just got to come through the chicane, and he closes out with a 06.8. So he tops his earlier fastest time of an 06.9. The second is going to be Marcus Karup. He closes with an 08.7. Bruno going to go 5.10. So the 09s from a previous race for Smith and Vlachek are going to put them 3rd and 4th in round. So I'm going to say that's 2 more A finalists confirmed with 10 points or less. So closing out that round was going to be Olowski, Karup, Coelho, Ronnefolk, Landon, Ivanen, Hatton, Hall, Kobovic and Zalewski. Olowski's going to take the round from Karup, from Vlachek, from Smith, from Coelho. So that gives Smith a 4 and a 6. He's got 10 points. He is in. That gives Vlachek a 3 and a 7. He's got 10 points. He is in. Karup's going to go 4 and 2. He's got 6 points. He is in. So your current top number that are in the A main, you've got Olowski. He is only Kobovic can beat him to TQ, so Schumacher have TQ'd the event. You've got Kobovic sitting in 2nd. You're going to have Marcus Karup now in 3rd place with a 2 and a 4. You've got Bruno Coelho with a 3 and a 4. You've got Una Hattonen with a 6 and a 3. You've got Vlachek with a 7 and a 3. and you've got Ben Smith with a 6 and a 4. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 places confirmed and in. Jessica Palson, a 5 and a 6, sits in 8 on 11 points. We'll see what happens there. Landon's got a 5 to count. Hampersburg has a 5 to count. Zalewski's got a 4 to count. Ronnefolk's got a 3 to count. They're your major players. So that's Landon, Berg, Zalewski and Ronnefolk. So we've got 7 confirmed, I think, with 10 or less. We've got 1 on 11 points, and we've got 4 people with a low single score to go. As we go into the final round of qualifying, well, when we go into the final round of qualifying. So, so just quick check on the chat how many rounds of qualifying. There are 13 heats in each qualifying round. There are 5 rounds of qualifying. We have heats 1 through 9 to run to complete round number 4 of qualifying. Then we will run heats 13 through 1 for round number 5 of qualifying. Mr. McPick, Pecco's my guy. That's why we followed him, because you are an RCTV hero. RCTV heroes get priority on their calls of who we follow. So great to have you on board. Old Slow, a female in the finals would be great, absolutely. I don't know if it'd be the first. I think Malin Carlson made a Euros A main once upon a time. I believe. Someone may or correct me on that. Robert Shaw, 3 or 3. Not sure what that's in relation to. Probably my pronunciation, which is fair. So we are rocking and rolling with with number 1, heat number 1. Sorry guys, I'm just doing some mental maths. Okay, we are rocking and rolling. Is JQ with Pecco from Ben Johnson? I haven't seen JQ in the building. I'm sure we'd have heard if JQ's around. Like, that guy's not quiet. Malin Carlson was 11 in Trelleborg Europe, I think. Was that 11th in the main? 11th as in age or 11th in position? I have a feeling she did it in Valladolid. Valladolid, well, however you pronounce it. Spanish Euros. I thought Malin made the main there. I could be very wrong. So I think Malin made a main, A final somewhere. But yeah, so apologies if I've got that wrong. My history's not the best. I know someone who would know, probably Tom Yardy, and probably Neil Cragg would know. But unless either of them are online and want to confirm. Yeah, Malin was very young. Absolutely. Don't know if she made any mains. I don't know. I remember 10 years ago we had the Swedish Euros in Trelleborg. That was indoor, similar to this, on a clay track, and that was changing of the guard, where we had 3 youngsters make the A final in the form of Daniel Kobovic, Michael Olowski and Una Hattunen. And that was a week that Craig Drescher's long-standing record of the youngest European A finalist fell. Rob Shaw, my pronunciation's terrible, I know. I'm from Yorkshire, it's not my fault. I was born this way. Just be thankful I'm pronouncing my vowels and my thus this week, because racing's brilliant out there. Christian Holstrom, why is my RCM sorting best 5 minutes, not round by round? This is to do with the grid order issue we've had. So the system is set to fastest single time. The qualifying for the finals will be done on round by round. I can guarantee that. So what do we have? Tim Donk, Jonas Raker, Neil Dickens, Fernando Cabrera, Ant Hart, full drive Euros A final Malin. which Euros. We had one in 2015 and we had one in 2022. I'm not sure if she was there in 22. 2015 she may well have. Not sure. I'm sure someone will come on the chat and let me know. So Jonas Rauke is leading this one, Swedish racer, followed by Tim Donk and Fernando Cabero Salado. Just one sec. Okay, Jonas Rauke leading this one. He is on for a 13-lap run. Alan O'Brien, can someone explain why Jessica races for Poland even though this is her home track in her home country? Alan O'Brien, Jessica's mother, I believe, is Polish, and therefore she has chosen to race under the Polish flag for this event. And more power to her. Her choice, she's done as she wishes. I don't know the reasons behind it, but yeah, her mother's Polish and she has chosen to race under the Polish flag. So Tim Donk has taken this one up at the death with 12 laps to go. Right, I'm going to disappear because I need to go and get some people. I'll be back shortly.
Finish 9, finish 3, finish 5, finish 8, finish 4,
So,
finish 7,
whilst Tom makes his way down to the interview area to pick up, hopefully, all top 3 qualifiers from round 4. That just leaves me to do some filling/waffling. Hello, welcome along. We are RC Racing TV, in case you didn't know, and we're bringing you the EFRA 1/10 two-wheel drive, and starting from tomorrow, four-wheel drive European Championships live from this beautiful sports hall arena in Malmo, Sweden. We have good internet, great organisers, a great viewpoint from up here, a roof over our heads. From our point of view, it's a great location and couldn't ask for more. I'm slowing down because I'm keeping my eye on Tom. I can see Tom has one driver so far. Wait for the other two. Where are they? Have they disappeared?
The track is open.
I think one. Here we go. They're making their way to Tom now, so we'll have Tom very shortly.
So, round number 4 complete. How was that one for you, Michael?
It was good. I went back to how I felt most comfortable with the car, and had a comfortable gap, which I had no idea about. I didn't know who was in second because Daniel crashed, and all the guys are near me. They were gone, and Marcus started 5th, I guess, on the starting order, but he was half a track behind me, so I had no clue what's going on. So I just kept putting in laps, but I don't know if I have to push or not. So I'm glad when I looked up that I had almost 2 seconds gap to him. I changed my diff just to make sure it's a little bit fresher, but I think it wasn't that good as the one before. So maybe I'll go back because the car was better than before, but not as good as early rounds. And the track seemed to be quite quick now, which I didn't understand. I mean, the guys in the B heat put in some quick runs. Our run wasn't that much faster than before. But yeah, good to have another TQ.
You took the new fastest time by 10th of a second, so it's pretty consistent. Once again, you pulled out most of that 2 seconds in the last minute, so you must be happy with how that's going.
Yeah, it's good also for the finals that I'm always quicker at the end, as that's the most important part of the race, I guess.
got to be in the front at the end of it.
Yeah, it's you will not win the race on the first corner, but you will on the last one.
Well, thank you, Michael. Good luck for the next round of qualifying. Cheers. So, second place, Marcus. So, first time we've had you up here. I guess you don't need to be quick in the early qualifying, but you got to be there at the end. So, how was that?
I mean, for me it was good starting too far back to put pressure on Michael, but I mean, you got to work your way up there. Had some good qualities the other rounds, just couldn't keep it together, make mistakes, but it was really good for me this time.
So Michael kind of is a second and a half, I think, at the end, but it was less than half a second for most of the race. Michael seems to keep the pace going longer than most. Do you think you can run with him for 5 minutes?
I think we can if we put some pressure on him, but if he gets to run out in the free air, I mean, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard, yeah.
He certainly had free air in that. Everyone around him crashed on the first lap. Any changes for the next round or anything you're going to do differently?
I don't think so. I think you just leave it the same, just drive.
Okay, well, good luck for the next round and good luck for finals later. Thank you. And next up, we have Dominic. I'm not going to pronounce his surname because I've been ruining it all online all day, but first Euros. Yeah. And I think with a 3 and a 7 now, you're in the A main, so I'm going to say congratulations and well done.
Yeah, thank you.
So, how's it going? Like, how are you finding your first Euros? Obviously, that was a sterling run. How is everything?
Everything is going good. My first Euros, pretty nice. I feel confident in the A-main. So, the car felt good. From the Monday, I didn't change anything. I'm just working on myself. Yeah.
Perfect. And how are you finding the track? What do you think of the track, the venue? Is this the biggest race you've ever done?
The track is really fast. I never was on the track like that. So, it's new. How would say?
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Perfect. Well, good luck for the finals, and hopefully we'll see you again after the next round. Thank you very much. Cheers. Okay, so that's a wrap of the top heat of round number 4 of qualifying. So we've still got heats 1 through 9 to go, and then we will start qualifying number 5. We run reverse order completely, so it'll be heat 13 through to heat number 1. Yeah, so I'm going to run back up to the booth. We're going to announce through heats through 3 to 9, whatever's left, and then we will get the top 3 after probably heat 10, I reckon. We'll get the top 3 next time by. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Apologies there for the slightly strange audio towards the end of that interview. I will, of course, look into that. I have no idea what that's about. It's a new one. Anyway, so there we go. That's our top 3 drivers after Q4. Orlowski becoming a very common face in our post-qualification interviews. But yeah, it's making for a good final. So in round 2 at the moment with 34 seconds to go with Mike Moyse. 40-plus driver from the UK. As I say that, he drops down slightly. No, he's back at the top. There we go. He's looking to take this round of qualifying for the UK. See how that goes.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Why do we always do the interviews when Heat 2's driving? So the top drivers have to then go and marshal during Heat 1, and then we need to grab them straight after, which unfortunately will always hit Heat 2. Obviously, it's a qualification thing. The problem that we have is that they need to go off and get their car ready for the next round of qualification. So if we don't speak to them as soon as they finish marshalling, it would be like trying to herd cats, or it would be impossible to get them to the interview area at some point between after Heat 2 through to when they're next up again. They're all in different tables, different parts of the building. And that's why. Yes, it's been Mikhail Olowski. Yeah, it's a pronunciation thing. But I agree. That's why I tend not to try and pronounce drivers' names, because I will always get them wrong. Q4 Heat 3 going out next. Cars on track. Marshals changing positions. Okay. So I was just looking at two drivers having a conversation, trying to work out if it was friendly or not, but no, it looks all good. Whilst waiting for these guys to start, let's hear a little word from our sponsors.
The track is open.
And there we go. Quick word from our sponsors there. Just checking in on the comments again. Everyone should just get into the habit of hitting the like and share every time. Keep the video up in the YouTube algorithm. We'd love that. We'd love that very much. We've been doing this for a long time now. We love covering these races. We're lucky enough to travel round and bring you all the action free live as it happens. That's what RC Racing TV do. Thank you to EFRA. Thank you to the sponsors T-Works, X-Ray, Mebo Sport, Hobbywing, Schumacher, RCX Shop, S-Works, and of course thank you to you, the viewers. Because without all of you guys, this would be not possible. And if we didn't have the viewers, it'd be pointless, to be honest, as no one would be watching. But you do, so we love that. Thank you so much. Tom's back. He came back with lunch as someone from the track bought lunch, so we nearly ended up with 6 lunches. So Tom took some of them back, so we're all good. Whilst we just grab a quick bite to eat, you know, sometimes we do ask ourselves, why do we do this? Why do we bring you all this live action free as it happens? Well, the truth is that we just love our sea.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Feels amazing. It's unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himashaka.
So Michael Olowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Gillespie's flamed out. Gillespie's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I'm lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
So, end of day 2 here in Malmo for the two-wheel drive portion of the European Championships, and we're just going to do a quick track walk with the fastest man of the moment, Michael Olowski. So, Michael, how have you found the track so far?
Yeah, it's been good. It's quite technical with a lot of hairpins and 12K style corners, but I've been enjoying driving on it.
Okay, so we'll start walking around. So we're down the main straight, essentially. Well, I'll call it turn 1, even though the loop's somewhere over there. So coming into turn 1, what are you thinking? What are you doing with the car?
It's we have quite high speed coming into here. The straight isn't that long, but running 4.5 motors, we pick up a lot of speed. But it's quite difficult to keep a consistent rotation around this corner, and also the dots are quite aggressive. If you hit it with the chassis, it can bounce the car off the track. But yeah, we try and stay as tight as possible, carry as much speed as possible as well, and then stay tight for the next quite difficult jump and corner.
Are you trying to ride the bot dots, or are you just trying to get a wheel next to it almost?
I'm trying to just clip them with my tire, but make sure the chassis doesn't drag over them. So sometimes I clip a few, but it doesn't really cost me much. And then yeah, here we've got a little single jump into a very tight corner. They've put up a wall to stop people cutting the corner, since it's actually really quick if you can jump on top of that red dot. And also the braking point here with a two-drive car is quite difficult, since the brakes are not that strong, only rear-wheel drive. So at the beginning of practice we struggled to hit the braking point right, but when you hit it right, you need to let off the brakes slightly on the edge of the jump, because if you keep the brakes on as the car jumps, and it dives with the nose and you can flip over. So it's really crucial to get it right, land just next to the pot dot, and then carry on with the rest of the track.
So we've seen quite a lot of people actually jumping over the bot dot. Are you trying to do that, or are you using the bot dot kind of as a corner?
Well, when I was told that I would put that wall, I stopped jumping over it. But I mean, there is space, so I guess sometimes I do. But I'm trying to stay a little bit off it, but jump quite far and rotate the car on the brakes, so then I can put the power down for this little straight here. And this dot on the edge is quite scary. I saw quite a few cars flying off of the track hitting that. I've hit it a few times, but only with my wheels, and it was fine. But if you hit it with the chassis, then the car is gonna do quite a big crash. But I can't really see that dot from the driver's stand, but I know kind of where it is, and the entrance to the chicane is right after it.
So yeah, this kind of switchback section it's known, it looks like it's you got to be really patient to not overshoot, and if you do overshoot one, it looks like you can lose a shed load of time.
Yeah, it's really crucial to keep up the momentum around the chicane. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 kind of edges, and it's really difficult to keep up the nice rhythm. You don't want to slow down too much, so I don't really use a lot of throttle around here like I can hear some of the cars do. I'm just trying to keep a consistent speed, try and hit every single dot with my inside tire, and then go straight into the tabletop.
So the tabletop, actually, since they put this second kind of layer of carpet over in middle of practice yesterday, everyone seems to be double bouncing. Do you notice it? Is it a problem? Like, it looks like if you're not super square and straight, your car's coming over sideways.
Yeah, it was pretty bad when we started, and then they tried to fix it, and I said to my team manager that they actually made it worse, and they said, okay, we'll take it off, but as I can see now, they didn't. So I don't know why, but I guess we're now all used to it. I can see my car double bounce as I go on the up slope, but actually there's a really long, it's a really small jump. The jump itself is quite big, but the airtime and it's not too much, so it doesn't really affect it a lot. But yes, you need to be quite square. You need to correct the car in the air, but then you have a long downslope, so it's not a big issue.
Do you think potential overtaking place in the mains, or is it just 2 single file 3VSs before you come into the jump?
No, I think not here. Probably the braking point over there, so you can cut the corner a little bit, so you can brake a little bit late and cut the corner if someone makes a mistake. On this kind of track, the person in front needs to make a small mistake, needs to open up a little bit to be able to pass him cleanly. So here, if someone jumps wide, yes, but it's hard to gain time over there, since you need to be really careful coming to that jump. And then here, you just want to be as tight as possible on the hairpins, like most of the track, and carry nice speed out of this corner.
And then we come down into kind of what looks to be possibly the hardest bit of a track, so the fast chicane as we come into the loop. It's been a talking point throughout, especially in that last round of qualifying. How is it, and is it kind of holding on for dear life, or is it quite relatively relaxed?
To me, it's fine. It's just like a little high-speed chicane, I guess, for this track. I always drive safe here. I never take any risk. I try and clip the inside dot going into the chicane and then stay off the second one. But I saw some cars flying, but it's where they hit the dots with the chassis, so they missed the corner by quite a bit. But I don't take any risks here. Just keep the consistent throttle, keep the car rotating, and not risk taking all the timing computers off the table.
We have seen one guy end up on the table, unfortunately. So then we've crossed the line, essentially what is the start of a lap from a timing perspective. Another chicane into the double, relatively easy, or is it quite a difficult one?
Yeah, this corner now, walking it, as you can see, the pile of hair, they've laid to one side, and it's actually really low grip right here. So if you enter it quite aggressively, you can lose the rear a little bit.
You might not be aware that at the end of your heat in the last one was actually shock oil down here now as well. So it's been even worse for the first 6 heats of the last round.
Then it's perfect for tomorrow, I guess. Well, I can feel with my foot actually. So we'll see how this feels tomorrow. But this is a difficult chicane. Go into a double jump. Need to again keep the momentum up throughout the chicane. Try and stay tight, and then just clip this dot going onto the double. You don't want to lose time and go around. But if you go a few centimeters too narrow, you hit that with the chassis or hit the pipe, and then the car lands in between the jumps, and you need to get a marshal.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few cars on both the double jumps kind of either coming up short or just not quite getting it right, although they're quite short and nice big down ramp, not necessarily easy. And then we've got this, which is kind of the biggest of the 180 corners. Anything special about it, or is it just a relatively get in and get out?
I found it actually quite difficult to keep the consistent rotation for that corner, since it's not just a single 180, it's a little bit wider. So you carry a little bit more speed around here, but the rear, when my car wasn't perfect, it liked to step out a little bit. And in the recent rounds, it was really good through here, where I could carry a lot of speed through that sweeper into this little straight with that kink. But you actually don't, it isn't really a kink, because you don't go around it. Sometimes I clip that dot on the left side, which jump scares me a little bit. I saw some cars flying, but it's actually quite a lot of space. Usually they make a chicane where you need to turn, but here you can go straight, and pretty hard braking point over there.
You can see quite a bit of fluff coming off the carpet. Is that noticeable if you get it offline, or does it just not make any difference?
I don't know because I wasn't offline, but actually Daniel told me that he made a small mistake and went offline, and there was absolutely no grip over there. So it's a little bit like touring car. If you go offline, then there is no grip. But yeah, I haven't noticed it. But here we go into a really tight corner. You want to be literally inside wheels on the dot, try and rotate the car around, and then punch it for the last double before the straight.
So this double, we've seen again quite a few people come up short and end up on the roof. I guess you want to get it down and car on the ground so you can get turned in?
Yeah, you don't want to jump too far. And actually the downslope is relatively short to the other downslopes on the track. But it's still a bit of space, probably a meter or somewhere between that, where you can land the car to get a nice rotation onto the straight. I tend to jump a little bit further, try and put a little bit more pressure onto the car to rotate the car on the brakes, and then full throttle onto the straight.
And that's a lap with Michael Orlowski. Thank you very much, Michael. Good luck tomorrow. So that's track walk done and dusted. You can all now see what the drivers are contending with. So we'll call it an end there, and we'll be back with you tomorrow morning.
And we're back. Fed and watered. Although Mr. Cockerell is just taking a natural break, but he will be back with us momentarily. We have qualifying round 4. Heat 5. Just finished warming up. About to hit the track.
6, 8, 9, 7, 5, 3.
Cameraman also needs a break. Exactly. How many hours was it today? Well, no, it's a 10-hour day today. So yeah, we do have to plan breaks. Some classes actually have breaks in the schedule, which of course we like, but unfortunately not always. Like this one, especially with the rerun of round 3, today's a very, very jam-packed day indeed. So yeah, but that just bought us enough time to grab something to eat, natural break, grab a drink, etc, etc.
Sorry, James, I didn't think I was gone that long.
No, when I told you the amount of time we'd got left, I actually had the wrong setting on the video, so that was for the whole video stack. And I was like, whoops, because it started playing another video.
So I can blame my tech guy?
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yep, my fault.
Right. Where are we? Excuse me, sorry. I'm just going to have a quick look through the comments and see what we've got. So we've got Mr. McPick, 500 plus watching, only 98 likes. You've got a very good point there. Everyone get smashing that like and share button and subscribe. Don't forget to mute that mic. So yeah, if we can get some more likes, and that would be great. Funny when we say Michael Orlowski, but as far as I know, it's Mika. Yeah, I butcher everybody's name, so apologies. But yeah, Mika Orlowski is his correct pronunciation, I believe. Why do you always interview when Heat 2 is driving? I want to see that too. Yeah, apologies, Jessica Sapola. It's not intentional. We've got to try and capture these guys. The best time to capture them is they come off from marshalling because they want to get back, get their cars sorted for the next round. So we try and do it when we can. So yeah, apologies for that. Everyone should get into the habit of hitting the like, share and subscribe every time. I agree. It helps grow our hobby. Thank you, William White, Raceway 1 for that. Think about the like, please. Can you follow Miklos? Missed that one. Did the drivers get compensated for the extra round of qualifying? So, Freddie Falk, the extra round of qualifying. So, EFRA have provided a set of tyres for each of the drivers that required one for the additional round of qualifying. So, EFRA have put their hands in my pocket for that. So EFRA recognised the mistake. They've reacted in the best possible way, I believe, to correct the mistake and also make sure people aren't out of pocket. Will RCGP be coming back? I believe the official comment is watch this space. I'm looking at my tech guy, he's not even looking or listening to me. RCGP coming back, watch this space.
Who knows?
Who knows? Okay. So RCGP is not dead.
It's not dead, it's not alive. It's like, is it Schrodinger's cat?
Schrodinger's cat, yeah.
Schrodinger's cat, yeah. It's
until someone lifts a box, we do not know.
Exactly. That's the best way to look at it.
Guan Mick, Freddie Ford, we got 3 tyres, correct. Interview Jonas Karup, TC champion many years ago. Yes, let's get Jonas for an interview. We'll get Jonas and Craig Drescher together, actually. That would be a good interview. So we'll do that tomorrow. So we're going to do some pit walk tomorrow during the full drive practice. We've got speedos and radio settings. We've got cars and parts.
Make a note about this, really.
And I've got a pen now and some paper.
Oh, let's
so interview requests for a pit walk round tomorrow. We've got speedos and radio settings. We've got... Sorry, you're going to have to wait for me to write stuff. We've got a Jürgen catch-up on batteries, someone asked for. We've got a Jonas and Craig duo, and we've got cars and parts.
They're going to sing a song?
No, we're going to tell us some stories of how Jonas Karup won a European Championship in on-road.
Okay.
Again, and he beat Craig to get there. And then we'll ask Craig Drescher about his Rolex.
Yeah, okay. Just a quick one.
Yeah.
Absal Gambler, they were the one asking about missing Heat 2 because they just wanted to miss their nephew. They didn't want to miss their nephew. So I'll tell you what, we do cover all of finals for sure.
Yep.
So let us know in the chat the name of your nephew. We will look out for them and we'll make sure, I promise, because I feel bad now, I promise that we'll get a good few laps of them going around the track for you. So let us know the name and we will be on it.
Absolutely. So yeah, we put the pit walk, the track walk video on just whilst we're having our lunch. The track walk was played out first thing, but not many were online at that time, so thought it'd be interesting. Fluff on the line, yes. Actually, someone's just been around and cleared up a load of it, but yes, there is quite a lot of fluff off the carpet line. Cameraman needs a break. He's nodding in agreement. He certainly does. We're here to 7 p.m. tonight, so yeah, we are going to take the odd break. Apologies for that. Good luck with Swiss drivers. Absolutely good Swiss team here this year. It's nice to see. And Estonia, actually. Why are all the corners hardwood right angles? I get you have bot dots, but is it a car breaker? It's not actually a car breaker, if I'm honest. I think I've maybe seen 1 or 2 cars broken.
Yeah.
Generally, this track does not break cars. Yeah, the hard right angles, but the bot dots actually give a driver 6 inches to aim for. So actually, although they are hard right angle corners, it's not a car breaker at all, which has been really good actually. It's nice to see people actually completing races rather than having a big stupid jump that you snap your car on every time.
True.
We've certainly had that at the Euros. I agree this track could have more features, but it's nice. It's a nice, good track in terms of car life. Come on, Team Natras, best commentators. See Mafia, thank you very much. I agree with you as well, and we'll get that message back to the RCTV head office. Why are people so negative on the track? 2 flat carpet, 2 sharp corners. X-Tech, because people love an opinion in RC. It's okay. Fredo Fork, is allowed changing full drive? Yes, it is. I don't know what, I don't know where, and I don't know how, but I'm sure we'll have some changes to four-wheel drive. The club will do whatever needs to be done to ensure good racing. If this track layout has the best racing possible, then they are likely to keep it. What time are the mains UK time? Give me 5 seconds and I will find that for you. The mains are at 3:55, 4:55 and 5:55 UK time. So that's 3:55, 4:55 and 5:55 UK time. Add an hour for Central European time, which is local time at the track. So requests for pit interviews. We're going to go and do a pit walk tomorrow. We're going to get some interviews from everyone we can. Give us your requests in the chat of who you want us to speak to, what answers you want us to, what questions you want us to ask, and we will absolutely get that done for you. Nephews Tommy Dale, thank you for hard work and please do enjoy your food. The food is done. The cameraman's just trying to get his camera woken up. Apparently the camera wants a break as well. But yeah, we're going to start following very shortly. We've got requests for Sonia Skurzpek. What is the track marking system made from? The white lens? I believe the wood. Yeah, pretty sure it's wood. I can double check with the track crew and find out for sure. Skypie, what happened with Q3 yesterday? So Q3 yesterday was run incorrectly. So the grid order for the car that the car set off in the heat was incorrect. It was an error on the computer system. That meant some drivers felt it was unfair and not run to the rules. So a protest was put in by Team GB. The team managers discussed this and voted 10-7 in favour of rerunning the entirety of Q3. So that was the decision made. EFRA then stepped in and said, there's been an error, we accept there's been an error, we don't want the drivers out of pocket, so we will give all the drivers an extra set of tyres if they need them to replace those that may have been used in Q3. And we ran Q3 this morning and it was an excellent qualifying round. Some drivers did better, some drivers did worse. That is the kind of look of racing. So we reran Q3 today and we are now into Q4. We are on heat 6 of Q4. We need to run 6 through 9 and then we will have the final round of qualifying, which is Q5. Alistair Hodge says, Ben Smith, please. Ben Smith isn't in this race, but he is in the A main. Request a chat with Tommy Dale tomorrow if you can. I certainly will. I might try and get the whole British team together and do a Brit team talk. That'd be fun. So we also got Tommy Dale at the end of the opening ceremony. So if you watch the opening ceremony back on the EFRA Facebook page, we got Tommy Dale in for a bit then. Thank you, keep up good work. Thank you, Dino. Thank you for signing in. For track walk tomorrow, ask Thomas Berg what it is like to drive his first European Championship. Try and get hold of Thomas Berg. I don't know everyone by face, but I will certainly try and find all these people. So, group number 6 is running, and your race leader is Tommy Dale. Skypie, so sensible heads won for a change rather than all the stupidity from the 8th Euros. I don't know what happened at the 8th Euros, but I'm going to say yes, sensible heads were used yesterday. It was recognised there was an error. It was discussed and decided fairly through the team manager vote, as it should be. And then EFRA stepped in and did as much as they could, given the circumstances. It's not ideal. I think everyone recognises it's not ideal, but that's life, and we've risen to the challenge and moved on, so that's good. Fredo Fork, you know Tony Evdoka is going to be worth an interview. Uncle Tony is always worth an interview. We will catch up with Mr. Evdoka. I'm sure he will have lots to say. Alistair Hodge, is there any way when the names, times displayed, could the car they are driving be displayed? Yes, it could be done. I reckon it's quite simple. However, we would need the information from the drivers, and that is nigh on impossible to get. They don't like giving us information, and they change it daily, and Mr. Tech Guy is going to come on and tell me I'm all wrong.
No, go on. I heard something that sounded familiar.
Could we get the chassis brand of the drivers next to their name on the overlay?
In an ideal world, we would have a back-end system such as House of RC or even the timing system. House of RC makes sense, that could feed all the timing systems. We'd have a picture of the driver, full name, country, chassis, engine, gearbox, all that jazz, all the sponsors. all the information, details of their previous races, and then we could pull from there and have an overlay that had absolutely everything in. That is my dream, and I've thought about it so many times. But you hit the nail on the head. They don't keep the information up to date.
So I told you there'd be a long answer to a simple question.
Oh, you can always rely on me for a long answer to a simple question. But yeah, we've tried before. We even go to events where we're like, right, we need all the drivers' photos and stuff like that, and it's like herding cats sometimes.
Yeah, so yes, it could be done, but getting hold of the information is the hardest bit, essentially. SkyPie is toy car racing. It's RC scale motorsport. I will correct you on that. On road is always drama, drama, drama. I don't think there's been much drama here. I think most racers are thoroughly enjoying the week, and we're inside and it's raining and we're racing. So for me, it's brilliant. 5-gear X-ray. Bet you can't get that on a pit walk. I don't know about a 5-gear X-ray. I know X-ray are running some new parts. I don't know what parts they are. We're going to speak to Martin Bayer and see if he's see if he wants to do a bit of a piece on what his car is and what's happening with it. But yeah, we'll see what the X-ray guys say. X-Tech, can we stop to say it's toy cars? It's just as much race cars as NASCAR. I'm going to get on limit X-Tech and say our cars are probably slightly more complex than NASCAR's because they're stock, right? And they're all the same. But no, you're right. Our cars are RC scale motorsport far more than they are toys. So group number 6 is running down. Tommy Dale going to take the win with a 15-lap run in 5:11. Great work from Tommy. Vic Litvinenko's just been caught, so you see the marshal walking over. Unfortunately, just catching a barrier and a car. So Vic is not going to finish. He's going to finish with a 14-lap time. It's like Luffy's final transformation, you know. I'm guessing that's something to do with the X-ray. I don't know what the X-ray are running. I don't know what the X-ray guys are running. I know Bruno and David had good cars. They've got quick cars now. We just need to hold on to it for 5 minutes. You good? Looks like my friend Jim on the camera has got his camera woken up. And that camera has woken up just in time for group number 7. There's a rumour about a 5-gear X-ray. Okay, I'm going to go and see if I can find anything out about that rumour. It's not one I've heard, but I will say where we're sat in the RCTV booth, we're quite away from the pits, so we don't get all the rumours. I only get what pops up on my phone or what I can get out of people on the way around a pit walk. So I'm going to take a minute while these guys are warming up to give a shout out to our sponsors. So give a shout out to our sponsors that make this stream possible. So our sponsors for this event are T-Works, X-Ray, Mybo Sports, Hobbywing, Schumacher, RCXX Shop and S-Works. So a huge thank you to all our sponsors that make this stream possible. And a massive, massive thank you to our hosts here this week. The Faruland RC Club in Malmo, Sweden, have put on a fantastic event for us, fantastic setup, and are giving us a brilliant European Championship so far. So big thank you to all our sponsors, without which this wouldn't be possible. If you can like, share and subscribe to the stream, that would make our lives far better in the future. We can do more with the stream, we can reach a wider audience, and we can promote RC Scale Motorsport to a bigger group of people. So we're rocking and rolling with group number 7, round number 4 of qualifying. Peter Harder leads them off, the Danish driver, Peter Harder. So, just have a quick look at the chat. There's Goat 15 to Matthias. So we'll try and pick up him when he's on. Let's hope holds up better than the AEB 7 gearboxes. Go Frenchies has pitched a new X-ray on the EFRA FB page. I'm sure it will hold better. It's luxury. Some discussion about gearboxes. So we have seen some gearboxes fail out on track, I believe. Certainly some cars, crunching and sounding like gearboxes. I'm not in with seen enough to know at the minute what cars are running what gearboxes, unfortunately, but I will have a look when we rock around the pits later on tomorrow. So we are following Peter Harder, and Peter Harder is the Danish driver. I'm pretty sure he's associated. I did interview him in the opening ceremony, which was live on the EFRA Facebook page, and unfortunately we're going to drop back from Peter and pick up the 3 cars coming down the straight next. They are the 913 cars and 4, I believe it was. So unfortunately, Fireboat Jacquelut having an error as he crossed the line. So there is a bit of a freight train behind, and we're just going to follow on a bit of a zoom out to get as many cars in as possible in this 4th of 5 rounds of qualifying. So as we pick up, we're going to pick up the white car. So we pick up the white car. I believe that was a number 7 of Laurent Jesus, the French driver, who goes around in front of the rostrum now. I'm not going to lie, it says 40 plus in his name, which would suggest he is a 40 plus racer, but he certainly isn't. That's because I've picked up the wrong name. It's for white number 1 we're following, which is Baptiste Roche, another French racer, but he's not a 40 plus racer, because I was going to say he's got a... Marshall. So we are following Baptiste Roche. Would you be so kind to follow Elias Yavas? You know what, Yavas? If you become an RCTV hero, you get priority on deciding who we follow. So there's a shout out to our RCTV heroes who can put their priority requests in for who we follow. But as it's you, Yavas, let's pick up on Elias Jordan, the number 3 car, the junior. And he is the green car, 1 in front. So coming off the single roller top side of the track, he's going to go through the switchbacks and up and down. He's got an X-ray jumper on, so I'm going to say he's running X-ray with confidence. And you are right, it's Philippa Flim. Sorry, completely ruined that. Peter Harder is driving associated. Baptiste Roche is Schumacher, and Laurent Jesus is associated. Thank you for you guys on the stream keeping me correct. Thank you, Shaggy. Cheers, Yavis. Anything for you, my friend. You still owe me an answer on the deal we were talking about on my Japan Yokomo. I never got that answer when I put my offer out there. Half a day, Yavis, half a day. So we're still following Elias Jordan. Unfortunately, he's just had an error as he crossed the line, so this lap is not going to be a good one with 1 minute and 20 to go. Peter Harder, however, leading this one by a country mile, and he is looking to go 15 laps in 5:12. Laurent Jesus going to go 5:14, and Lucas Didier going to go 5:17. They are the only 3 looking to go 15 laps as it stands currently. And we are still following Elias Jordan. He was running in the 3 spot, but he has fallen way down with a couple of bad laps. I say way down, he's down to the 5 spot. So Zacharias running in the 4. Carl Volter jumps up a couple of spots as well. And with the final 45 to go, we're going to jump to Peter Harder. So right hand side of the track over single roller, drive away from us, green and yellow car, yellow wheels. He is your Danish 40-plus racer from Team Associated. And he's on the left-hand side of the track. He's going to come over a double as 30 seconds is called on the master clock. As he drives down the straight for the 14th time. He's going to finish this lap and have 1 more to go. So Peter Hard coming through the switchback, up and down the centre tabletop. Comes back on himself across the line and starts his final lap now. Gets a little squirrely over double, gets away with it through the chicane, which is not really a chicane as we discussed with Mr. Orlowski yesterday. And Peter Harder, half a lap to go to close out heat number 7, round number 4 of qualifying. He's going to come back on himself through the fast chicane and crossing line. Peter Harder is done, and he finishes in a 15-lap run in 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Carl Volter going to finish in a 15 in 5:15. Laurent Jesus also going to go through 5:15, slightly quicker. Elias Jordan going to finish in 5:20. Baptiste Roche going to go 5:20. Theobald caught the line 14 in 5 minutes dead. Zacharias going to go 5:01. Christian Wukonig 5:02. So that's a wrap of group number 7. We're going to go to a quick VT, and then we will move into group number 8.
This is my motorsport.
I put everything into this.
It's given me so much more back.
The best friends
The best moments.
The best skills.
and experiences.
I put hours into tuning the setup of my car.
From camber to toe.
To differential,
The shocks, tires.
body and wing.
Adjusting everything in search of perfection.
Lap after lap after lap.
I practice endlessly on track.
And then it's time to race.
We are in for a barnstormer.
Wants to make the oh, he makes a move stick.
Ronald has a look down the inside, can't find a gap there.
It's going to be. It's a race to the line, and Skidmore takes it.
Killick gets a kick down the straight. Oh,
Oh, Walter's going for the lead.
Through for the third spot. It looks like Newman's got it.
Bruno gets the jump off the start, and Ronald Volker, it's all gone wrong for him.
Your European champion, Dario Balestre.
Racing at every level is hard.
And it doesn't always go your way.
Letting Newman. Oh, Newman's had a nightmare.
Oh, and that's figure 8 rolling.
Spot on the pony. Oh, Garo's over.
Oh, Balestro's flamed out. Balestro's flamed out. They can stop. Oh, Krajcik has just gone. He's taken out the fence.
Oh, and he's got the cone of justice.
Oh, he's broken. Valkyrs is broken.
Sometimes you lose, but you'll never forget the important things you win.
I've made the best friends through RC.
I joined a team through RC.
I traveled the world through RC.
I have a career through RC.
I have a business through RC.
I have a family through RC.
Together we race, and together we win.
Whoever you are,
You can race with us.
RC is the most accessible motorsport on the planet.
RC is my motorsport.
I put everything in.
it's giving me so much more back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
so that is group number 8, rocking and rolling, and we're going to pick up the green car at the end of the straight as we follow round. So green car at the end of the straight was, I thought, the 4 car of Bastian Andreasen, if I'm not mistaken. It is. So Bastian he put in a cracking round last time, if I remember correctly. So Bastian is your leader. Or certainly leader on track. It looks like actually Callum Ackroyd Bench is pulling the lead on the computer. So yeah, it's going to be Ackroyd Bench, and he's about to let him come through. Oh, he's had a bad lap. Has he had a bad lap? No, there we go. So he's 2 tenths in front. So we'll try and pick up the leader. So coming around the end of the straight now, blue and red with a bit of white, black wing, white wheels is your leader. And that is Callum Ackroyd Bench. So young guy from the British team.
Har ledningen här nu. Och bland välkomna ska ni ha, ni som har kommit in här nu till Europamästerskapet här i Malmö i år. Där vi kommer att se vem som blir Europamästare i tvåhjulsdrivna bilar idag. Det är alltså finaldagen. Så vi kör kvalificeringsrundorna en liten tid.
So we are following Callum Ackroyd Bench in, I believe, an X-ray machine. as he crosses the line. Mr. Tex returns, so I just need to have a quick talk with him. So, how many stick drivers are they? I'm going to assume, Alistair Hodge, that you mean stick radio drivers. On the rostrum I can see 2, and they're the 2 Brits, unsurprisingly. I don't think there's many, if I'm honest, and I think the majority of new racers are on wheel radios. I'll take a look when we get to the top heats, but looking down the list, I can't think of many that use a stick radio. Ben Smith is probably the only one. Isn't this Q5 already, or question mark? It is not Q5. This is still qualifying round number 4. We have heats 8 and 9 to go. So at the European Championships, we stagger which heat we start with through the rounds. So it's not always heat 13 that runs last. We do this because in an outdoor world, track can change through the rounds, so we don't always want the same drivers on last. So we've got 2 heats to go to close out round number 4, and then we will start round number 5 with heat 13 and run backwards through to heat 1. So it will go 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in that order, and that will be starting shortly. We've got heat 8, which is running, and heat 9 to go, and that will close out qualifying round number 4. And then we will go into round number 5, the 5th and final round of qualifying here in Malmo for the 1/10 two-wheel drive electric off-road European Championships. So still following Callum Ackroyd bench. He is not leading anymore. It is Bastian Andreasen. So I will ask our cameraman to flip to the left-hand side of the track. The green car that's coming into the bottom corner past Peter Harder doing his marshalling duties. Through the fast chicane, over the double, and down the straightaway goes your race leader, the Norwegian driver. Last time by was a 20.6. He's got a best lap of a 20.2, and he's estimated to go 15 in 5:07. His lead is not a lot, so he's got Philip Merzinger right behind him on track. And Oliver Kusk, Ackroyd bench, not far behind as well. So a couple of tenths of a second separating the top 5 in this one. Top 6 if you include Patrick Bremsteller in it. So it's a very close race out there. Everyone is fast and frantic, and we are into the final 10 seconds on the master clock. So Andreas Bastian has started his last lap, and he has half a lap to go. And we'll watch him go through the switchbacks, up and down the corner tabletop. He's going to run through, back on himself, through the fast chicane, gets a little nervous, but throws it across the line. And Andreas finishes 15 laps in 5 minutes and 6 seconds. Oliver Kusk goes 5:07, Ackroyd bench 5:07. Randolph Alt going to go 5:07. Philip Merzinger go 5:07. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys finishing with half a second, all on a 5:07 split. That's how close this racing is on this beautiful Malmo track. So finishing order was Andreasen, Alt, Merzinger, Kusk, Ackroyd bench, Ruger, Bremsteller, Martin, Tumulty, and David Burton. Next up, last heat of round 4 of qualifying, and it is your drivers in heat number 9. So heat 9, round number 4 of qualifying is up next. So heat 9, group number 4 is next. So hello and welcome to 528 of you watching online. Thank you for joining us. If you can hit like, share and subscribe, that is a huge benefit, not just to RC Racing TV, but to EFRA, to the Furland Club, to Malmo, and to all future RC scale motorsport events. The bigger we can share this, the wider we can share this, the better the events we can bring, the better the stream, the better the equipment we can get. We can do all sorts, the bigger this grows. So if you can like, share and subscribe, we would really, really appreciate it.
The track.
I thought we were very clear what's going against the direction.
So we're going to go take a quick interval with one of our sponsors whilst we await the start of this heat. You should be good. So we are rocking and rolling with the final heat of round number 4 of qualifying. Virus RC, I was wondering if this event is accessible for wheelchair disabled drivers. I'm sure it could be, yes. The rostrum might need some alteration. I'm sure if the club knew there was a disabled driver in a wheelchair attending, they would have put a ramp in on the rostrum. Other than that, I see no reason why not. So I would have said yes, it absolutely would be accessible. If you come in to watch, then yes, it is absolutely accessible as well. So we are on group number 9, round number 4 of qualifying, the final qualifying heat of round number 4, and we are following Lynn Blatter in the pink and white Yokomo machine, I was told earlier. So Lynn Blatter, the young Yokomo driver from Switzerland, I spoke to her earlier, and she was very happy to be here at these European Championships, and she was enjoying the track. So Lynn leads after 3 by 0.6 of a second, so she's found some pace in that machine. She was the top seed in this heat, arguably could have been in the heat above. If I look, I'll try and find her on the listing. Lynn Blatter, she sits 36th overall, so she's had a 30 and a 33, so 2 good scores for Lynn. Both overachieving compared to her seeding position. Rimfire, good morning, day or night to RC races all around the world from Indiana, USA. Nice to have you on board, and good afternoon, I'm going to say, from here in Sweden. Thank you for the kind words. We try to give you the best experience we can when you cannot attend the event in person. And that experience is brought to you by T-Works, X-Ray, Mybo Sport, Hobby Wing, Schumacher, RCXX Shop and S-Works. So Lynn Blatter still leading this one. She has a lead of about half a second over Oiva Metsola, and she is looking to go 15 laps in 5:04. Metsola going to go 5:05. Hovgaard going to go 5:05. So a pair of Yokomos in this one, just like buses. You don't see any for a while, and 2 come along at once. So pick up Lynn. She's through the fast chicane, over the double jump, and down the straight. Not seen her make an error yet. Not even a little bobble, so she's having a fast and consistent run. The previous best time is... where was she? Lynn Blatter sitting 36, so she's done a 5:04 and she's done a 5:07. She is on to improve as much as she likes. Here is a great question. How many spectators in through the doors so far? I'd expect more towards the weekend. I'm not sure on numbers, but do keep seeing people come and go. And so actually where we're hosting this event is a sports centre, and it seems to be in a bit of a complex where there's a school, there's other sports buildings, and there is quite a bit of footfall that comes through the doors, has a quick look, sees what's happening. They take a seat in the stands that we have around here. So yeah, it's actually reaching quite a few people. There's quite a few people hanging around watching. The great thing about the setup is we can have as many people in as we like without them mingling around the pits and going where they shouldn't because of a brilliant venue that we've got here. So yeah, it's open to the public are coming in, and it's great to expose our fantastic hobby to wider audiences. And I believe actually the Malmo City have supported this event through the club, the Faruland Club. Malmo City have been supporting the event to help bring the event to the town and the European Championships to be proudly held here. So Lynn Blatter is over frontside tabletop. She's with 40 seconds to go. She's leading this one. Let it start to finish. She's coming up on the 5 car, so she's going to be looking for a way past, and she gets past as Powell makes a slight error and ends up on his roof. So Lynn Blatter, she's got through the switchbacks and over the frontside tabletop. She's going to come round through race control, and that's going to be completion of her 14th lap. So she's on her 15th and final lap now, and she is on 5:02 pace. So she's knocking a couple of seconds off her best time so far. So this has been a pretty exceptional run from Lynn Blatter. She's not put a foot wrong the whole way around. 2 corners to go. She's through 1, through 2, and crosses the line in 5:02.7. That was a fantastic run from Lynn Blatter in the Yokomo machine. The young Swiss female racer has excelled herself there and possibly done her best, certainly the fastest run of the weekend for her. Florian Schmidt is going to finish in second, another Swiss racer with 15.504. Halvar Grand going to go 5:06. Axel Constantin going to go 5:07. And we had Frederick Hovgaard, Alex Remus Jonsson, Martin Skar, Emil Schuh, Paul Treller, and Oliver Metzola did not finish. So that's a wrap of group number round number 4 of qualifying. That is a wrap of round number 4 of qualifying.
One must be in the marshal position.
So what's coming up next? We have a 20-minute break now. So we have a 20-minute break, and then we will be starting round number 5 of qualifying. So round number 5 of qualifying will start in 20 minutes, and it will start with group number 13. So the top seeded drivers, group number 13, will go off first, led by Mikael Olowski. And looking at the list, David Ronnefolk, Alexander Landon, Bartosz Zaluski all need a run to make it into the A main. So Landon, Zaluski, Ronnefolk in that top heat all need a run to make it into the A main. So yeah, we're gonna take a break of some sort. We're gonna play some VTs. We'll be back in good time for qualifying. Don't you worry. Should have a quick look at the comments. Seamus, see you Saturday at HNMC for the Carl Jackson Memorial Race. You won't be seeing myself. I'm hoping you won't see my tech guy or my camera guy, because we've got racing here on Saturday, but the RCTV crowd will be in attendance at that race and putting on the live stream for a great cause and a great man that sadly left us too early. And the final comment I'll address before I go for a quick break: Jessica represents Sweden at this event. So Jessica Paulson is racing. Jessica represents Poland at this event. So Jessica Paulson is racing under the Polish flag, her mother's flag, I believe. And that's the last comment. So I'll pick up the comments when I come back. We've got about 18 minutes to the start of qualifying, and we will just jump into some VTs. I'm going to take a quick break, have a drink, look after my voice, go and poke my head around the pits and see what's happening. And we will be back shortly.
This is mine.
I think fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himataka.
So Michael Olowski is going to cross the line to take the European title.
Is it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Balestro's flamed out. Balestro's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I'm lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
This is my motorsport.
I put everything into this.
It's given me so much more back.
The best friends
The best moments.
The best skills.
and experiences.
I put hours into tuning the setup of my car.
From camber to toe.
To differential,
The shocks, tires.
body and wing.
Adjusting everything in search of perfection.
Lap after lap after lap.
I practice endlessly on track.
And then it's time to race.
We are in for a barnstormer.
Wants to make the move. He makes a move stick.
Ronald has a look down the inside, can't find a gap there.
Is it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Killick gets a kick down the straight. Oh,
Oh, Walter's going for the lead.
Through for the third spot. It looks like Newman's got it.
Bruno gets the jump off the start, and Ronald Volker, it's all gone wrong for him.
Your European champion, Dario Balestre.
Racing at every level is hard.
And it doesn't always go your way.
Letting Newman. Oh, Newman's had a nightmare.
Oh, and that's Figueiredo rolling.
Spot on the pony. Oh, Garo's over.
Oh, Balestro's flamed out. Balestro's flamed out. They can stop. Oh, correction, it's just gone. He's taken out the fence.
Oh, and he's caught the cone of justice.
Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Sometimes you lose.
But you'll never forget the important things you win.
I've made the best friends through RC.
I joined the team through RC.
I traveled the world through RC.
I have a career through RC.
I have a business through RC.
I have a family through RC.
Together we race, and together we win.
Whoever you are,
You can race with us.
RC is the most accessible motorsport on the planet.
RC is my motorsport.
I put everything in.
it's giving me so much more back.
thank you, thank you, thank you.
Please, drivers of Group 1, you must be in the master position within the start 5 minutes. 4 minutes, right now, 4 minutes.
Okay, welcome back. We are 2 minutes and 24 seconds away from track opening. And we have a few comments. It's Changes Summer. That's about Jessica running for Poland. What time UK finals on? First final will be on at 5:07, 5:06, 5:05. I think it'll be 3:55 UK time. William White, 3:55, 4:55, 6:55 UK time. It is 4:55, 5:55 and 6:55 local time. Racing TV, put a link in the chat, rctv.1 for all your links. So current top 10 looks like Michael Olowski on pole, Daniel Kobovic second, Marcus Carup third, Bruno Coelho is fourth, Una Hatton is fifth, Dominic Vlashlek sixth, Ben Smith is seventh. They all have 10 points or less, and I think they are in the main. Jessica Powelson is in eighth with 11 points. David Ronnefolk is in ninth with 12 points. And Alexander Landon currently sits in 10th with 13 points. Martin Beyer is currently 11th with a 6 and a 7. Hampersburg is currently 12th with a 5 and a 9. And Bartosz Saluski is in 13th with a 4 and 11. I think any of those 13 can make the main. And we will see how that unfolds over the next 3 heats. I'm going to do my top 3 interview after Hampersburg has been on, who I think is in heat 11. So I might have to run around the pits to collect people. So yeah, we'll figure out a way to do the top 3. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this folds out. It's going to be, there's going to be a lot going off in these next round of qualifying, and then we will have finals. Finals will get underway at 4:35 local time, 4:35 JMN. I hope that is right. I don't know what you're replying that to. Drop a comment if you want me to confirm anything. The timetable is on my RCM. You are correct, William White. So yeah, 4:35 local time. Finals will get underway. That is in about 4 hours. Not sure what we're doing for the next 4 hours. I know there's an A-main practice somewhere in there. I don't think we'll stream that. We might be doing walk-arounds or something. What happened to Q3? Q3 was considered invalid. during the protest because the grid order was incorrect. The team managers agreed to cancel the round and rerun it. EFRA agreed to give everyone a new set of tyres for it. No one was out of pocket. It was rerun and life is all good. Paul Ainscough, overall standings are not on my RCM currently because it has to be organised by fastest time, which is not reflective of the round-by-round scoring we'll be using. So we're going to lead away with Michael Orlowski, who's going to be chased down by Daniel Kobovic, Markus Karup, Una Hattunen, David Ronnefolk, Bruno Coelho, Alexander Landon, Berto Solowski, Pekka Ivanen, and finally Tommy Hall. So we've already had a roll from David Ronnefolk. Sorry Aidan, I am clicking a pen. Obviously that mic is good. David Ronnefolk needs to run and he's already been over once. Bruno Coelho crashes coming off the tabletop. We are following Michael Orlowski. He has led us off and he has opened up quickest, I believe. He has. Let me just reset my timing screen so it's up to date. So Orlowski did open up quickest for 19.2. Ivanen opened up second quickest. Second time round, Karup going 18.9, Kobovic 18.9, Orlowski 19.0. The track is hot, I'm going to say. The track is hot. So we've got Zalewski, we've got Landon, and we've got Ronnefolk, who I all think need a run to guarantee a main without relying on other people's results. So let's pick up those. Ronnefolk is running 4th, Landon is running 5th, Zalewski is running 6th. I think they're going to need to do a little bit more in this run. Ronnefolk is behind Hattunen on track. We are following Orlowski. Hattunen makes an error and lets Ronnefolk through, so that is good for David. And David's lap was a 19.1, so he's about 8 tenths behind Orlowski. It's not a lot considering he's had an error early doors. So Orlowski leads 0.0 in front of Kobovic, and then it's 4 tenths back to Karup, and then a couple of tenths further to Ronnefolk and Ivanen, and then Landon half a second behind that. So we'll stick with Orlowski for now. He's our leader. He's leading from the front. As I say that, 18.8 from Daniel Kobovic to go into the lead. So Kobovic now leading this. 18s across the board for Kobovic, Orlowski and Karup last time by. So the track is hot. All these drivers are throwing everything at it. So Ronnefolk needs a run, Landon needs a run, Zalewski needs a run, some of them on it, some of them not. Ronnefolk a loser in the rerun of Q3, having finished second yesterday. So Kobovic throwing everything at it. He's not only leading this heat, he is on for a new fastest time. So this is going to be a battle for TQ honours between Orlowski and Kobovic. Orlowski's going to have to take this because Kobovic is on an 0.4 run. That is a new fastest time. And Orlowski's responded, so Orlowski leads by a tenth of a second from Kobovic. I'm going to say let's drop back 1 to Kobovic. We've had half a race with Orlowski. Let's take the other half with the challenger. So Orlowski's put his times in the bag, but Kobovic is coming. If Kobovic takes this round in the new fastest time, he will be the TQ man. If Orlowski takes a round, then Orlowski is a TQ man. In fact, anyone other than Kobovic taking this round in the new fastest time means Orlowski is on pole. Can Kobovic hold on to it? He's doing enough at the minute. Scratch that, was doing enough at the minute. Orlowski goes by, and Orlowski now leads by 3 tenths of a second. So Orlowski leading this one, and Orlowski needs to win it, or at least stop Kobovic being TQ. Doesn't matter who stops him, but someone in Orlowski's favour needs to stop Kobovic. So Orlowski goes through a 19.0 in traffic, a 19.2 for Kobovic. So Orlowski doing what he does. Coming into the final minutes, Orlowski just keeps rolling where others seem to drop off ever so slightly. Kobovic's going to come up on traffic. That traffic in the form of Ivanen and Tommy Hall. Oh, nicely done. This looked like a good lap from Kobovic. It was a 19.0 from Orlowski. It's a 19.0 from Kobovic. So 0.6 in it. Oh, Kobovic's hit the pipe. Is that going to be enough? I think it's now going to be a mistake from Orlowski is the only thing that's going to stop him TQing. So with 56 seconds on the clock, Orlowski goes through 18.9 to Kobovic's 19.4. The gap is now 1 second between Orlowski and Kobovic, but more importantly, Markus Karup is in the middle of that. Karup's going to need a 0 if he wants to get second on the grid. So Kobovic already has a 0, so Markus going to need a 0 if he wants to get second on the grid. So Olowski is now driving out front by half a second. If we just jump to Olowski, right-hand side of the track, blue and green car, it's going to be Olowski in the last 30 seconds. Only an error is going to stop him being the TQ man. Only an error will stop Olowski being TQ, so we will follow him round as he is on his 16th lap. And Karup goes past Kobovic, so it's Karup to get second if he can catch and pass Olowski. The gap was over a second. So Olowski, if he stays clean, he will wrap up TQ for himself, and he does stay clean. So Michael Olowski going to be a TQ man. Karup going to come through in second. Kobovic's going to qualify second overall. Marcus Karup cements third overall. And Ronnefolk going to finish fourth in the race with a 5:08. Hatton and Landon, Zalewski going to jump above Landon. That could be important. So that's a wrap. So Michael Olowski confirmed your top qualifier here at the 1/10 Tool Drive Electric Off-Road European Championships in Malmo, Sweden. Marcus Karup, you've just put yourself third on the grid. Daniel Kobovic should stay second on the grid. I think Ronnefolk's done enough. Kobovic TQ'd round number 3. So Kobovic TQ'd round 3, hence if he TQ'd this round in a fastest time, we could have had Kobovic on pole. Sorry about the request to follow in that one. We were following the leaders. It is 2 to count. How can Kobovic get TQ? He's only second. No, Olowski's not won them all. Round 3 went to Kobovic. So that was round 5, group 13 done. We are going to go through group number 14 now. So we had Michael, Marcus and Daniel were our top 3. So let's see what group number 12 can do.
The track is open.
So, dare I say, I'm not sure if Landon is going to have done enough. We'll see what happens here. But it is Heat 12. So after that one, fantastic race. Olowski setting a new fastest time to cement his TQ position. Ollie Dillon, this is the Off-Road Euros. Thank you for your sarcasm, but we're all happy here racing in the dry whilst it rains outside. So Dominic Vlesk, first time European Championship racer and first time European Championship A finalist, going to lead us off in group number 12. Martin Bayer can make the main, possibly Hampus Berg in the next heat can possibly make the main, and Jessica Paulson I think is on the bubble as it sits. If she can get a slightly better round score, she will cement her place. Oh no, Dominic Vlesk already making an error from the start. Let's see if we got that on camera. Was the cameraman awake before me? He was. There we go, Vlesk down the straightaway, tumbling the whole length. So that's a poor start for Dominic. That could help the likes of Martin Bayer, who need a score here. So Ben Smith, we'll pick up Ben Smith if we can, green and white car. He's going to lead them round now. And Ben Smith in the Schumacher machine. So Ben's in the A, I reckon. He's got 10 points. He will want to improve his grid slot if he can. An improvement of a point or 2 would help him. Probably, yeah, 2 points would put him in the top 5, actually. So that would be a really good result for Ben if he can lay down another 4th in round. And looking at the timing screens, he's not started the quickest, so he's going to need to bring his lap times down ever so slightly. Top Heat have just proven the track is quick. Olowski going an 0.4 pace. So Olowski ran an 0.4. Kobovic was on for an 0.3 at one point, if I'm not mistaken. He was certainly on for TQ pace, but it didn't last for long. Olowski just extending ever slightly. So Ben Smith looking at going 09, Bayer in 10 and Palsen in a 13. Paul Ensko, Smithy's best qualifying at Euros? No idea. Sorry about that. He's been doing well since I've not been doing it, so I'm not sure on the history of Mr. Smith. So we've got Ben Smith. He's coming up on the back of Jamie Hall. Jamie Hall will know what to do, and Ben's just pulling away from Martin Bayer ever slightly. Bayer just getting it slightly wrong over the last spot dot. So Smith's in that no man's land. He knows he needs to drive fast, but he's not necessarily got someone to pace himself against now. So him and Dominic ran well last time together. Dominic crashed out on lap number 1, unfortunately. So it is just Ben Smith having to lay down laps on his own. Martin Bayer's going to need a top 4, I'd say. So Martin Bayer probably needs a top 4 to put it in the A final. Currently 4th place is an 09.5 in the round, and Bayer is on for a 10.4. So Bayer is going to have to pick up the pace if he wants to make the A main. So we'll drop back and we'll watch Bayer for a little bit. So next car to come along, blue and orange X-ray machine. So Bayer's currently on a 10.7, and I think he needs to beat a 9.5 if he is to be making the A main. So we're watching Martin Bayer come through the switchbacks and into the front side tabletop, up and down it, neatly done. He's going to come through the fast chicane. Oh, I thought that was Ben over it, but it's not. Dominic just pulls over and lets everyone by. Dominic's done the hard work. He went third in the last round, so his hard work is done. He is guaranteed an A main. So Martin Bayer, 10.9 is his predicted time. He needs to shave a second and a half off that in the last 1 minute and 44. He's going to have to drive it fast and hard if he wants to be making this A main final. Meanwhile, Ben Smith is going to be coming up on the car of Noah Ben Mohammed. So Ben Smith, our race leader, coming up on Noah Ben Mohammed. But we are watching Martin Bayer, who is on a main, well, trying to make an A main run. And let's see if he can do it. He's brought his time down. He's at 9.7, but he's just got sideways coming into that jump. What's that going to cost him? Last time by was a 19.1. Let's see what this lap is. It's a 19.4. That pushes him back to 9.9, and he's only got 4 laps to go. So I think he's going to need 4 19.3 or below if he is to do this. So Bayer, we're looking for 19.3s from Martin Bayer if he's going to make the A main. Not guaranteed, and that's not the way to do it. Double bouncing off the tabletop through the fast chicane. That's a 19.7. So I reckon he's going to need 19.2s. He's going to need a string of basically hot laps. His PB is a 19.19. And I think he's going to need 3 of those to round out this qualifying run if he wants to make the A main. There goes 1. That's a 19.25. Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be very close. He's coming up on the back marker of Noah Ben Mohammed, fellow X-Ray driver. Will Noah do the right thing and get out of the way? I'm sure he will. Martin through the switchbacks, neatly done. Does the up and down all right. He's going to come through the fast chicane. Noah moves out of the way. That was a 19.4 for Martin Bayer. I don't think he's done enough. He's going to come round this time by. This is his final lap. It's going to have to be a stellar lap, but I just don't think he's going to have done enough. It was that 2 double bounces costing maybe half a second. Bayer across the line. He finishes in 10.6. So it's a 10.6 for Martin Bayer. It was a 9.4 from Ben Smith, so that's going to move him up the grid. I think that's going to put Ben Smith 4th in round, and 8 points should put him 5th on the grid for Ben Smith. So Ben Smith with a good run. So we've just got 1 more potential for the A main, 1 more potential driver for the A main. And that driver is going to be Hampersburg. Is our mic ready? Yeah. Oh, no, I'll do it now. Is it ready? Okay, doesn't matter. We'll do it after. I was just going to nip down and do it now, but we'll do it after. Yeah. In fact, we'll just do the top 3 qualifiers. Head around, yeah. Okay, so we have heat number 11 next, and our camera will be on Hampersburg, who we will see if he can drive his way into the A main. Let's see what he can do. So Hampus, the A main, I think currently, Ronnefolk is in. I think Ronnefolk goes 5th on the grid. Ben Smith will go... so you got Ronnefolk, Hatton 5-6. Ben Smith should go next. 5 and a 4. No, 5 and a 4 will go 7th. Leszek down to 8th. Palsen currently looking at 9th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think Landon's out. Bayer's out. Yeah. I think Zalewski is... He's got a 4, and he's currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Zalewski's got a 6 and a 4. So I think Zalewski's in. I think we've got Zalewski in, we've got Ronnefolk in, and we've got Palsen currently sat in 10th, if my maths is any good. Hampusberg has a 5, so he's going to have to go 5th in round. 1, 2, 3, 4. So Hampusberg is going to have to do a 9.4 to be in the main.
6, 5, 4.
So Hampusberg needs to run 16 laps in 5:09.4 to be in the main. Let's see what he can do.
3, 10, 8, 9, 1.
So down the straight goes Hampus. So he needs to average 19.3. Hampusberg, sorry, I'm clicking my pen online. I'm trying to do mental maths because the timing system is on fastest time, not on round by round. And I want to tell you guys who's going to make me A main. So yes, I'm fidgeting. I'm nervous, I'm excited, and we're watching Hampusberg. He needs to average 19.3, and he's delivered 2 19.1s in the first 2 laps. So Hampusberg is doing it right. He's 0.4 of a second up on where he needs to be. Goes through again, 19.2. He's half a second up on what he needs to do. He's 3 laps down on a 16-lap run that he needs to pull together. Don't worry, my friend. Everybody is watching. Hampusberg try and drive himself. Oh, no. Hampusberg nailing the pipe and then crashes. Bayer's there, but this lap is a disaster. 22.2, so that's 3 seconds. He needs to find 2.5 seconds. 2.5 seconds over 12 laps. He needs to be doing about a 19.1 average. Yeah, he needs to average 19.1 for the rest of this race. Can he do it? There's a 19.4. That's another 3 attempts down. Oh, just don't know if he's going to have it in him. That crash is going to be everything. It was a 22. He lost 3 seconds with that error. So it was nailed a pipe through the switchback and then fell off the double tabletop. And now he's just looking nervous. He's looking very nervous out there. His car looks like he's driving it at 103% rather than 99.9. Final start at 5 o'clock. Well, 5 to 5 local time. So tune in at, well, final start at 4:35 local time. 4:35 local time for finals. This is a good lap. It's a 19.1. A few more of them and he may do it. So a few more of them and Hampus may do it. But he's going to need a lot of them, and he needs to go quicker if he can. So 19.1, we've seen quite a few of them from him. If he can get down to 19.0, which is asking a lot, that was good. That was a 19.2, 19.3. That was bang on average, but with his error, I don't think that'll be enough. So Hampusberg is coming, and we're going to stick with him. I know he's not leading this heat at the minute, but he's the only driver that can drive himself into the A main as it stands. If he doesn't, I believe Jessica Palsen will be 10th in the final. I'll give you a full rundown once I am out of here. So that was a nice lap. That was a 19.1 from Hampus. So his average time currently looks to be a 5:12. He's got a, oh, he's done. He's out. Martin Bayer picks him up from the pipe. That is unfortunate. But Hampusberg just one too many errors in this run. That was a 21.7, so that's another 2.5. So he's had nearly 5.5 seconds of errors in this run. And we are only at, well, we're at 3 minutes and 50. So we'll drop back one onto Jesper Rasmussen, the white car. Jesper driving himself a very good run. And Jesper has done a gearbox. The frustration shows. So who's going to be next? The heat that no one wants to win. Yellow car, right-hand, far right-hand corner. Yellow and blue car. Coming over front tabletop now is Wesley van Helmond. So Wesley will take up the lead of this one. Unfortunately, Hampus is out. Well, not out, but he's not going to get this one. So that is a huge shame. So that is a big shame for Hampus. He opened up with laps just enough to make it. Old slow, let's hope Jessica makes it. I'm picking up my pen. I'm sorry if I click it, but I'm just going to do some mental arithmetic to make sure I am right in what I am thinking. So sorry if I just go quiet for a moment. I'm trying to do some mental maths. I'm not always the best at it. 7 plus 6 is 13. Bayer does not make it. 8 plus 5 is 13. Bayer does not make it. That's got an 8. That's got a 10. That's got a 4. That's got a 2. And that's a 0. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Finish it 9. Finish it 2. Finish it 4. Finish it 7.
6, 7.
Finish it 10. Finish it 8. Finish it 6. Time is over. Race finishing.
Och där har vi då alltså alla bilarna i mål. Hampusberg blev vinnaren av det här gruppmätet. Bil nummer 4.
So, I think, subject to confirmation and people who can do maths, I think your full grid order for the A final will be in pole position, Michael Orlowski. Second place, Daniel Kobovic. Third place will be Marcus Karup. Fourth place will be Bruno Coelho. In fifth place, we will have David Ronnefolk. Sixth place will go to Una Hattinen. Seventh place will be Dominic Verschleck. Eighth place will be Ben Smith. That's wrong. I've got it all wrong. Scratch that. So, let me rephrase. So, fifth place goes to David Ronnefolk. Sixth place goes to Ben Smith. So, Ben Smith will be in sixth. Seventh place will go to Una Hattinen. Eighth place will go to Dominic Vlasek. Ninth place will go to Bartosz Saluski. And 10th and final place will go to Jessica Palsen. BQ and unfortunate poleman in the B final will be Alexander Landon. If my maths is correct, which it is usually not. So, there you have it. If someone wants to put that in the chat, feel free. Because otherwise I will forget it and I'll keep repeating myself. So, why is Burak not driving? Not sure, to be honest. Tech guy, do you want that list and put some names down? Do you want to put a comment in the chat? Top 10. See the top 10.
7, 2,
right, okay. We won't come through to the end of the round.
6,
We won't come through to the end of the round.
10.
In like an hour. that's subject to confirmation. You can't, it's like an hour and a bit, because they haven't got their timing system set up. So, there we go. I think we've got a top 10. I think. Let me just... I will be back on the commentary in just 1 second. We'll interview the top 3 after qualifying, once it's confirmed. So, we have Clement Boda leading this one. So, just check in the chat. Burak Kilic, not sure why he's not driving. Don't know. He was here yesterday, he's not here today. Don't know if he's ill or something's happened or not sure. I think Jessica's made the A main. We will get an interview with all A finalists. I think actually we'll try and interview them before they go up on the stand for A1. Go Clementon and Valentin. Jessica J supporting the French. Will she have a Schumacher Loven on though? Little style. She's had Schumacher Loven on all week as far as I'm aware, so not sure why she wouldn't. Deverd, please follow him in stop 10. Has Burak pulled out a two-wheel drive? He's already thinking about four-wheel drive. Wouldn't have thought he'd have pulled out. Sergio, totally different. Not sure what he... Oh, the classes are totally different. Mr. Fletcher, nice to hear from you. I am doing well, thank you very much. So, what have we got? We are following... Sorry, I've got you on wide view. So, we are following the blue car of... Jamil Gabrielsen. Stefan Odberg, if she was 2-3 seconds slower, then she wouldn't be in the A final. She's made the A final because she's quick. Let's not disrespect people. She's made the A because she's quick. There's 5 rounds of qualifying. Everyone's had 5 goes at it, and she is the 10th fastest, I believe, subject to confirmation. So we're following the blue car of Gabrielsen, who's been quick in this heat every time, but it is the 4 car of Clement Boda at the end of the straight now. If we can pick him up at the end of the straight, the yellow and green car with yellow wheels, Clement Boda is doing very well in this one. So he's looking to go 16.5.15. Obviously, all those subject to confirmation results can be affected by anyone still to drive in qualifying round number 5, and stranger things have happened, but I'd say with 75% confidence I am correct. The other 25% I'm usually wrong. So we're following Clement Boda. He's coming up on traffic on the left-hand side of the track. And Clement drives away from us. So he is doing a 5.17 time, which is pretty good. But look, like time in 5 minutes, under 5.12, rest under 5.10. Where can I see a ranking? So there is no rankings online just yet. So the ranking will be produced at the end of the round, because the round is currently shows FTD. Stefan Odberg, yeah, she hasn't gone under 5.12, so be it. But she's also kind of, she's got the points. She's quicker than everyone else, so yes, she deserves to be there. So yeah, my RCM doesn't show a ranking yet. I've just done some mental maths with a pen, which you've all heard me clicking and reminded me of. 75%, that's pretty high. It is. Maths is usually my strong point, so I'm still going to stick with my 75% assumption that I've got it right. But anyway, let's pick up Clement Boda. The round's not over yet. Anything can change, and Clement is going to come across the line now. Oh, nicely done over that fast chicane. Hits a bot dot, that's not going to be good. And he's been chased down by Oliver Natras, so let's zoom out and try and get the two of them in frame. I know the Brits love a good Brit on camera. So Clement Boda is coming through. He's going to start his final lap as he crosses the line. Oliver Natras is also going to start his final lap. So it is Clement Boda with a 20.1 last time by. Not his best lap, his best is a 19.4. So we'll close out this run with Clement Boda as he comes through the switchbacks into the front side tabletop and back on himself to cross the line and finish with a 16.5.17. Oscar Berg should bring this home in second, and there he goes. Then we had Lucas Gray and Luke Holdsworth Jamil Gabrielsen, Oliver Natras, Valentin Puziat, Nico Schmidt, Konsta Surinen and Jolan de Verd. So that's a wrap of group number 10. Group number 10 is done. I will go and get a top 3 interview with the top 3 qualifiers shortly. They are Orlowski, Kobovic and Karup. Karup is your defending champion, so his title defence will start from 3rd on the grid. Oddball photo is a Palsson track roll eyes. The track is fresh for every single racer here. It's built inside a sports hall, and I can guarantee you no one has driven this track until first practice on Monday. So Lynn Blatter will lead us off for group number 9. So it will be group 9 up next.
The track is open.
Mr. William White, Hartonen 4th with a 3 and a 4. I believe there may have been a penalty applied to Hartonen in round number 4. So yeah, I don't believe the results I've got show that Ewan Hartonen got a DNF in round number 4, which I believe means his time was taken away for a reason, and therefore his 4 does not count. So yeah, I don't have him as 4th on my list because I don't have him with a 3 and a 4.
10, 5, 8.
So it's
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
So William White, if you're doing some maths, if you want to kind of tell me what you get, that would be great, and then we can share notes.
6, 2, 7, 4, 3.
And you can tell me whether what I say makes any sense whatsoever. My RCM currently shows the ranking list by fastest time, not the round-by-round scoring that will be used. So the My RCM list will change. So what you see on My RCM ranking list isn't correct for those looking. So we have a heat number 9 on track, and we've got Oiva Metsola leading them on the computer. So the 6th car will drop back to the 3rd car in the train, green with white wheels and clear wing. There's 2 green cars with white wheels and a clear wing, unfortunately, but it's the second of the 2 coming over the front side tabletop and through the fast chicane in the centre of the track and down the straight. So Oiva Metsola, Finnish driver, junior. This heat was dominated by juniors last time by. Which is always nice to see, the junior drivers coming through the ranks at the European Championships. So what have we got? Lynn Blatter going to go through with a 20.3 last time by. I think Lynn was running number 19s last time. Frederick Hovgaard looking good in this one. He's got the lead by a quarter of a second. But he seems to be in a bit of traffic. We'll stick with Oiva for now. Oiva Metsola, the young Finnish driver. Chasing down on track Florian Schmidt, who is a Swiss driver, so a couple of Swiss in this. We've got Schmidt, we've got Blatter, the 2 Swiss drivers, one of those junior, one of them not. And they are on the left-hand side of the track, coming over the double jump through the fast chicane, and they're going to come down the straightaway. So what else have we got? We'll try and drop back to the yellow car at the end of the straight next. So yellow car end of the straight is the race leader in the form of Frederick Hovgaard. Unfortunately, Lynn just getting it wrong on the tabletop. So Lynn Blatter going to fall down the order with a 24-second lap. Can you please tell us the Q5 order? I believe it has changed. So Q5 order runs heat 13 through to heat 1. And that's as far as I know. Stefan, it's really odd that they add points for each heat individually and not rank the overall rounds. Don't know what you mean on that, Stefan. If you're talking about why RCM is showing fastest time only, that's to do with starting grid order and making sure it's correct. The final listing will be done on round-by-round qualifying best 2 from 5. And I believe that order is the one I announced. But yeah, subject to confirmation because my maths isn't great. Anyway, we are following Frederick Hovgaard. He was long-time leader of this. He's fallen back slightly, so he's about 6 tenths off the lead now as he comes over the tabletop behind the orange car. So orange car running yellow wheels on the rear and white wheels on the front. That's a bit of a RC crime if ever there was one. So where are we? And that was Hovgaard making an error. So let's just have a look at that. Hovgaard comes over the centre tabletop, just double bouncing, ends up on his roof and into the barrier. So let's see if we can now pick up the new race leader when they come through. So the new race leader is going to be Florian Schmidt. So we're going to jump to the top right corner, white wheels, green and yellow car. Let's get a bit of airtime for Florian. So Florian Schmidt is the... Stefan says no, I guess I'm wrong. It's difficult having a one-way conversation, Stefan. You're not usually wrong, so I'm sure what you think is right. I'm just trying to update you on where we are with our situation trackside and give guys and girls what is happening. It's too many years since I had to run my RCM. Yeah.
Just FYI, I've done the top 10 as 3-letter surnames because you're limited on how many characters.
Okay.
I didn't want to write them all out and find out I couldn't get the last couple in.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
okay.
Quick.
Yeah.
3-letter surname. There's your top 10.
Cool. So there we go. The RC Racing TV comment is what I think is the top 10. So it's Orlowski, Kobovic, Karup, Coelho, Ronnefolk, Smith, Hattinen, Valashk, Zalewski and Halson. Oddball, thanks for your comments. Your sarcasm is greatly appreciated. Trust me, there's enough sarcasm from me. We don't need much more. We're all here enjoying it. We're all happy. So that's a wrap of group number 9. Florian Schmidt took it in the end from Oiver Metzola, Lynn Blatter, Frederick Hovgaard, Martin Scar, Alex Remus Jonsson, Halvar Gran, Axel Konstantin, Emil Schuh and Pavel Trella. So it seems Hartonen has his losing of a 4 in round score for round number 4 has really hurt him. Because that could have been 5-10. Yeah, he would have been 3rd on the grid, I think. 4th on the grid. Hartonen could have been 4th on the grid. But unfortunately that change to round number 4 has really hurt. So yeah, disaster for Hartonen really. But that is racing, so Hartonen going to start in the 7 spot rather than the 4 spot due to whatever happened in round 4. And as I say, this is all subject to confirmation. I am not the timekeeper. The timekeeper... Oh, the timekeeper's got something for me.
The track is open.
Tom was actually that excited about the incoming paperwork for the timekeeper that he nearly took half the streaming equipment with him. But I think we're okay. He has sheet in hand. Look at that smile. Look at that smile. Oh, did he?
Yeah. So, group number 8, rocking and rolling.
Order 4, 8, 3, 2, 6, 5, 9, 1, 10, 7.
So, yeah, I've got a printout which is unofficial, and it matches what I've said earlier.
10, 9, 8, 7.
So, Jessica Palsen will be 10th, Alex Landon will be 11th, Bayer 12th, Hampersberg 13, Neumann 14, Ivan 15, Holdsworth 16, Goetzel 17, Johansson 18, Jamie Hall 19 and Mika Vidmar 20.
1, 10, 7.
X-Tech, that is Dominik Vlašek. First time at his European Championships, S-Works racer. And he has made the main. Absolute superb driving from him. Took a free in one of the rounds. So thanks for streaming, and what's the best local food this time out of Malmo? Best food I've had so far is a burger, but we've not ventured very far. Not going to lie, I've been a bit under the weather. So we've had some late nights at the track, early nights in the room. So yeah, we've not ventured far on the food. I'm sure we will at some point and find all the delights of Malmo. So where is Landon placed? I think Landon will be BQ, first in the B final, unfortunately. So yeah, unfortunate for Alexander Landon. So let's have a look at the track. We're on group number 8, Patrick Bremsteller and Bastian Andreasen. Bastian's been quick in this one every time, but Bremsteller's looking quick from the back of the pack.
Så vi kan säga på tal om att just nu så har vi ett spännande lopp.
Victorious, I agree with your assessment. I think you're right, and you agree with me. Jason Robinson, can we follow Ewan? I don't think we've followed Ewan all week. So I'm going to pick up the 10 car. Once I find it, I'll let our cameraman know. So Ewan's just crossed the line. So can we get the blue and white car at the start of the straight, Mr. Cameraman, please? Blue and white wheels in front of the orange car of, I think the orange car is one of our leaders, yeah, Patrick Bremsteller, but we'll follow Ewan for a little bit. So Ewan, one of our UK racers, recognise the name. Can Landon bump from B? No, unfortunately. 10th scale off-road does not involve bump-ups at a EFRA European Championship. So the top 10 is set, subject to confirmation. Obviously, none of this is official. This is just my maths, and obviously Victorious's maths agrees with my maths, so we're either both wrong or we're both right. So yeah, just my maths, I'm afraid. For now, we'll get the full results as soon as we can. So we're following Ewan Tumulty in this heat number 8. And we're running heat 8 through to heat 1, so 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And once we've concluded with heat number 1, we will then be able to give you the official ranking list. And that official ranking list will also be posted on MyRCM. It will be corrected as soon as qualifying is finished. Do not worry. And then we will go into, I'm not sure what the entire schedule holds for us this afternoon. I think we've got a practice final not long after qualifying is completed, and then we'll go into what we'll go into. We'll go into start finals at about 4:35 local time, so that's about 2 hours from now, 2 hours 15 minutes. Tune in for finals, and then we will have the A main. I think is 5 minutes to the hour. of 5, 6 and 7. Yes, only the A final run 3 legs, everyone else runs 1.
30 seconds to drive. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
So this heat's coming to a close, and it's going to be Vincent Ruger who's going to take the win from Philip Maisinger. Patrick Bremsteller and Randolph Alt was your top 4 as I went into the last lap. We followed you in Tumulty because that's a request online. And let's see what happens now. So still going, still got Ewan to finish. And there goes Ewan across the line. So Vincent Ruger going to take it from Philip Maisinger, Patrick Bremsteller, Randolph Out, Bastian Andreasen. Pele Martin did not finish. Callum Ackroyd Bench going to come home in 7th. Oliver Coos 8th. Dave Burton 9 and Ewan Tumulty in the 10 spot. Next up, group number 7. Group number 7 is next.
Vi hoppar vidare till nästa grupp. Grupp nummer 7 som ska köra nu. Vi har beräknat starttid om 50 sekunder. Vi har en liten stund. Vi ska göra lite personalbyte och lite förarbyte på förarplattån. Så vi är snart igång igen. Lite småfix på banan också så att banan är i toppskick när den ska köras. Så det gäller att alla har samma förutsättningar.
So whilst we're just in a little interlude between races, we'll go for a quick word from our sponsors.
The track is open.
So a big thank you to our sponsors making this live stream possible, and those sponsors are T-Works, X-Ray, Mybo Sport, Hobbywing, Schumacher, RC XX Shop and S-Works. So comments in the chat. How did Victor Bolt place? X-Tech, we won't know the full listing until qualifying is complete, and my brain is absolutely not good enough to go through and figure it all out for more than the top 10, unfortunately. So we're going to have to wait for full listing on that one. Come on Hattie, full send. We've got Hattie Thames in this one, I assume. Stephen Bond doing a great job. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate the support. See a lot of drivers from 8th off-road. Didn't know Matt did multi-category. Yeah, we've got quite a lot of crossover these days in the off-road classes, which is great to see. And Hart Racing TV, great as usual. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the kind comments, and hope we are bringing you enjoyment of these Euros whilst you are wherever you are in the world. So we are on group number 7. Peter Harder is leading this one. Bit of support for Baptiste in the chat, so we'll try and pick up the all-white. I think it's the all-white number 1. I'll say that. He's just getting marshalled as the cameraman picks up on him. So great work from Jim. It's probably worth putting that back to 5 seconds, because 7 becomes too long in the sport. Now that I'm used to landing, 5 should be enough. So Baptiste Roque is on camera at the request of our chat, which is absolutely fine. Remember, if you are an RCTV hero, your requests are prioritised. So your follow requests as an RCTV hero are prioritised. So if you're not getting what you want, you can subscribe, join the channel as an RCTV hero, and you get prioritised requests. Among some other benefits, I think there's some free stickers, I think there's discount on the store. And talking of discount, if you want some RCTV racing merchandise, head over to the website and use the discount code 10Buggy24. So that discount code again, 10Buggy24, will give you the 10% discount during this week. How many broadcast of Racing TV from Victorious? There's myself, Tom Cockrell, talking on the microphone. There's James Parry with an A, who is sat doing tech stuff and standing in for me when I disappear. And we've got Jim Bob on the camera. So just the 3 of us, and we're doing what we can. And tomorrow we're going to do some, we have some special guests like Mikhail Olowski did a track walk for us. We're going to dip into the pits tomorrow during full drive practice and get some guests online. So we've got a lot of love for Hattie Thames on the chat. So we're going to try and pick up the 6 car crossing the line now. So Hattie Thames running in third. I think purple, blue kind of car at the start of the straight now. If we can, Mr. Jim, and he's on it already. Graham North, keep up great work. Thank you, G. Really appreciate it. So yeah, doing what I can out here. It's great fun, and I hope I'm giving a fun experience to all you guys at home. So we're following Hattie Thames. So Hattie, one of the female racers from the UK. She races at a local club to me that I do commentary for during winter. So recognise the name, kind of recognise the body shell. This track's probably twice the size of what they run there. So it'll be a big experience for Hattie to be attending a European Championship, and what an experience it is here at the fantastic event hosted by the Faruland Club here in Malmo, Sweden. And we're in our 5th round of qualifying. We're about halfway through our 5th round of qualifying, and so far it's been a fantastic event, and we are certainly excited for what finals will bring us in just a couple of hours. About 2 hours and 10 minutes our finals will start. 2 hours and 10 minutes our finals will be starting. Will there be any track changes for 4-wheel drive? Honest answer, I don't know. I've asked the question, and the answer I was given is we'll change what we need to change. So I think we're going to wait and see how the 2-wheel drive racing unfolds. They want to get a track that can give us some racing. Oh no, disaster for Hattie. Car has failed on the last lap on the straightaway. So that is a disaster for Hattie. Unfortunate. So camera has picked up the chasing pack. There's 5 cars coming across the line now, and they are all finishing as they cross the line. So we'll call that a wrap of heat number 7. The crowd goes wild down by us. Can hear the applause.
Finish 10.
Och där kan vi då se att alla bilarna är i mål.
Time is over. Race finished.
Grattis säger vi till Peter Harder som höll ledningen under stort sett hela det här loppet. En felfri körning helt enkelt. Vi går vidare till nästa grupp.
Trophies coming behind the rostrum.
Nummer 6. Och vi har en beräknad starttid.
Brian Preddy says spitting gears out. So as you can see on the stream, the trophies are arriving. I'm not sure where we're going. Oh, they're going down. That's good. Oh, they're all down there on the table. We missed them all coming in. But you can see some pretty large trophies. I think that would make a good place for the top 3 qualifying interview. The camera's already there. So we're just going to zoom in on what is up for states later today. So the big trophies are coming in, and we will see who is going to be taking those home. So, Paul Ragg, do you know how many Brits are in attendance? Doesn't seem to be many as it was 14 odd years ago. Has the attendance declined? Attendance from the Brits, I'm not actually sure. When we did the opening ceremony, I think there's probably about 20 Brits there, 20, 25 Brits. I remember the days when we had 40 odd at some of the Euros back in the day. So yeah, compared to that, attendance is lower, but the actual attendance at the event is high this year. So much higher. So I think last year we had maybe 70 odd at the Euros. This year we're in the 120 odds. And a lot of that's, there's some bigger teams. So Estonia has a big team I've never seen before. The Swiss team's pretty large. Norway's got a big team. So yeah, I think British attendance is lower, Paul, but I think overall attendance is higher than the last few years. But we're some way down on what, in terms of Brits, what we had like 14 years ago. Not sure why. Costs, circuit, competitiveness, who knows?
3, 2, 1.
So we are now looking at qualifying heat number 6 is about to go, and we're going to lead with Tommy Dale. Let's see if we got that on the replay. Tommy Dale. Oh, I did, look at that. I even got the replay right. So Tommy Dale clicking a bot dot, but getting to carry on his wheels, what we call a champion's role in the business. And Tommy Tansley, can we follow Reese? We're going to start with Tommy Dale because he's led them off. We will jump to Reese at some point. I promise you that. Excellent commentary coverage, guys, and smell the meatballs. I'm that close to the action. I'll tell you what, we've had no Swedish meatballs this week, and maybe that is the one improvement the club could make, because quite frankly it's been superb hosting by the club for us here at RC Racing TV. But you're right, there's been no Swedish meatballs. And did we get that on camera? Let's see. Oh, I don't think we did. The big bang that you hear, and then there's a car in half, essentially. Clean up in aisle 3. So we have Tommy Dale on the camera. We have Reese Ward leading. So we're going to pick up Reese Ward, start of the straight now. Blue and orange machine. Down the straightaway he goes. I think he's the X-Ray driver. Young X-Ray driver stood on a box on the stand. So we're going to follow Reese Ward. He is leading this race, or certainly was last time by the line. However, it's very close between the top 3 of Ward, Litvinenko and Tommy Dale. Victor Horsfield in that group as well. So even in heat number 6, there is less than a second, well, less than 0.3 of a second separating the front 4 drivers at 2 minutes down and 3 to go. So yeah, it's Reese Ward, Tommy Dale, Victor Litvinenko and Victor Horsfield. We've got 2 Brits, Ukrainian and a Swedish racer. Good luck to Tommy Dale and Dad James. So yeah, let's pick up. So we've got Tommy Dale on camera. He's through the switchback. Goes up and down the front side tabletop. And then he's up on 2 wheels, gets away with it. Nicely done. And then down the straight goes young young Reese Ward. Tommy Dale is the other Brit in this heat. So we're going to stick with Reese Ward. He's fallen off. Well, let him come across the line and we'll see where he sticks. He is running in 5th position and he's about 1.5 off the lead. So we're going to pick up Victor next. So sky blue car coming off the centre tabletop and across the line about now. So pick up the Ukrainian of Victor Litvinenko. So he's got the sky blue car with white wheels and a clear wing. He has been running well in this heat through the qualifying rounds. As we watch him through the switchback, up and down the tabletop, nicely done. And they're going to cross the line, right in the bot dot. So on our track walk with Mr. Orlowski, it's very clear that those bot dots, you're all right to ride the inside wheel over them, but if you get close enough that your chassis hitting them, then you just kind of ski jump off them and your car just disappears. You've got no control. So really critical not to get too close to those bot dots. And I'll ask you, given us a good track walk earlier, if you've not seen it, I would advise jump into the very beginning of the stream. Oh no, Victor and Tommy Dale coming together. So yeah, if you've not seen the track walk, jump to the very start of this stream once qualifying's finished and you can have a look. And I'm sure the RCTV guys will pull them into standalone videos and get them up on the YouTube. As the tech guy looks at me as though I've got two heads. I'm just saying you're going to do some more work for us. And so, Vitka Litvinenko is leading this one, and he's leading it with 3 laps to go. 45 seconds on the clock. He's got this one and 2 more to go, and he's leading Tommy Dale, the car behind him, by 2.2 seconds on the stagger. And he's going to come into the front side tabletop, through the switchbacks, and then drive across the line to start his penultimate lap. And Tommy Dale's looking fast behind him. So the British racer is looking fast. British Serpent Machine, I believe, for Tommy, the junior driver. And these two need to work together. There's only 1 and a bit laps remaining. It's not worth losing time this late in the day. As they start their last lap. Last time by was a 20.7 for Vitka and a 20.8 for Tommy, and Tommy's just nailed him. Absolutely nailed him off the double jump. So Tommy not being as patient as he should. Vitka maybe a little bit wider than he should, but just cost them both a couple of tenths of a second unnecessarily on the last lap. So it's 21.6 to close for Victor, and it's 21.7 to close for Tommy. Victor Horsfield going to come across the line next, and he's going to finish in 3rd. Then we have Matthias Toos, Reese Ward, and then Sven Rudig, Klas Bredberg, Jens Olsen. And that is a wrap of group number 6. Group number 7 is next. Group number 7. No, it's not. Group number 5 is next, because we're going in reverse order. So let me correct myself on that. So group number 5, you are next.
Vi går vidare till nästa grupp. Grupp nummer 5. Vi har starttid om 40 sekunder.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Feels amazing. It's unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himashaka.
So Michael Olowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line, and Skidmore takes it.
3-time winner, David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Well, let's just flamed out. Let's just flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I'm lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
So just having a chat with Martin Owen, Polish team manager, and congratulating him on the 3 drivers he has in his A main today, and also the 2 drivers that he has in this race. So Alexander Podansky in the 8 car, I believe, is actually the youngest racer here at this European Championships. Not sure on his age exactly, but I believe he is the youngest. decked out in his X-ray gear. So we're going to try and pick him up when I figure out which is his car. So if we can go to the start line now. He's one of the red cars. I don't know whether it's one with yellow wheels or white wheels. We'll find out. I believe it's this one with white wheels. So we pick up the white-wheeled car. That is the youngest driver, I believe, here at the European Championships in the form of Alexander Badansky. So we'll follow him for a couple of laps just to give him some airtime. Why is Q5 running the opposite order? Question from Old Slow. 2 reasons. Reason number 1, just to mix life up. So back in the day when tracks evolved, the top heat was always last, and that was felt unfair because the track was always getting better. And then secondly, it puts the top guys out earliest in the round. And if we back in the days of your nickel metal hydride batteries and skimming brush motors, there used to have to be an hour between races as a minimum to charge your batteries. So what it meant was by having the top heats out earliest in the round, you could then move into the finals earlier, because if the top heat went last, you then need an hour break before the final started, because the top heat guys generally run first in the A final. So by putting them first in the round, it meant by the time you get to the end of the round, they've had their hour break, and then they can then do a practice final that they now do. And then obviously it means that there's less waiting around for everyone. You don't really want guys, if the top heat went off last in the 5th round of qualifying, you either wait around for a while or you have a 10-minute gap for them, neither of which seem appropriate. So that's why Q5's running the opposite order, or at least my experience of it, having been around this 10th scale off-road for 10-15 years. So yeah, there's an answer to that question. Whether it's right or wrong, I'm sure there's another reason, but I'm not sure of, or don't know of. So we are following Alexander Badansky, the youngest racer here at the 1/10 Electric Off-Road World Championships. And let me see if I can find out how old he is. So Alexander is 11, I am told, by their team manager. So youngest racer, 11 years old. Doing a sterling job, actually. This is group number 5. So he's about third of the way up the field, which is not bad going at 11 years old. So that's Alexander, and I hope he gets to see this video of him going round and enjoying his 5th round of qualifying. Driving pretty well, to be fair. He's running 4th in this heat, and he's on just off a 15-lap run. So if he can find a little bit of time, he can get himself into a 15-lap run and get that extra lap before qualifying ends for him here in two-wheel drive. But it is Sonia Skurzpek who is leading this, so we're going to jump to her car, bottom left-hand corner of the track, purple, pink and black wing. Going to come round onto the straightaway now. So Sonia Skurzpek is our race leader of this heat, and she is on for a 15-lap run. She's looking to go 15 laps in 5 minutes and 10 seconds. She's been chased down by a second and a half behind by Joshua Walton, the British junior driver. So once again, this heat being, well, this heat is a heat of 2 halves. We have 4 over 40 racers, and we have 5 junior racers. So genuinely a heat of 2 halves. Half of them are juniors, half of them are old guys and girls. And then we have Renee Backflip Lavezzo in the middle, who is somewhere between junior and 40 plus. Graham North maybe gives Mr. W a call. Unfortunately, Mr. Worsley can't join us this week. He couldn't travel for whatever reason, so we have Chris Hardesty here as the EFRA chairman representative. I'm sure I can ask Chris, but Chris is quite busy trying to ensure the meeting runs smoothly. So this is Q5 coming into finishing times. Their time has 15 seconds on the master clock, and we're going to follow Sonia as she comes round on her final lap of qualifying here at the EFRA European Championships in Malmo. And she's going to go through the switchbacks, up and down the tabletop, across the timing and scoring line, and she finishes in a time of 15 laps
2,
in 5 minutes and 9 seconds. Joshua Walton going to finish second, also on a 15-lap run, finishing in 5:10. Badansky and Mads Skonberg just missing out on the 15-lap runs, unfortunately. So that's a wrap of qualifying heat number 5. 4 more heats to go. We've got 4, 3, 2 and 1 to go. So heats 4, 3, 2 and 1 to go. Also, having a final first is a big to all the other racers though, as they have to stay put and prepare their cars when they want to see the best. So back in the day, also, those guys were charging batteries. It took an hour to charge a set of batteries back in the day, hence why you need an hour between rounds. So yes, everyone can come watch the A final, still have plenty of time to prepare their cars, but batteries with a long one. So it's not really, it's just the way we've done things. Is there a better way? Quite possibly, but that's the way we've done it, and it seems to have worked pretty much for the last, well, 20 years that I've been doing European Championships. And if we don't like it, we can speak to our local federations and get the rules changed. That is the joy of RC racing. The rules are set by us and us alone. And that means we can also change them. It's not back in the day anymore. You are correct. So if you don't like the rules, I suggest you speak to your federation and try and get them changed. So group number 4 is ready to rock and roll. And your drivers for group number 4 will be Roy Gemble, Marcus Veyer, Pontus Magnusson. I know this guy now, he's got a big beard and an X-ray shirt on. And his brother Emil is probably in the chat somewhere. We've got Nicholas Burr, we've got Mats Isaken, we've got Roger Olsen, Daniel Tonneson, Eric Hanser and Martin Johnson are your drivers.
30 seconds to start.
McPick, it's still an hour to charge a 2S 10,000 milliamp for 8th on road. I mean, I think all batteries should be charged at 1C, which means they should all take an hour to charge, in theory. The difference now is lipos can be charged earlier in the day and don't lose performance, whereas back in the day, the good old days, or the bad old days, you used to carry a battery and a charger charging your NiCad to the line and do half a metre of warm-up because runtime was that much of an issue. So yeah, times have changed, technology's changed, batteries have changed. Maybe it's time for timetables to change. I don't mind. I'm just happy to come here and commentate on whatever racing is in front of us, and all I want is the best RC racing experience for people in attendance so that we can grow this fantastic sport of ours. So on camera we have the all yellow number 2 car of Roy Gemble, and Roy is opened up with 21 flat. That's a pretty good opening lap for Roy as he comes over the tabletop and through the fast S section, and that is 2 laps on the board, 21.2 last time by. So Roy is looking quick, Roy is looking good. Down the straight he goes into turn 1, through the fast sweeper. He's going to hit the roller, drive it away from the rostrum. But he's going to come through the switchback and up and down once again. This is looking like a good clean lap as well. This car's just pushing it ever so slightly. That time by was a 20.6 rapid lap from him. Aviano 72, I do not miss NiCad. Me neither. There was nothing fun about discharging cells and charging them up and running out of power and having to carry so many packs because you could only use them once a day and brushing reskimming motors and rebrushing motors. Don't miss it all. I'm all for the easy life. And that's why I stand behind a microphone now rather than a radio, because it's far easier and less pressure. So Roy Gemble, 21.4 last time by, so he's rocking pretty consistently and pretty good. He's looking to go 15 laps, the only one of this heat to do so. So if there's any requests out there from our RCTV heroes on who to follow, give us a shout in the chat and we will get those requests honoured. We have this one and 3 more heats of qualifying for the 2-wheel drive portion of this event. So we have this and 3 more heats of qualifying, and then it is done and we go to racing. And I, for one, cannot wait to get racing started here at the Frölund Club that have put on a fantastic track in Malmo, Sweden for this European Championship. So we are following Ray Gemble still, and we're going to just jump back one car. It's a long way back, but we're going to jump to the white car. And I believe that white car is Pontus Magnusson, and he is the X-Ray, bearded X-Ray driver. His brother has been in the chat quite a lot over the last 2 days and thoroughly supporting him from home. Can you follow Evie Thames in the next one, please? Absolutely, Aaron Nash. I will adhere to that request. Unless an RC TV hero comes and trumps you, because they do get priority, my friend. So we are following Pontus. He is the Swedish X-Ray driver, and he's on the left-hand side of the track. Going to go around the wide 180, as we call it. Frederick Moberg says, Martin, please. I'm not sure what that's to. Is that Martin in this race? I'm looking down. Martin Johansson, car 9. So let's try and pick up car 9. And he is, I think he's the yellow and blue one on the right-hand side of the track for our RCTV hero of Frederick Moberg. So thank you for your request, Frederick. And it is... So yeah, the yellow and blue car 9 of Martin Jonsson is the one we are following. And he's round the end of the straight. He's looking pretty neat, pretty tidy. Just pushing a little bit wide there. Tries to take out the marshal and misses, thankfully. And then, he's crashed on the tabletop. Let's get a replay of that, because no one loves more than a replay of an error. So he comes through the switchback. He's going to double bounce up the tabletop and just gets it all kinds of wrong. Landing on his wheels, luckily, and off to go and fight another day. Who else have we got? At club level for electrics, I'd like to see less qualifying rounds, like 2 8 to 10 minute qualifying rounds instead of 3 to 5. That is one way of doing it. I think there's things that can be done. I don't have all the answers. We're following Martin for Frederick Moberg, our RCTV hero. Tony Haynes, keeping an eye on someone. Also, I think finals will start with lesser and end with the best. Nice build-up, and we'll get to watch the best. Also, everyone does get to watch the best. If you have a three-legged final and you put them all at the end, you would have an hour of waiting between each leg of a final, which doesn't work. So with a three-legged A final, you put one at the beginning, one in the middle, and one at the end. Frederick Jarl, Thomas Berg in the next one, please. So we've got 2 requests for the next one, Evie Thames and Thomas Berg. We will do what we can to get everyone in as we close out with Martin Jonsson crossing the line in style. So let's have another look at that. He comes through the fast chicane, nails the first one, ends up on his wheels on the line, and goes around to complete his last round of qualifying, which we are catching up with him through the switchback. This is Martin Jonsson's last lap of this circuit in qualifying trim. Comes across the line and closes out group number 4, round number 5 of qualifying. So 3 more heats to go of qualifying, and then I can get you a full ranking list, and then we will go to finals. So group number 3 is next. Your drivers for group number 3 are going to be Emily Sumalinin, Evie Thames, Michael Ambros, Peter Freilingsdorf, Bruno Vea, Thomas Berg, Olaf Stein, Miklos Sabadas, and Robert Scar. So we are going to follow Evie Thames to begin with, Mr. Cameraman. Second car off the line. And then we will also jump to Thomas Berg at some point. Frederick, I like you. You tell me what colours they are, which is really helpful. Thomas Berg is yellow and black. Because unfortunately, from where we're stood, the numbers are tiny. And my eyesight is not very good. Luckily, Jim on the camera's got like a 45,000 times zoom, so he can zoom in and see what numbers they are. But I can't. JMN, do I know if anyone's running a car show other than Oliver Natras? I think I've seen, pretty sure I've seen another car show t-shirt somewhere, which would suggest there's another car show car. But I don't think there's many out there, for whatever reason. Not doubting the ability of the car, but for whatever reason, there's very few running them. Most popular car in the A final, so by my reckoning we've got 4 Schumachers in the A final, we've got 3 X-Rays, we've got 2 Associateds and an S-Works, I believe. So yeah, 4 Schumacher, 3 X-Ray, 2 Associated and an S-Works in the A final. As far as I'm aware, well, if my maths is correct, which probably not, but there we go. I'll find a reason why it wasn't correct if it's not. And if not, I'll make something up.
8, 7, 6, 5,
so, Emili's going to lead them away. We're going to follow with the second car off the line, which is the purple and white number 1 car of Evie Thames. And we're going to follow her for a few laps for Mr. Nash's request online. And she is coming down the straightaway now and into turn 1. So Evie Thames going to go through the fast chicane and cross the loop, and 1 lap on the board. It's a 21.8 opening lap for Evie. Sumo Malainen. I'm sorry, I'm butchering some names this week. So Emili, as I will call them because it's easier, is leading, and he's rapid. 21.9 lap number 2 to 22.9 for Evie. So BJ Williams, 4 Schumacher, 3 X-Ray, 2 Associated, and an S-Works inner pair tree. Absolutely, we can write a song about it. But who is going to win? That's the real question. Who is going to win this 2-wheel drive final? Drop it in the chat. Let me know who you think is going to win. I'd put up a poll, but 1, a poll can only have 4 answers, and 2, my tech guys run away. So drop it in the chat. Let me know who you think is going to win. The grid order, the top 5 on the grid is Orlowski, Komovic, Krupp, Coelho and Ronnefolk. So let me know which driver you think is going to be walking away with the trophy this afternoon. Meanwhile, back at this, so Evie Thames, we're following her through turn 1. We are going to jump to the left-hand side of the track. Bottom corner, coming through the fast chicane now, yellow and black of Thomas Berg. I hope it is. It's the 3 car of Thomas Berg. And he is coming over the single now, and he's going to go through the switchbacks and into the front side tabletop, lands it nicely, and back on himself, going to go through the fast chicane and cross the line. That time by for Thomas was a decent lap. It was a 23.4 against his best lap of a 23.0. Meanwhile, Emili is out front, 21.7 last time by. So yeah, it's 21.7 for Emili last time by, 21.8 for Evie. So Emili leads by 2.3 seconds over Evie Thames. Bruno Vea is going to be running in the 3 spot, a further 1.8 behind. Then we've got Michael Ambros, Miklos Sabadas, Peter Freilingsdorf, Thomas Berg, Robert Scar and Olaf Stein is your full 9-car order as these guys come into their final 2.5 minutes of qualifying here at the 1/10 scale 2-wheel drive electric off-road buggy European Championships. So Marcus Krupp is your reigning champion, and he will be defending his championship from 3rd on the grid. I, for one, am very excited to see what will happen. So, what do we have happening? Emili is still leading this one. We've still got Thomas Berg, who has just let the leader go, I think. On 5 car, yet the leader go. So let's jump to the leader at the end of the straight. Purple, pink, and green. We'll go pink. So the leader is the young guy on the rostrum, Emili, the Finnish junior, not French. Did that mistake earlier in the week. Just clipping the bot dot as he goes through the fast chicane. Nicely done. I'm going to say he's underqualified slightly. So he's not far off a 15-lap run. Stefan Oberg thinks Orlowski is going to win. As long as he has clear track, he'll pull away. But I hope Ronnefolk takes it. He needs to do some. To do it, he needs some help with mistakes in front. It will be difficult from 5th on the grid. I've seen stranger things have happened. think Neil Cragg once won from 5th on the grid in Austria. I think that was 2001, possibly, or maybe 2002. That was a four-wheel drive with a Yokomo MR4BC, I believe. So it can be won from 5th on the grid. Who knows what will happen? We've not seen much close wheel-to-wheel through qualifying, so how cars will run together, don't know. It could be interesting, let's put it that way. So let's see what happens comes final. But yeah, let me know in the chat who you think's going to win. And don't forget to tune in about 2.5 hours time for the start of finals. So finals will get underway at 4:35 local time as we are following our race leader down the straightaway for Emil's last lap of qualifying here at this championship. Through the switchbacks they go. 1, 2, 3, done, into the tabletop, lands it beautifully, just the fast chicane to do, and that is done. And that is a 14-lap run in 5 minutes and 13 seconds. Evie Thames is going to come through next, and Evie Thames is going to take second, and she's going to run a 14-lap in 5:20. And we've just got Michael Ambrose and Bruno Wehr to finish. Peter Freilingsdorf, Miklos, Thomas Berg are already done. Robert Scar does not finish, and Olaf Stein did not run. So that's a wrap of group number 3. Group number 2 is up next. Group 2 is up next.
Time is over. Race finished.
So we have about 600 people online watching the stream. We have about 200 people who've liked it. So if you can hit that like button, the share button, the subscribe button, that is a great help to us here at RC Racing TV. And it is a great help to you for growing this beautiful hobby sport that we all partake in. So please, please, please give us a like, share and subscribe. It helps our stream massively and helps us bring better coverage in the future. And whilst I've got a minute, I'd like to thank our sponsors for giving us all the support to enable us to do this. And those sponsors are T-Works, X-Ray, Mybo Sport, Hobbywing, Schumacher, RCXX Shop and S-Works. Just going to go to a quick VT whilst I take a drink, and then we will be back with group number 2. So, Raceway 1 in the chat. It's a mental game now. K-Rup is unshakable. Too hard to call. Battle for 4th is going to be awesome. Does that mean the battle for 1, 2 and 3 is set? Or do you just think the mid-pack's going to be more exciting than the battle at the front? Frederick Jarl, Orlowski, K-Rup, Kopovic result, I think. Oh, so K-Rup's going to make a move on Kopovic. Oh, it's going to be interesting. I can't wait. Can you follow Henrik Jolin from Peter Berggren? Henry Jolin is the 7 car that was last away, so I think it's going to be, I don't know where. When I pick him up, I will do. Car acrossing the line now. I think one of these two. Orange and, it's not even orange, green and pink. So if we pick up the green and pink car, that's a request from our Facebook stream. So that is a request from our Facebook stream from Henrik Jolin we are following. Aviano, I bet the Polish wizard would take it. Which Polish Polish Wizard. There are 3 Polish racers in the A main. 3 Polish racers in the A main. So which of the 3 do you think it'll be? How to pronounce the Finnish name Emili correctly? Oh, Emili. Thank you very much for that, Janne. I apologise for absolutely ruining names all day long. I appreciate the help. Sorry. I'm getting an English lesson here on how to talk. It's quite embarrassing, but no, appreciate. I apologise profusely for destroying people's names. I'm not proud of it, but unfortunately I'm not very good with foreign languages or pronunciation of the English language. Being a Yorkshireman, I generally miss letters out. So thank you for that. So what have we got here? We are following Henrik. We're following Henrik in the 7 car. And we've got Martin Hedberg, who is leading. Finishes easy. Oh, maybe it is, and I just need to learn it. Maybe next time, if I'm invited back to do a coverage again, I will get a phrase book and a pronunciation book, and I will learn how to speak some more language so I don't destroy people's names. I think that's a good idea. If you'll have me back, that's fair. So, Martin Hedberg leading it in the 1 car. We're going to pick him for a while. He's on the left-hand side of the track going over the line now. He's having a really boring race on his own, I think it's fair to say. He has literally no one around him. He's running a 13-lap time, estimated, with a best lap of a 22.8. So, as we get into the earlier heats, the field does spread out ever so slightly. Just a function of the breadth and depth of the field. So, yeah, as we get into the early heats, there's a bit more of a field spread. So these guys aren't quite racing as closely. But come finals time, I think we will have some good racing in every final that we have on track. So Martin Hedberg is leading this one from Silvio Pietroboni, the Swiss racer, and then Miroslav Vanlek in the Czech racer is running in 3rd. Then we have Linus Olsson, Frederick Engman, Patrick Andressi, Henrik Jolin, Mike Moyes and Victor Bolte. If you're locked in now, Tom, nobody close since the late, great Dave Church. Well, Raceway 1, I am more than happy to announce if I'm invited to. So yeah, I love doing this. So if anybody wants me to announce events, let me know. Preferably RC car events. I mean, I can do weddings if you want, as long as there's a free bar, but typically I don't know what I'm talking about. But give me an RC car event and I can somewhat make it up and sound like I do. But yeah, any event, I'll take it. I don't mind. It's fun having a microphone. So Martin Hedberg still leading this one, and we are still following him in a very boring race, if I may say, for him. No one around him, no one near him. He's got a lead of probably 5 seconds. There is 30 seconds to go in his qualifying here in Malmo, Sweden. And he is having fun. And looks like he's just made a slight mistake as Martin. So Martin Hedberg, that time by was a 25-second lap as he comes through the fast chicane, over the double jump and down the straightaway. So we're just going to close out with Martin, and then we will have one more qualifying race. And that qualifying race will be group number 1, round number 5 of qualifying. Thank you for kind words, JMN. Really appreciate it. I will say again, any and all feedback is really appreciated. And if I can improve this product in any way for you guys and girls at home, please let me know, because I want to make it as best I can for you.
Finishing 3, finishing 6, finishing 5, finishing 8. Time is over. Race finishing.
Där har de alltså racestart klarat och vi har Martin Hedberg som en vinnare med bil nummer 1. Vi kommer att gå vidare till nästa grupp och där är då grupp nummer 1. Och vi har beräknad start om 55 sekunder.
So that's a wrap of group number 2, and I'm just going to go for a quick sponsor video before we come into group number 1. Okay, welcome back to group number 1. I'm just looking at the timetable. So for you guys at home, just to let you know our plan. Mini Warrior Fitness, why don't we have marshals seated? No need for marshals to be seated. The track's designed in a way that the marshals don't block view of anything, so they don't need seats. If I sat down, they take longer to marshal, so better from not to. Doing great, Tom. Now you just have to learn Danish, I'm guessing that is. So that's Danish and Finnish I need to learn. Hopefully Danish and Finnish are similar languages, maybe. So I can only learn one. Totally agree with J-Man. It would not be easy to listen to a poor commentator for 10 hours a day. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. I'm doing my best for you guys and girls at home. So yeah, just looking at the timings. So current time schedule, I'm going to go with local times. So the A final practice is unlikely to be broadcast. I'll find out for sure, but I don't think we're going to broadcast the A final practice. That goes off at 3:55 p.m. The first final, which will be the M final, will go off at 4:35 p.m. 4:35 p.m. for the first final. And then the A finals, A final leg number 1 will go off at 4:55 p.m. A final leg number 2 is 5:55 p.m. And you got it. A final leg number 3 is at 6:55 p.m. today. And in the chat, Danish and Finnish are totally different. Fantastic. So I've got a lot of learning to do before I come back. Wilkin Racing Products, hello from Redline RC Raceway in Johannesburg, South Africa. Hello to you. Thank you for joining the stream all the way from South Africa. GMT times are always helpful from Duncan Pole. Take an hour off. It's super simple. Take 1 hour off and you've got it. So we are following. Let me try and pick up where our camera is. 2 cars across the line. Jonas Roker and Dick Dawn. And I am just going to go silent for 1 moment. Okay, sorry about that interruption. So we are following the race leader of Jonas Rauke, I believe, as he crosses the line. That's 8 laps on the door in 3 minutes and 18. These local times, Brian. Yep, I read out the local times. So local times: 4:55 for A1, 5:55 A2, 6:55 A3. Products: any contacts, red line, sim racing? Nope. Spin Rush, 10 p.m. here in Japan. Guess got to stay up. You absolutely do, because they are going to be fantastic finals. So can we jump on to someone else? I'll let Jim pick who we follow. I don't mind. That's going to put him on the spot. Cameraman just does as he's told, and now he's been told to do something different. So we're going to pick up this battle for three cars, now 2 cars, because one of them's made a mistake. And we're just going to follow them for a little bit as we're into our final minute of qualifying. 1 minute of qualifying remaining. I'm just going to check in with Tech Guy. Are we broadcasting practice main? We'll have the practice main on wide view. We're not going to follow it with a camera. Yeah. Practice main's just for drivers. It's not, they're trying stuff, they're doing stuff. It's not one to be broadcast. JMN, may I say that I particularly like is you're not biased, whether it's Heat 1 or Heat 13, you know and follow the drivers, whatever race. Absolutely. I appreciate I've missed some of Heat 2 today because we've been doing driver interviews, so I apologise for that. It's not intentional. We do have some commitments we have with EFRA, so we have to do certain things, and sometimes that does interrupt. But yep, I will give as much effort as I can to every driver equally. Everyone pays the same fee to be here and deserves that opportunity. And as I say that, we are wrapping up with round 1 of Heat 1 of qualifying. And it is going to be Jonas Rauke that's going to take this one with a 13-lap run in about 5:20. We'll see as he crosses the line. Dick Dawn going to finish 2nd, Neil Dickens 3rd. Ricky Enkenlow going to finish 4th. Fernando Soledo going to finish 5th. Mateus Sedelius 6th. Tim Donkin 7th. Peter Sandstrom 8th. Martin Larsen 9th. And Jonas Rauke closes out qualifying here at the 2024 European Championships with a 13-lap run in 5 minutes and 20. So that's a wrap of qualifying. And Jonathan Wolf predicts finals carnage in the finals. I unbiasedly wish to see the same because it gives me something to talk about.
I just wanted to drop on to let any Facebook viewers know I'm going to restart the Facebook streams during the practice because of the 8-hour limit.
Yep, that makes sense. So if you're watching on Facebook, you're going to have to rejoin when the finals start. So just to recap the schedule, the A final practice will go on at 3:55 local time. That is in about 30 minutes. 40 minutes. Let me get my maths right. It's about 40 minutes A final practice will go on. We will then have a further 40-minute gap to the M final, which will start at about 4:35. A final leg number 1 will start at 4:55. A final leg number 2 will be 5:55, and A final leg number 3 will be 6:55. I'm going to take a break now. I don't know if Tech's got anything to say before we jump off.
Is that my name now? Tech.
Tech with an A. Tack.
I have nothing to say.
Excellent. So we're going to put some VTs on. We might put the track walk on again. We'll put a message to say when we're back. And yeah, enjoy the break and see you all back here in about an hour and 40 minutes for the start of the finals. Hour and 20 minutes for the start of the finals. Thank you very much for joining us. Don't forget, hit that like, share and subscribe. And I would like to thank our sponsors, T-Works, X-Ray, Mybo Sports, Hobby Wing, Schumacher, RCXX Shop and S-Works for allowing us to bring this coverage. Thank you, gents. Thank you, ladies. Speak to you soon. So, end of day 2 here in Malmo for the two-wheel drive portion of the European Championships. And we're just going to do a quick track walk with the fastest man of the moment, Michael Orlowski. So, Michael, how have you found the track so far?
Yeah, it's been good. It's quite technical with a lot of hairpins and 12K style corners, but I've been enjoying driving on it.
Okay, so we'll start walking around. So we're down the main straight, essentially. Well, I'll call it turn 1, even though the loop's somewhere over there. So coming into turn 1, what are you thinking? What are you doing with the car?
It's we have quite high speed coming into here. The straight isn't that long, but running 4.5 motors, we pick up a lot of speed. But it's quite difficult to keep a consistent rotation around this corner, and also the dots are quite aggressive. If you hit it with the chassis, it can bounce the car off the track. But yeah, we try and stay as tight as possible, carry as much speed as possible as well, and then stay tight for the next quite difficult jump and corner.
Are you trying to ride the bot dots, or are you just trying to get a wheel next to it almost?
I'm trying to just clip them with my tire, but make sure the chassis doesn't drag over them. So sometimes I clip a few, but it doesn't really cost me much. And then yeah, here we've got a little single jump into a very tight corner. They've put up a wall to stop people cutting the corner, since it's actually really quick if you can jump on top of that red dot. And also the braking point here with a two-drive car is quite difficult, since the brakes are not that strong, only rear-wheel drive. So at the beginning of practice we struggled to hit the braking point right, but when you hit it right, you need to let off the brakes slightly on the edge of the jump, because if you keep the brakes on as the car jumps, and it dives with the nose and you can flip over. So it's really crucial to get it right, land just next to the pot dot, and then carry on with the rest of the track.
So we've seen quite a lot of people actually jumping over the bot dot. Are you trying to do that, or are you using the bot dot kind of as a corner?
Well, when I was told that I would put that wall, I stopped jumping over it. But I mean, there is space, so I guess sometimes I do. But I'm trying to stay a little bit off it, but jump quite far and rotate the car on the brakes, so then I can put the power down for this little straight here. And this dot on the edge is quite scary. I saw quite a few cars flying off of the track hitting that. I've hit it a few times, but only with my wheels, and it was fine. But if you hit it with the chassis, then the car is gonna do quite a big crash. But I can't really see that dot from the driver's stand, but I know kind of where it is, and the entrance to the chicane is right after it.
So yeah, this kind of switchback section it's known, it looks like it's you got to be really patient to not overshoot, and if you do overshoot one, it looks like you can lose a shed load of time.
Yeah, it's really crucial to keep up the momentum around the chicane. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kind of edges, and it's really difficult to keep up the nice rhythm. You don't want to slow down too much, so I don't really use a lot of throttle around here like I can hear some of the cars do. I'm just trying to keep a consistent speed, try and hit every single dot with my inside tire, and then go straight into the tabletop.
So the tabletop, actually, since they put this second kind of layer of carpet over in middle of practice yesterday, everyone seems to be double bouncing. Do you notice it? Is it a problem? Like, it looks like if you're not super square and straight, your car's coming over sideways.
Yeah, it was pretty bad when we started, and then they tried to fix it, and I said to my team manager that they actually made it worse, and they said, okay, we'll take it off. But as I can see now, they didn't. So I don't know why, but I guess we're now all used to it. I can see my car double bounce as I go on the up slope, but actually there's a really long, it's a really small jump. The jump itself is quite big, but the air time and it's not too much, so it doesn't really affect it a lot. But yes, you need to be quite square, you need to correct the car in the air, but then you have a long downslope, so it's not a big issue.
Do you think potential overtaking place in the mains, or is it just 2 single file 3VSs before you come into the jump?
No, I think not here. Probably the braking point over there, so you can cut the corner a little bit, so you can brake a little bit late and cut the corner if someone makes a mistake. It's on this kind of track, the person in front needs to make a small mistake, needs to open up a little bit to be able to pass him cleanly. So here, if someone jumps wide, yes, but it's hard to gain time over there, since you need to be really careful coming to that jump. And then here, you just want to be as tight as possible on the hairpins, like most of the track, and carry nice speed out of this corner.
And then we come down into kind of what looks to be possibly the hardest bit of a track, so the fast chicane as we come into the loop. It's been a talking point throughout, especially in that last round of qualifying. How is it, and is it kind of holding on for dear life, or is it quite relatively relaxed?
To me, it's fine. It's it's just like a little high-speed chicane, I guess, for this track. I always drive safe here. I never take any risk. I try and clip the inside dot going into the chicane and then stay off the second one. But I saw some cars flying, but it's where they hit the dots with the chassis, so they missed the corner by quite a bit. But I don't take any risks here. Just keep the consistent throttle, keep the car rotating, and not risk taking all the timing computers off the table.
We have seen one guy end up on the table, unfortunately. So then we've crossed the line, essentially what is the start of a lap from a timing perspective. Another chicane into the double, relatively easy, or is it quite a difficult one?
Yeah, this corner now, walking it, as you can see the pile of hair they've laid to one side, and it's actually really low grip right here. So if you enter it quite aggressively, you can lose the rear a little bit.
You might not be aware that at the end of your heat in the last one was actually shock oil down here now as well. So it's been even worse for the first 6 heats of the last round.
Then it's perfect for tomorrow, I guess. Well, I can feel with my foot actually. So we'll see how this feels tomorrow. But this is a difficult chicane. Go into a double jump. Need to again keep the momentum up throughout the chicane. Try and stay tight, and then just clip this dot going onto the double. You don't want to lose time and go around. But if you go a few centimeters too narrow, you hit that with the chassis or hit the pipe, and then the car lands in between the jumps, and you need to get a marshal.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few cars on both the double jumps kind of either coming up short or just not quite getting it right, although they're quite short and nice big down ramp, not necessarily easy. And then we've got this, which is kind of the biggest of the 180 corners. Anything special about it, or is it just a relatively get in and get out?
I found it actually quite difficult to keep the consistent rotation for that corner, since it's not just a single 180, it's a little bit wider. So you carry a little bit more speed around here, but the rear, when my car wasn't perfect, it liked to step out a little bit. And in the recent rounds, it was really good through here, where I could carry a lot of speed through that sweeper into this little straight with that kink. But you actually don't. It isn't really a kink because you don't go around it. Sometimes I clip that dot on the left side, which jump scares me a little bit. I saw some cars flying, but it's actually quite a lot of space. Usually they make a chicane where you need to turn, but here you can go straight, and pretty hard braking point over there.
You can see quite a bit of fluff coming off the carpet. Is that noticeable if you get it offline, or does it just not make any difference?
I don't know because I wasn't offline, but actually Daniel told me that he made a small mistake and went offline, and there was absolutely no grip over there. So it's a little bit like touring car. If you go offline, then there is no grip. But yeah, I haven't noticed it. But here we go into a really tight corner. You want to be literally inside wheels on the dot, try and rotate the car around, and then punch it for the last double before the straight.
So this double, we've seen again quite a few people come up short and end up on the roof. I guess you want to get it down and car on the ground so you can get turned in.
Yeah, you don't want to jump too far. And actually the downslope is relatively short to the other downslopes on the track. But it's still a bit of space, probably a meter or somewhere between that, where you can land the car to get a nice rotation onto the straight. I tend to jump a little bit further, try and put a little bit more pressure onto the car to rotate the car on the brakes, and then full throttle onto the straight.
And that's a lap with Michael Orlowski. Thank you very much, Michael. Good luck tomorrow. So that's track walk done and dusted. You can all now see what the drivers are contending with. So we'll call it an end there, and we'll be back with you tomorrow morning.
Remember, after the start, no mechanics can touch the car. Okay?
This is slow for these guys. Just pressure. and Kereb 19.9. It's approximately 1 hour now to the first aim, so if you know anyone that wants to take a look at those guys and girls driving, just call them and make them get here as soon as possible. The fastest lap now is 19.7, Zalewski from Poland. Only Zalewski and Kereb under 20 seconds. Warlowski there, 19.8.
Well, hello RC fans. Welcome back. That was a bit of a break. Much needed one. It's a very long day today. Thanks in part to not only an action-packed schedule of racing today, but also the rerun of Qualification 3. We are RC Racing TV. This is the EFRA 1/10, I nearly said 1/12 for a reason, 1/10 two-wheel drive. And starting tomorrow, four-wheel drive Buggy Euros. Sorry, my cameraman's pointing out he can't hear me. We're just about to kick off the first of the finals with the M final. 4 drivers in this one.
The track is open.
Fernando Cabrera-Saldo, Ricky Eckenloh, Martin Larsson and Peter Sandstrom.
For warm-up and then stop at the main straight. Thank you.
Spain versus Sweden versus Sweden versus Sweden.
And please, Great Britain, Team Manager, come to the race director position. Thank you.
Tom did come back to commentate. Here he is running around the stadium. Let's see how out of breath he is when he makes his way up to the stairs. The fact that he actually has already been out for a run or two since we've been here, I expect he won't be as out of breath as I was when I got up here. Put that on really quickly. And we want to see how out of breath you are.
I'm all right.
I told you would be.
I can hold it.
He's a runner, he's fine.
Sorry, I was just getting driver information for the call up for the A final. Sorry about that. So we have the M final, gridding up. Cool, everything's been announced.
In this final, we'll see Fernando Cabrera-Salado. And then you will see Ricky Eckenloh and Martin Larsson
30 seconds to start.
and Peter Sandström.
Good afternoon all, just going to check some of the comments. Let's wait for this final to start. Kai Killy has to stick around to make it through the end of qualifying because he's with us basically all day. A final is in about 20 minutes. The M final grid is counting down. 4 cars in this one. And it is Fernando on pole, and he's going to lead away from pole, taking the inside position on the grid, as dictated by our poleman here today, Mikael Olowski. So it is Fernando who's going to lead, and second place guy gets hooked on a pipe. That's going to cost him a few seconds and allow Fernando to break away. So Fernando Salado, as I will pronounce it, probably wrongly, he has about a 3-second lead already as he comes down the main straight for the first time at racing speed. And he's been chased down by Peter Sandstrom in the 4 car. And then we have Martin Larsson and Ricky Eckenloh, sorry. So sorry I'm out of breath, I was just catching up with some of the main finalists before the start of A1. So it is Fernando Salado Cabrera in the lead from Peter Sandstrom, Ricky Eckenloh and Martin Larsson. Oh, Martin's over under the rostrum, under my rostrum. So it's going to be a 3-horse race for the lead. And the leader's over. Leader is over. Marshall is there quickly, but the 4 car going to go by. So Peter Sandstrom going to go to the point in this M final here at the Tool Drive 1/10 electric off-road Buggy European Championship. So the 4 car last qualifier here this week is your lead car. The blue and yellow white wheel black winged machine is pulling away from the poleman Fernando Salado. And Fernando Salado throwing everything at it. He made an error here last time. He gets by, no harm, no foul this time. They drive to the line. Gap between them is about half a second as the 3rd place car is on its roof. So it's now a 2-horse race out front. It's the 1 car, your top qualifier, and the 4 car, your bottom qualifier, going at it as Fernando makes a slight error. And Fernando is now going to have to do some work to get back to the front. So it is Peter Sandstrom who is out in front. He's coming through the fast chicane, crosses the line, puts 5 laps on the board, and his lead is 1.4 seconds. Last time by, he was a second a lap quicker than Fernando, but Fernando now looking quick through the jump section and down the straight, definitely closed in, but can he keep it clean? He's fast and inconsistent, as we've seen so far. So we're coming through the switchbacks into the front side tabletop. Oh, race leader's over. No way. Peter Sandstrom marshals there as quickly as possible. But that is going to release Fernando by a good 3 seconds now. So it's a 3-second lead for our race leader, coming over the double and down the straightaway he goes. I'm seeing the comments in the chat. I will come to them at the end of this race. I have all sorts of information ready for you that I've picked up. But in this race, it is Fernando Salado is your leader from Spain, driving the one machine. And he is, he's got a Mugen t-shirt on, so it might be a Mugen two-wheel drive. I do not know. As he clips the bot dot up on 2 wheels, drives over a double jump and down the straightaway goes. Peter Sandstrom looking close, last time by half a second quicker than our leader around a circuit of this Malmo track. But he's got just 1 minute and 53 seconds to do something about it. So it's going to be your race leader across the line now. Fernando Cabero Salado, a 24-7 is a 25 dead for Peter Sandstrom. So Peter is just dropping back ever so slightly. I think it's going to require an error from our leader to make this into a race again. But our leader is looking pretty comfortable now as he comes through the switchback section over the frontside tabletop. Going to go back on himself through the fast chicane and cross the line with 1 minute and 23 seconds remaining. His lead this time by is 4.2 seconds. So Fernando pulling out quite a lead. So we're just going to drop back our camera. We're going to drop back onto the second place car. Oh, second place is over. So Peter Sandstrom going to drop down to third. Oh, second place into the barrier. Let's have another look at that one. So your new second place man, Ricky Ekenlo, down the straightaway, gets it wrong and straight into the barrier. So as we pick back up on track, it's going to be Peter Sandstrom in the second position. All 3 of them in the camera shot, racing for second, third and fourth here in the M main at the 2024 Two-Wheel Drive European Championships. Meanwhile, your leader, Fernando Salado, is way out front. His lead last time by a huge 9 seconds, and he is capitalising on this battle behind him for second place. It is a 3-car battle for second here in the M main. Oh, Peter just making a slight error. He's allowing Martin Larsson now in the free spot to close in. And here comes Ricky. And he's going to jump up inside. Drag race. And Ricky goes to free spot. Peter goes off the track. It's now a 2-horse race at 4 second. Who's it going to be racing to the line? Oh, they've come together. Peter's going to go by for a free. So we've got Martin Larsson. We've got Peter Sandstrom. Peter takes him out. Oh, Peter to the 2 spot. Who's it going to be? Peter comes home in second. Then we're going to have Martin Larsson in third, Ricky Ekenlo. But if we just catch our race leader off the tabletop, coming round in front of race control now, your winner of the M main, Fernando Salado. So that's a wrap of our M main. So give me a second to catch my breath. Let's have a look at some of the comments. Right, I'm going to start from... Why is there only 4 cars in the M main? We have 10-car finals and we had 124 people here, so 4 cars in the final. Who are you, commentator? That was my tech guy, James Parry with an A. He was just standing in while I was running around like an idiot. Tom, I asked you to stick around. That was just to see through the full day. Cars in the final. Paul Ragg's got it right. 4 Schumacher, 3 X-Ray, 2 Associated, 1 S-Works and a Pear Tree. My guy got instant replays. It's taken me all week to learn. Thank you. Demolition Derby looked a bit like that. GTA be like the M final at the Euros. Hello from the USA. Hello, Notch Johnson. So, bit of information for you all out there who are listening. The track was super slow in the practice A main, like 1 second a lap quicker. No one really knows why. It might have cooled down a bit, just lack of running between the end of qualifying and the practice main. But yeah, we lost like a whole second a lap in that practice main, and cars were noticeably slick. So yeah, that's one issue. Well, one thing we're going to have to contend with. So that's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. I sat in the team managers meeting before the mains, not much discussion, bit of talk about process, and mechanics can't touch the cars at the end of a race and things like that. Grid order, so Michael Olowski's chosen inside on the grid. So yeah, other than that, I think we are set for some cracking racing. Obviously, you might have seen the practice main on super wide view, but it is just practice main. Not really much happens with that. Just for guys to get their iron. Jessica Powelson didn't run the practice main, so her car was prepped for A1, and she didn't want to have a chance of breaking it. Elliot Boots RC, nice to have you on board. A main number 1 should be up after this, if I'm not mistaken. So the timetable start time for A1 is 16:55, so that is in 11 minutes. So I'm pretty sure it'll be after this. Sunwell radios, yep, no, there are no bump-ups. That was a track rather they used tyres instead of new. Victorious, quite possibly, but second lap is quite a lot. These A finalists probably won't worry about wasting a set of tyres for a practice run. Few Futaba radios, yep, everyone's on pistol grip. Only really the Brits and Japanese use stick radio, and even then it's fading out because stick radio availability is just not what it used to be. Can you switch timing to show gaps between drivers and not their final timing? I cannot. That's a function of the data we receive from my RCM, and we ain't going to change that now. Can we show gaps rather than the overall time? Oh, apparently Tech Guy says yes. We're going to put him in a dark room and let him do some coding. Don't mess it up, the A finals next. So, what do we have next? Next we have the L final. Nick Goodall, thanks for the kind words. Even better than your Caterham driving. My Caterham driving was questionable at best. I did more grass cutting than I did racing. Yeah, trust me, I use used tyres. Okay, you know better than I do. You're watching on the stream and I'm at the track, but okay, you know best. We'll see what we get in the main final. So, drivers for the L final that's gridding up. Silvio Petroboni, Linus Olsson, Dick Dawn, Robert Scarr, Frederick Engman, Jonas Rauker, Tim Donk, Neil Dickens, Henrik Jolin and Matthias Hedelius. Did they clean shock oil up from the track? I suspect not, given what the times were. I don't know how you clean it out of the carpet without putting something down that they don't want to put down because of the sports hall floor. So we can't use solvents. So probably shock oil might be the reason why they were struggling. Estonia is the best. You didn't fancy racing, mate? Elliot, my racing days are long behind me. I just talk rubbish behind a microphone now. Basically, I'm not good enough to be as competitive as I think I should be. Ego beats talent, I think, with me. So I accept that and move on. So Silvio leads away from pole. Oh, carnage. We've got one out the ballpark. So Silvio comes down and takes the lead in the one car. I will pick the comments up at the end of this final. So Silvio crosses the line, followed by Linus Olsson and Robert Scarr. So regulation 1, 2, 3. Frederick Enman in the 5 moves up to the 4 spot. But it looks to be a 3-car breakaway at the front. So we've got a 3-car breakaway at the front. Oh, leader's over. So the leader is over. Let's catch that on replay. So the leader came over a single jump, just tagged the barrier, tried to get going and ended up on his roof. Disaster for our leader. He's going to fall down 4, 5, 6 spots possibly. So your new race leader in the all-green car is going to be Linus Olsson, followed by Robert Scarr, Frederick Engman, and your leader, Linus Olsson, has pulled out a 1.5 second lead already. Your poleman, Silvio, drops all the way down to the 6th spot. Disaster on lap 1 for him. So we're going to have Linus Olsson. Oh, he's over. He's over on the line. Gets away with it. Just tags the barrier on the way through the chicane. Luckily landing on his wheels right on the line and getting away with it. That's going to reduce his lead to about 2 seconds, so still a good lead, but it wasn't as good as it could have been. And it is Robert Scarr in the 4 spot, chasing him down as they come over the frontside tabletop through the fast chicane this time for our leader. Much safer, much calmer, middle of the road, not quite as quick, but last time by it was a 23.6 for our leader. It was a 23.7 from Robert Scarr, so the lead increases by 1/10 of a second. Oh, Linus looking a little loose out of that 180. So the track certainly has seemed to have lost some grip. We think it might be shock oil that was laid down towards the end of qualifying. that we can't clean up because we can't use solvents on the sports hall floor. It just brings a new dimension and new challenge to the racers, and it is the A final up next, so that will be interesting. So we're still following Linus Olsson, the Swedish racer, in the number 2, and I'll try and pick him up on the rostrum, see what jumper he's wearing, and he's wearing an unbranded top, so I have no idea what car he is using. But we will stick with him. He is our race leader. In fact, we're going to drop back 2 spots if we can. So we're going to drop back to a blue and white 4 car and the orange number 5. So 4 and 5 of Robert Scar and Frederick Edmond. Oh, Scar's over. Edmond can't find a way through. So these two are battling it out for second position here in the 2-wheel drive L final. Coming over front side tabletop, nicely done. We're going to go switch back on themselves through the fast chicane. And each lap, our leader, Linus, is pulling away. Gap now is 5 seconds. So we're going to concentrate on this battle for second, soon to become a freight train. However, leader's over. So the leader is over in the single roller, and Matty's cut his gap all the way down to about 1.5 seconds. So Linus Olsson, his lead has been reduced. Let's check it as we cross the line. It is now less than 1 second, 0.9 of a second between Linus Olsson and Robert Scar as they go down the straightaway through turn number 1. Over roller, this time through for Linus. It's nice and clean, middle of the track, but it is Robert Scar who is closing in through the switchback, nicely done, and going to go by race control. So your race leader, Linus Olsson, he's quick, but he's crashing, and we can't afford those mistakes. The gap now is 1.2 seconds. So Linus Olsson round the end of the straight, followed by Robert Scar. Robert Scar's pulled away from the 3rd place, so it's now a 2-car race for the lead of this final. And then looking forward rather than looking back. So Linus Olsson going to cross the line, put 10 laps on the board of a predicted 13. So it's likely to be this one and 2 more. And Linus Olsson, that time by, cracking lap, pulls another half second out on the 4 car of Robert Scar, running in second. Frederick Edmond still runs third. Then you've got Ronus Rauker, Dick Dawn, Silvio Pietraboni, Neil Dickens, Tim Donk, Matthias Adelius, and Henrik Jolin. So that's your full running order with 45 on the clock, 4.5 remaining. And it is Linus Olsson, that time by, another 0.7 in his favour. So I'm going to say drop back 2 cars to the orange and white machine and the all-white car for the battle for third. Coming onto the straightaway now. This is your 3rd place battle. 4 cars into turn 1. Oh, they've tagged. We're going to get that on replay. So as they came into turn 1, the white car just tagging the back of the orange car. Both of them going onto their roof and then, getting collected as well. So disaster. So Linus Olsson, you are on your 13th lap. Robert Scar, you are through. Robert Scar might get caught at the line with just 10 seconds to go. So let's jump to the green car in the front tabletop. Going to switch back, and Linus Olsson racing to the line, and he is through for a victory lap. So we'll all eyes on the green car of Linus Olsson. He's going to come round, and he's on his victory lap of the L final. Down the straightaway he goes into turn number 1 over the jump, and here he comes through the switchback section into the front side tabletop. He's going to come back on himself and cross the line to take the win of the L final.
Congratulations to you, Linus.
So drivers, I'm going to do some introductions. So if you find your place on the roster, we'll then take a step back, please. So next up is going to be a final numero uno. Going to do some driver introductions first. Sorry, been for another run. So, right. So, drivers ready? So this is your A final. Leg number 1 is about to begin. So first we're going to give our drivers some introductions. So your 10th place driver, sneaking in with some good early rounds. So your 10th place driver from Poland, driving a Schumacher car, Gens Ace battery. Team Orion Speedo and Motor, Sanwa Electronics. Sponsored by Micro Racing, Schumacher, Matrix Tyres, Sanwa, Nitrolux, Ultimate Racing, RC Project, Race Stars, Pelurum Innovation, and Whites. Special thanks to my family for everything you do to me. Thanks to Trish, Robin, Harvey, Philip, Jean-Marc, Powell, and many more. Biggest thank you goes to my two mechanics, Mickey and Happy. Happy you are missed and never forgotten. This amen is for you. Your 10th place driver, Jessica Palsson. Whew. So your 9th place driver from Poland, driving the X-Ray machine, sponsored by X-Ray, Hoodie, FX, Hobbywing, Sevox, Sumpadao, Avid, TME, Tony Sport, Milan Sport, and special comments from me for not filling in the driver's sheet, Bartek Zalewski. Your 8th place driver from the Czech Republic, driving the S-Works machine with an Osram battery, Hobbywing, Speedo and Motor, Sanwa Radio and Savax Servo. Sponsors are Fepovic Airbrush, Seska Republic, Kavan, T-Pro, S-Works, Hobbywing, Nosram, Sanwa and Savax. Your 8th place qualifier, Dominik Vlašek. Your 7th place qualifier from Finland, driving the Team Associated car, powered by Reedy and Sanwa, sponsored by Team Associated, Reedy, J Concepts, Rudog, Hobby Factory, Factory Team, JL Airbrushing, Briefcase Graphics. Big thanks to the team, Dad and Mum looking up there. Your 7th place qualifier, Una Hadanen. Your 6th place qualifier from Great Britain, driving a Schumacher car, Intellect battery, Hobbywing motor and Speedo, Sanwa Radio and Aerox Servo, sponsored by Schumacher, Hobbywing, Intellect, RDT Products, Model Sport, Screws RC and Trish Pits. Thank you to the whole UK team for their support. In 6th place, Ben Smith. Your 5th place qualifier, hailing from Sweden, driving the X-Ray machine, Coyote, battery, motor and Speedo, Fly Sky Radio and High-Tech Servos, sponsored by X-Ray, Coyote, FX, High-Tech, Hoodie, Latera, XDR, Fly Sky, Avid, Doobie Design and Mao Graphics. Your 5th place qualifier, David Ronnefolk. Your 4th place qualifier from Portugal, driving the X-Ray machine, Sunpadao battery, Hobbywing Speedo motor, Futaba radio and Savax servo, sponsored by X-Ray, Hoodie, Hobbywing, Sunpadao, Monaco RC, Fishian RC, Mal Graphics, Doobie Design and BR1. Your 4th place qualifier, Bruno Coelho. Your 3rd place qualifier from Denmark, driving the Team Associated car with Reedy Power, Sanwa Radio and Reedy Servo, sponsored by Team Associated, Reedy, Rudog, Hot Race RC, J Concepts, TKR Graphics, T-Works, Neto RC, VP Design and Spectacle Engineering. Thanks goes to my dad. Good luck to Team We Are AE. Your 3rd place qualifier and defending champion, Marcus Karup. Your 2nd place qualifier, hailing from Norway, driving the Schumacher car, Nosram battery, Hobbywing motor and Speedo, Sanwa Electronics, sponsored by Schumacher, Hobbywing, Nosram, Sanwa, MR33, One Up Racing, Electron, Fastal and Trish Bits. A special thanks to my dad, Trish, and all of my sponsors. Your 2nd qualifier, Daniel Kobovic. And your poleman today, here for the two-wheel drive European Championships, hailing from Poland, driving a Schumacher machine, Sunpadao battery, Hobbywing Motor and Speedo, Samwell Radio, Power HD Servo, sponsored by Schumacher, Hobbywing, J Concepts, Sumperdal, Power HD, ISDT, MR33, Sanwa, Tony Sport, T-Works, Core RC, Trish Bits, VP Design, 33 Graphics. Thank you to the Schumacher team, Trish, Martin, Daniel, and all the others. Your poleman, Michael Orlowski. So that is driver introductions done and dusted. And we will get them warming up. And then we will be away with A-Main number 1. So yeah, I am a little out of breath. I've been running around like a nutter. Let's see some of the comments. Sound exhausted. I've just run down to get a microphone. Just stopped working to watch this. Better turn the phone off, absolutely. Come on, AE. Lots of comments in here. Can't keep up with them all. Apologies. Going to do my best to give you a great overview of what's happening in this final. So, as I said, practice main was interesting. Lap times were about a second lap down. We think from oil on the track. Not sure how many changes drivers have made. Jessica Palsson did not run in the practice main. Her car was already set up and she didn't want to do anything with it. So yeah, let's see what A-Main number 1 is going to hold. We've had loads of comments about the track through the week. I keep defending it, saying it's going to be good racing. Let's find out. So Michael Orlowski, your poleman. You've got Daniel Kobovic, teammate, starting in second position. You've got Marcus Carup, your defending champion, in the 3 spot. Then in 4, you've got Bruno Coelho, master of many classes. David Ronnefolk in the 5th spot. And then you've got 6th spot UK. Only hope in the main of Ben Smith. 7, Una Hatton, and 8 is going to be Dominic Vlask, Bartosz Saluski in the 9, and Jessica Palsson in the 10. So it's going to be interesting, it's going to be fast, it's going to be frantic, and I, for one, cannot wait. Yes, Paul, there was oil on the track from broken shock at the end of qualifying, and that's racing, my friend. Well, a crash happened, a shock cap ripped off, and there was oil everywhere. So we're going to concentrate on the main. We're going to be focusing on the front pack unless there's a breakaway. And the 30-second call has just been called. So we are 30 seconds away from the start. 20. I apologise now if I get shouty. I do get excited on a microphone.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
So Orlowski leads away from Paul, from Kobovic, Carup and Bruno. A little bit of RGB behind, but it seems to be regulation order all the way down to the 7 car. There's an error at the back, but we're not going to focus on that. Orlowski already breaking away from Kobovic. So we've always said if Orlowski gets the break, he's probably going to keep it. And first time by the line, he had 0.6 of a second over Kobovic from Carup and Coelho and Ronnefolk. I think we're going to have a fast 5 in this final pull away. No disrespect to the bottom 6, but the front 5 have shown most pace in the qualifiers. Now, qualifying showed Orlowski tended to hold a faster pace towards the end of the race, wasn't necessarily the quickest starter. This is showing the opposite with a battle between Carup and Kobovic for the 2 spot. Carup's going to be desperate to get by and apply some pressure to Orlowski. Orlowski pulling away. He's probably got 4, 5, 6, maybe 0.7 of a second. We'll see as he crosses the line. It's 51.9 versus 53. It's a 1.1 second lead already for Orlowski. So if Carup's going to want to defend this title, he's going to have to do something about Kobovic in front of him. So Carup looking left, looking right. Can he make any moves on Kobovic? Meanwhile, Orlowski is disappearing off into the distance. So Kobovic tight, Carup right behind him on the gearbox. Runs a little wide there, going to drop a couple of feet back. Looks up the inside, but doesn't make a move on Kobovic. So Orlowski is disappearing out front. Last time by, the lead was 1.1 still. Carup just tags it back. Kobovic gets away with it, backs up Bruno. So the 3, 4, 5 is a Kobovic freight train. And that is just allowing Orlowski to disappear out front. The gap now is going to be nearly 2 seconds. 1.7 is the lead for Orlowski. We're going to concentrate on this battle for second. You can throw a rag over the front four, maybe at these four, plus maybe Ben Smith not far behind. But it is a definite four-car freight train. Oh, Carup's hit the pipe. He's out of here. So that's going to release Bruno. Can Bruno do anything about Danny Kobovic in front of him? So Carup falling foul and dropping to the back. That is no good for his title defence. So Kobovic's got a little bit of breathing room, but he has a 1.9 second deficit to Michael Orlowski out front. And Bruno Coelho now looking all over the back of Daniel Kobovic's gearbox. Can Coelho do anything about this? The grip is slightly lower. Best lap we've seen, 19.7. So 19.7 is the best lap compared to an 18.8 we've seen in qualifying. So it is Kobovic and Coelho battling for second and third. Ronnefalk not far behind, and Ben Smith is waiting to pick up any pieces. Could be a brilliant result here for Ben if anything happens. Meanwhile, Orlowski out front is cruising. Last time by for Orlowski, 16.9. Yeah, 19.6, sorry. He was the quickest man on track last time by. Bruno comes up a little short on the jump and just gives Kobovic a breathing space. No point looking at the gap we can see between the three of them. There is absolutely nothing between Kobovic, Bruno and Ronnefalk. Ben Smith getting in on the action as well, just hanging on to Ronnefalk's coattails. So as they come through the switchback into the front side table, Bruno looking wide, see if he can sweep round. He can't do anything about it. Kobovic just needs to hold it on the line. Bruno's got to find a way through. Ronnefalk is desperate to get by and have his attempt at cracking the two-car of Daniel Kobovic. So coming into the switchback once more. We are 1:30 to go. 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. They all double bounce as they go up the tabletop. No harm, no foul. Orlowski now 3.1 is his lead. So Orlowski has gone. Kobovic having to drive defensively. Bruno sweeping in, looking for any way round. Not going to make it stick. Looking up the inside down the straight. Doesn't have the power to get down, or doesn't have a grip to put the power down. Kobovic runs wide. Bruno right on his gearbox. Just had to check up slightly there, not to run into the back of him. So Bruno going to go through the S section now, over the double, and Ronnefalk is right on his gearbox. So Ronnefalk is trying everything, doesn't want to hit his teammate, but he's desperate to get through. Maybe he thinks he's got a better chance of getting Kobovic out of the way. So Bruno checking up once again to avoid Kobovic. Ronnefalk has to check up, and Ben Smith right behind them. So can Ben Smith do anything? 45 to go. Oh, Bruno catches a pipe. Let's get that on replay. So Bruno caught the pipe, and then Ronnefalk went into the back of him, and that just released Ben Smith into the free spot. So Ben Smith now gives it a Schumacher 1-2-3. Orlowski's in a different postcode. He's 4-5 seconds up the road. Then you've got Kobovic. Then you've got maybe a second and a half. It's 1 second back to Ben Smith. Then here comes Ronnefalk. He looked racy behind Bruno. What can he do behind Ben Smith? We've got 17 seconds to go. 1-7 on the master clock. We're going to stick with the battle on track. I will let you know Orlowski's crossing the line, starting his final lap now. Kobovic is coming. Ronnefalk hits the back of Ben Smith. They're all through for one more. 3, 2, 1. Time has expired. Everyone's finishing as they cross the line. They are racing to the line. Orlowski's got half a lap to go. Kobovic's getting closed in on by Ben Smith now. Ronnefalk trying to get onto the back of Ben Smith. 3 corners to go for Orlowski. Orlowski's crossed the line, takes a win, but we're watching Kobovic, Smith, Ronnefalk and Bruno all cross the line in order. So it's going to be a win in A number 1 for Michael Orlowski. Daniel Kobovic going to finish in second, 4 seconds behind. Ben Smith going to come home in third to make a 1-2-3 for Schumacher. David Ronnefalk going to finish in 4th. Bruno Coelho 5th. Bartek Zalewski going to finish in 6th. Dominic Valesh going to finish in 7th in his first ever A-main. Jessica Palsen going to finish 8th. Una Hatton in 9th. And Marcus Carup falling all the way to the 10th spot in that one. So that's a wrap of A-leg number 1. It wasn't the fantastic race at the front I wanted, but it was fantastic for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. The whole way through that A-main. Absolutely fantastic racing. So we're going to run through the rest of our finals now. And if you want to just drop back in for the A-main, it will be running. A-main leg number 2 will be running in about 45 minutes. So about 45 minutes, we will get A-main leg number 2 underway. So scheduled time is 17:55 local time in about 45 minutes. So that was frantic. So we're just going to cut to a quick ad break while I catch my breath, and then we will be back very shortly. So welcome back. A quick break to catch my breath. Should have probably done that before the final. So what a fantastic race we had there. Orlowski just managed to get the break, and as everyone suspected, without the pressure from behind, he just managed to disappear into the distance. But the battle for second behind him, nose to tail for a full 5 minutes. Daniel Kobovic not quite having the pace he showed in qualifying to run that clear second, and he was under pressure from Bruno. Bruno was under pressure from David. And then an unfortunate coming together caused by the pipe meant that Ben Smith snuck through to second and applied that pressure to Daniel Kobovic right at the end, but not finding a way through. So it's going to be Orlowski takes for 1, Kobovic takes for 2, then Ben Smith, David Ronnefolk, Bruno Coelho was your top 6. And apologies, I didn't see what happened behind them. But yeah, fantastic racing. So that's leg 1 done. I can't promise you better racing in leg 2. I hope to see a closer battle for the lead, but Orlowski is looking ominous, but you still got to get it done, and getting it done is not easy, especially with the changing track condition. With the shock oil, we've definitely lost some pace. I think the quickest lap I saw was a 19.6, so we're probably 5-6 tenths a lap slower than in qualifying, which is quite significant on a 20-second lap. So anyway, let's look at what we're doing now. We have the K final. Your drivers for the K final: Victor Bolt, the junior on pole; Thomas Berg in second; Peter Freilingsdorf in third; Mike Moyes going to start in fourth; Martin Hedberg in 5. We've got Bruno Vea in 6; Martin Johnson in 7. Olaf Stein in 8, Miroslav Valec in 9, and from the UK, Miklas Sabadas in the 10 spot. So those are your racers. We are 10 seconds from the start.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
So off and away they go. Victor Bolt going to lead away from pole, and Thomas Berg in the yellow and black running in second. It's regulation order, 1, 2, 3. There's a crash towards the back of a free car getting caught up. That's Peter Freilingsdorf. So he gets caught up. So it's going to be 1, 2, and 4. So it's Bolt, Berg, and Hedberg. Hedberg's the 5 car. So Mike Moyes falling all the way down. So it is a 1, 2, and 5 as they come round turn 1. And they drive through the switchback section, back of the track, into the front tabletop. Leader's over. Marshall's going to get there as quickly as he can. We're just going to take a quick look at the replay. So the leader coming into the tabletop, judging it all wrong, falling off the side and ending up on his roof. So that's going to leave us a 2-horse race for the lead into turn 1. And those 2 horses are Thomas Berg in the 2 and Martin Hedberg in the 5. 2 Swedish racers. And knowing how Euros works, probably race each other at the same club week in, week out. And now they're getting to do it on the global stage at the European Championships in their home nation. So coming through the fast chicane into the double, going to tight 180. Down the straightaway they go. Berg leading Hedberg. Thomas versus Martin. 2 versus 5. So they're coming through the switchback section. Stunning job. So, sorry, just giving Ben some congratulations after a stunning job on leg number 1 to finish 3rd. It's Thomas Berg and Martin Hedberg down the straightaway. They're going, leader just clips a pipe, opens up the door, and through goes Martin Hedberg. Let's watch that again. Down the straightaway, your race leader turned in a little early, just catching the bot dot, and Martin Hedberg doesn't need a second invite, straight through. And then once again, your race leader is over and broken. So race leader tumbling through the fast chicane, hit the barrier and has broken. So that's going to leave Martin Hedberg with a 4-second lead over your poleman and junior Victor Bolte. So your race leader going to come through the fast chicane now, crosses the line, and then we will pan back to second place as he crosses the line. So the second place man, it was your poleman of Victor Bolte. So that lead is now 5 seconds, and we pan back one more. We've got a bit of a battle for 3rd spot coming down the straightaway now. 3-car freight train. And those 3 cars are Miroslav, Olaf and Miklos in the 10 car up to the 6th spot. So we have a 4-car freight train now battling for kind of in the middle of the pack. So it looks like your 3rd place man of Bruno Vea has made a slight gap, the Estonian racer, in the yellow winged car. But we're just following the purple car, followed by the pink car. And those two are in the end of the straight together. That's Olaf Stein and Miroslav Valdes. And they are battling for the 4th spot in this two-wheel drive K final, with 3 minutes down and 2 to go. 3 down and 2 to go. Martin Hedberg still has just a 2-second lead now. So we're going to pick up Martin next time by, I think, see where he is. So, second place is over, ignore me. Martin goes by the line, and here comes Victor Bolte, and Victor is 4 seconds behind now. So all spaced out the front, we are watching the closest battle on track. So we're watching the closest battle on track, which is for 4th place, I believe, and that is Olaf Stein and Miroslav. Down the end of the straight they go. It's a purple car versus the pink car as they hang a left. Over roller, they're going to join a battle now, so that is 3rd place in front of them. So that is Victor Bolte. He's had a few bad laps and dropped all the way to 3rd. So this is now a 3-car battle for 3rd, although Bolte's just pulled away slightly again. So down the straight goes our 4th place battle. It is the 9 and 8 cars of Miroslav and Stein. Oh, 4th place is up on a pipe, so they go past Victor Bolte, sorry, 3rd place. So this is now a battle for 3rd. Miroslav Valdes and Olaf Stein now running in the 3rd and 4th positions. They are battling it out for podium. They're battling it out for silverware here in the K-Main with 36 seconds to go. 3-6 on the master clock. Come over the roller, drive away from the rostrum. Roller again, going to go through the switchbacks. It's going to be this lap and one more, I reckon. It's going to be this lap and one more as they come through the fast chicane. It's Valdes still in the lead for this battle for 3rd, followed by Olaf Stein. Through the fast chicane. Oh, and here comes Bolte, and also here comes Peter, recovering from his early battle. So it's a 4-car battle for the 1st spot. Oh, Peter just catching Victor, so it's 3-car battle. They're racing to the line for 3rd spot. Oh no, Miroslav gets it wrong, gets away with it, going to go through, and it's going to finish. Miroslav in 3rd, Stein in 4th. If we pick up the race leader coming across the line now, not now, into the front tabletop now, yellow and grey car, is your race leader going to come round and take the win? Martin Hedberg winning the K final. Bruno Vey going to finish in 2nd. Miroslav Valdes going to finish 3rd. Olaf Stein 4. Peter Freilingsdorf 5. Martin Johnson 6. Victor Bolte 7. Miklas Sabadas 8. Mike Moyes 9. And Thomas Berg in 10. I am going to be back in just a moment.
So we have different kinds of countries in this race. It's very fun when we have mixed up the countries a little bit here. So we have drivers from Sweden, England and Finland, for example. We can see who can beat this.
So, sorry about that. I'm back and out of breath once again. That's what I do best. Let's have a quick look at the comments. Any questions, drop them in the chat. I will get to them. I'll respond to them when I can. turn my mic on. It will probably help you lot. So this is the J final. Gridding up, and your drivers, Klaus Bredberg, Klaus probably, Evie Thames, Mats Iskin, I'm not even going to pronounce it properly, but Emili, who I had a Finnish lesson earlier and I still can't pronounce it, René Levetso, who I'm hoping will find somewhere to do a backflip, Daniel Tonneson, Roger Olsen, Michael Ambros, Eric Hanser and Patrick Andressi are your drivers. We have 25 seconds, calm before the storm, as the arena falls silent. Jason Kessinger, thanks for joining us all the way from the US of A. I'm glad you like the coverage. Graham North, I do like pie. So, slow start from our poleman. Let's have another look at that. So the poleman just did not go. So the poleman losing one spot, nearly two. The pink car having to check up for him in the free spot. So it is Evie Thames. Klaus Bredberg managed to hold on to the two spot, and Emili going to jump to the three. Mats Issaken did well to avoid carnage off the start, remains in fourth. As there is carnage at the back of the field and one broken car. So Evie Thames out front, and we're going to follow the battle for the lead. Evie Thames versus Klaus Bredberg. It's the 2 versus 1 car. It's 2 leading the 1 after that slow start from our poleman. Down the straightaway they go into turn number 1. So Evie Thames, your lead last time by just half a second. Looks to be extending it, but Klaus should be quicker. Judging on qualifying order, should have the opportunity to close this gap in. Evie just running a little bit wide, and look how much time you can lose. So the gap across the line was 0.6 of a second. The gap now is 0.0. Into turn 1 they go, over the roll. Second place man Klaus is up against the pipe, and that is going to be disaster, dropping all the way down to a free spot, losing about 3 seconds. So that means Mats Issaken, and he's just crashed going across the line. They're just handing it to Evie on a plate. So Evie Thames just driving away from all these accidents. So Evie Thames is your race leader. Just catching a bot dot and having to check up slightly. Mats Issaken, mistake over the line last time by, is looking to close back down on the... So Mats Issaken is closing back down on Evie Thames. Gap last time by is 1.2. So 1.2 was a gap, and it's looking a whole lot closer. So maybe Evie's not the fastest out there, just the most consistent. And we'll see what wins over 5 minutes. Fast and crashing or slow and steady. Coming across the line, Evie Thames has a lead of 0.3 of a second. So that gap has reduced by a couple of tenths that time by. Coming over double onto the straightaway, down the straight they go. It is Evie Thames, it's Mats Issaken. Mats from Norway, Evie from the GB. So Evie Thames through the switchback into the front side tabletop. Mats is right on her gearbox now through the fast chicane. Nicely done. Mats looks to have calmed his lines down a little bit. Looking up the inside, couldn't quite make it stick. But there he goes, drag race down the straight. Carnage on the straightaway. So absolute carnage on the straightaway. Evie getting away with it, not getting up on her roof for too long. So she is now right behind Mats Issaken. I did try to get a replay, but I pressed the wrong button, so apologies for that. So down the straight they go. We've got Mats Issaken. And then we've got Evie Thames, and they are running 1 and 2 in this 3 car and 2 car. And they're coming up on a back marker at the line. So racing very close between these two, and even further down the field, absolutely frantic racing you can see in the background. But we'll stick with our leaders. Down the straightaway they go. Mats Issaken is leading. Evie Thames, 3 car from 2 car. Coming through the switchback into the front side tabletop. We are 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds to go in this J final. Coming round the wide 180 through the chicane, and Evie Thames is looking left, looking right. Can she make a move stick? She's looking for that gap up the inside. Matt's managed to do it to her. Can she return the favour? She's collected him. Marshall's going to get there as quickly as possible, but not quick enough. We're going to have a new race leader. So the white and orange car is your new race leader. That's poleman Klas Bredberg. He was slow off the line. He made an error, but now he is back to the point. So coming over the double jump down the straightaway, we now have a 3-horse race for the lead. The red and orange car is a back marker. So red and orange car is a back marker, not in this battle, but the 3 other cars, white and orange, pink and purple and white, are all race leaders, and they are throwing everything at it. 34 seconds to go. Oh, mistake from the 3 car in second. So it's now going to be a 2-car race for the lead. It is your 1 car and your 2 car. It's Klas Bredberg and it's Evie Thames. Oh, Evie's hooked up on the pipes. So your race leader is going to just pull away ever so slightly. Going to have this lap and 1 more. So as they cross the line, they are starting their final lap with 12 seconds on the master clock. So Evie Thames is going to have to hope for a mistake as they come round over the double 180 down the straightaway. We'll pick up our race leader, orange and white machine, green stripe, throwing through the switchback, and he is going over the front side tabletop. Just 2 free corners to go. And your race winner, Klas Bredberg, takes a win. Evie Thames going to finish in second. Daniel Tonneson going to come from 6th place to finish third. Mats Isaken going to finish 4th. Emily Simonoli going to finish 5. Renee Letzvo in 6. Patrick Andressi 7. Michael Ambrose 8. Roger Olsen 9. And Eric Hanser broke after 1 lap. So that is a wrap of our J final. That's a wrap of our J final. Just have a quick look at the comments. Duncan Paul, my Australian friend, says off-road means touring car in Swedish. Not sure if this is correct. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah, this is an off-road track, so thanks for that comment. Go on, Evie, push Patrick, push. I know it's disaster is my favourite word. Thanks for pointing that out. I didn't actually know that. But yeah, I do say disaster quite a bit. 2 more times, I reckon it'll be more than 2 more times. Only 1 minute 30 seconds to go. Phil Mandrassi, sorry, I'm probably not going to manage to get requests for finals. If you put it before, I'll pick it up between finals, but when a final's on, I'm probably going to be watching the track for a while instead of checking the chat, but feel free to put your comments in. So take a minute. We've got 800 people watching. We've got 250 likes. If you can hit like, share and subscribe, that is wonderful for us. And we would like to thank our sponsors for allowing us to bring this stream. And our sponsors are T-Works, X-Ray, Mybo Sport, Hobbywing, Schumacher, RCXX Shop and S-Works. Thank you to our sponsors for making everything possible. We're going to take a quick VT whilst I take a breath, and we will be back with the I-Final very shortly. So the I-Final, 30 seconds till the track opens. Jamie Banks, great comment saying well done, Tom. Thank you very much, Jamie, appreciate it. I love any feedback you guys can give me. I do what I think is right, but you guys telling me what is good and working and what is not really helps me. So any feedback is greatly appreciated. And anything you want on the stream, the pit walk stream tomorrow, let us know. We're going to do a pit walk tomorrow during practice day, so anything you want to see on that, give us a shout. So your drivers for your I-Final, Sven Rudig going to start on pole, Cyril Castaldo going to be 2-car, Linus Carlson in 3, Loic Didier in 4, Marcus Weyer in 5, Jens Olsen in 6, Burak Kilic, who I don't believe is here today, lines up in the 7th spot, Pontus Magnusson, the man with the beard, in 8, Apo Coro in 9, and Nicholas Burr is in the 10 spot. So these guys are gridding up. And it will be Sven Ludig on pole, starting from Cyril Castaldo. Sven will be hoping for a quicker start than the last poleman, who just seemed to sit there and wait for us to fly on by before he decided to react. You'll all be glad to hear on the stream I've put my pen down, so you won't hear any clicking. The mental arithmetic has stopped. We won't need to do that till possibly Saturday afternoon. Emil Magnussen on the chat. Come on, little brother. He's not little. I'll take some requests. We might get a chance to film the 8 car, but we tend to stick with the race that's happening, whether that be in the field. I hope we build more features in the track because I'm quite disappointed with racing so far. Sorry, Stunt Pilot. Hopefully we put more features in. I doubt it, but we'll see. But whatever track we get, we'll make the most of it. So we've got 850 people watching. Please like, share and subscribe. Get the word out there as the 10-second countdown starts for the two-wheel drive I-Final with Sven Ludig on pole. So off goes Sven, and it is, I was going to say it was a fairly regulation start until the bazooka came into the single roller jump. The yellow car just jumping in from nowhere, going bowling, I would say. So Sven Ludig is happily out front. It's almost regulation. It's 1, 2 and 4. It was the 6 car of Jens Olsen that went bowling, and he's managed to still maintain in the 4 spot. So that's pretty good going. Graham North, can you show a bit of excitement? Sorry, I'll dial the excitement up for the A final, I promise. Jason Kissinger, great camera work, nice transitions. Well, the cameraman's a pro. Unfortunately, the speaker's an amateur. So we're following the battle for 2nd and 3rd. That battle is Cyril Castaldo and Loic Didier, the 2 and 4 car through the switchback. Sven Ludig has checked out from the Austrian racer of Rudog Distribution fame. But we're going to stick with the battle for 2nd. It's the closest battle on track as they come over double through the wide 180, through the fast chicane, double down 180, down the straightaway they go, and Loic Didier is just made a little error, but he's looking at the inside. Can he make it stick? No, he can't. Inside becomes outside, and he was in the wrong place for a roller. So we're into tabletop. They live to fight another day. But beware, Marcus Weyer is coming from behind. Oh, no. That was a slight error for Loic Didier. So for Junior in the 4 car, Loic Didier is looking fast. So he's throwing everything at it to try and find a way past Cyril, and he's done it. So let's get that on replay. So coming into the single jump, Loic just found the inside gap as Cyril hit the pipe and made it stick. Great work, Loic Didier. So Loic Didier is now running in 2 spot, about a straight and a half behind Sven Ludig. Straight and a half translates to nearly 4 seconds. So it's nearly a 4-second lead for Sven Ludig. So we're just going to drop back and follow the red car of Cyril Castaldo in the 3 spot, because the free spot is a freight train, and it is now in the 4 spot. So we'll stick with the white and blue and see if the white and blue of Marcus Weyer can do anything about moving forward as these guys spread out slightly through errors. So it's pretty spread out now, so we're going to jump to our race leader as he comes through the fast chicane and then down onto the straightaway. The green, red and white car, I want to say yellow wheels, but they look somewhat green, of Sven Ludig. So Sven Ludig is driving the Associated machine, Associated, a brand distributed by Rudog Distribution, that Sven is in charge of. So Sven, an ex-karter, I believe, in his younger days, is now taking up RC for his motorsport kicks, and he is driving his socks off to be leading the I-Final by a huge 3.5 seconds with 1 minute and 54 seconds remaining in this final. So Sven Ludig coming through the fast chicane, and I'm going to ask Mr. Cameraman to jump back to the line. Red car, yellow wheels, followed by the green cars, is the closest battle on track. So they're going to come over the double and down the straightaway, and that is Cyril Castaldo, Nicholas Burr and Linus Carlson. That's for 2, 10 and 3 cars. So a 10 car making progress up the field, battling it out with the 2 and 3 cars. So Cyril Castaldo in the red car, in the number 2. Nicholas Burr in the green and white number 10 with white wheels, and then behind them, just coming into view, Linus Carlson, all green car with yellow wheels. So those three are battling it out for 4th place. Closest battle on track as they go through the S section. Cyril Castaldo just looks to be under pressure wherever on track who he's racing. He just looks to be under pressure from everyone. Maybe he's overqualified. Maybe his car's not quite as hooked up as he hoped. Oh, and he's made an error, and that's going to cost him 3, 4, maybe 3 places. So it is Nicholas Burr going to get through, and so is the 3 car of Linus Carlson. We see it there on the replay, just coming up short on the jump and ending stuck on the pipe. So with 30 seconds to go, Sven Rudig is still leading. Loic Didier, Marcus Beyer, Nicholas Burr, Linus Carlson, Cyril Castaldo, Jens Olsen, Pontus Magnusson and Apo Coro is your full running order. So as we come into the final 30 seconds, we're going to pick up our race leader at the end of the straight as he comes round. The Sven Rudig car has had his lead dramatically reduced, looks to be less than 2, but he is racing. Oh, we'll get through just. Sven might get through, 2nd place might get caught the line. They're racing to the line, let's see what happens. They are both through for 1. No, they're not. Loic is done. So we're following Sven Rudig on his victory lap. The 1 car leading from start to finish. Red, green and white associated car of Sven Rudig. Through the switchbacks, going to come into the frontside tabletop. Nicely done. Through the switchbacks and crossing the line. Sven Rudig taking the win of the 2-wheel drive I-Final. Loic Didier going to finish in 2nd. Marcus Beyer in 3rd. Nicholas Burr going to finish 4th. Linus Carlson 5. Cyril Castaldo 6. Jens Olsen in 7, Pontus Magnusson in 8, and Apo Coro in 9. Burak Kilic did not run. So, quick check at the comments. I answered about the excitement. Yellow car should have got the stop and go penalty. Luckily, I am not a referee. I just talk about what I see, and I don't have to make decisions. Announcing is great too. Fast-paced action must be hard. Much appreciated. Appreciate the comments, Jason. Appreciate all 924 of you that are watching at home. Thank you very much for joining us. It is really cool to have you on board as we work our way through the main finals here at the 1/10 Electric Off-Road 2-wheel drive Buggy 2024 European Championships. A final number 1 was won by Michael Orlowski, and he will be hoping to repeat that in a final leg number 2. And we will very much be hoping the race is a good one and we can give you an exciting live stream. Jamie Banks, Tom, other mistakes, whereas most of the passes occurred, looks very close and tricky to get past. I think he's probably saying no mistakes will be no passing, but a mistake here can be you run wide on a corner by a foot and the door is open for someone to go through. So we're not looking for crashes, we're literally looking for missing an apex by 20 centimetres, and that is enough to send a car offline and cause an opportunity for a pass, especially the two, the double onto the straight and the single at the end of the straight gives great opportunity, but really hard to judge. And we're also seeing cars get unsettled coming over the front side tabletop, so that's an option for an overtake too. So with 40 seconds to start before the track's open, I'm just going to go for a quick intermission and we'll take a quick look at the X-ray vehicles. So welcome back. Quick intermission for me to catch my breath. Is always welcome. So H final, 2-wheel drive H final. Matthias Toos, junior driver from France, is going to lead away from pole. Harriet Thames, British driver, in second. Mads Skonberg in third. Elias Jordan, another junior driver, in fourth. And Victor Horsfield, another junior driver. We've got over 20 juniors here this week in Malmo, so fantastic to see. Christian Mukonig's going to start 6. Jani Mäkinen going to start 7. Lucas Didier 8. Zacharias Villalba Nilsson going to start in 9. And our youngest racer here today, I believe, 11-year-old Alexander Budanski from Poland, starts in 10th. These guys will get away in 50 seconds.
Cars are ready, the driver seems ready. Soon they will the final round again.
Seconds to start.
So, coming into final 15, this is our H final. I think we might have an A main next.
10, 9,
maybe.
8.
2 more, sorry. Gonna have this one and 1 more before the A main. So A main should go off at 5 o'clock. So away we go. Matthias 2 is going to lead away from pole. Regulation order, 4 car looking to move on the 5 car. Sorry, 5 car on the 4 car, doesn't make it stick. So we are in full regulation order for the front 5 or 6 cars as they cross the line, first time by. Matthias 2 is Harriet Thames, Mads Skonsberg, Victor Horsfield, Christian Mukonig, Jani Mäkinen, Lucas Didier, and Zacharias and Budanski. It is regulation order 1 through 10. Oh, and then there's a change. No, not a change at the front, but Evie Thames looking at the inside, couldn't make it stick. So Evie Thames is chasing down Matthias 2s as they come through the fast chicane, and they are breaking away ever so slightly from the 3 car of Mads Skonsberg. So we'll see what happens as the 2 leaders just breaking away. Different lines chosen over that roller. Matthias going slow and short, whereas Evie going with a bit more speed and a bit more air. Coming over double, through the wide 180, through the fast chicane, and into the double jump. Down the straightaway they go. And it is going to be Matthias 2's leading this one from Harriet Thames. And we've got the crowd shouting for Matthias. Matthias is leading this one, and he's pulled his lead out that time round. It was a 21-3, no, say that, 21-3 for both. So it wasn't pulled out as much as I think. It was 7/10 of a second. It's a lot less now. Drag race down the straightaway. And Harriet Thames going to take that. Let's have a look at that move. Matthias just getting it wrong on the jump, jumping super tight, and allowed Evie to just send it up the inside and make that move stick into turn number 1. So Evie Thames is now your leader. And Matthias is over. Oh, disaster. Let's see if we caught that on the replay. Matthias came in and just spun out. So hitting the low grip, spinning out, and that has caused him to drop all the way down to 8th position. So Evie Thames is checking out. She's pulling on Orlowski. She has a 3-second lead, well, 2.5-second lead already over Mads Skonsberg, who has Victor Horsfield for company. Oh, and Evie's over. Disaster. Luckily, I've got replays left, right, and centre. So Evie Thames coming in, hits a pipe and puts it on a roof, and she's crashed again. So Evie Thames dropping all the way down to the 7th spot. So your 2 leaders last time by are now running 6th and 7th. What a disaster for our leaders, long-time leaders. As we are at 2 minutes 40 down, 2:20 to go. Hattie Thames, what have I been saying? Not Thames, clearly. Anyway, Mads Skonsberg is now leading. Victor Horsfield is in 2nd. Christian Mukonig 3rd. And Zacharias is up to 4th from the 9 spot. Change of lead again. Let's have a look at that one on the replay. So you see the leader comes in and he just hits that butt dot again, champion's roll onto his wheel and drives away. So, Mads Skonsberg, Victor Horsfield now leaving from Victor Horsfield leading from Mads Skonsberg as they cross the line. The gap between them is 0.2. So we've got Victor Horsfield out front in the orange car. We've got Mads Skomberg in the pink, and then we've got Christian Koenig in the 9 car chasing those two down. We kind of got a 2-horse race for the lead, possibly a 3 if Christian can join in. So it is Horsfield from Skomberg. Down the straightaway they go into turn number 1. And Horsfield, Skomberg just catching that pipe once again. That's twice out of 3 laps he's done that. So it's going to release Victor Horsfield to the lead. And Christian Koenig into second. So Christian Koenig, 9th up to 2nd, is looking for a good result here. Going pot hunting. Sorry, 6th up to 2nd. I don't know where I got 9th on the grid from. So he's gone from 6th up to 2nd. And it is a 5-car Victor Horsfield that's leading this one. And Mads Skomberg in the 3 spot. So we'll keep on the leader with 30 seconds to go. It's going to be this lap and one more. This lap and one more. So it is going to be Victor Horsfield coming through the switchback section into the frontside tabletop. They're all going to get through for one more. I think I say all, the front 3 are. There goes the front 2 and Skomberg through 2. So Christian Koenig leaving his charge late. Can he do anything about this as they come down the straightaway into turn 1? Christian Koenig is looking fast. He's got the switchback to go. He's just run a little bit wide, opens up the gap. Comes over the tabletop, nicely done. It's just a fast sweeper to the line. Is he going to send it? No, he doesn't. Victor Horsfield going to take the win. Christian Koenig going to finish 2nd. Mads Skomberg going to finish 3rd. Matthias Tu's in 4th. Yanni Mäkinen 5th. Zacharias in 6th. Harriet Thames in 7th. Alexander Badansky in 8th. Lucas Didier in 9. And Elias Jordan in 10. That's a wrap of our H final. And next up, it's going to be our G final. Just check the comments. It appears I was mispronouncing Harriet's name, or Hattie. So apologies for that. Matt Keane, love the commentary. Hope we don't have to suffer replays during the A finals. Want to watch the action live. Matt, if we see some action and we want to replay it, it's good to show any crashes that happen or any incidents. We won't replay nothing. So 972 of you watching, thank you all for joining. If you can hit the like, subscribe and share, that would be hugely beneficial to us. Just going to take a quick intermission and then we will be back very quickly. Should do, yeah. So, welcome back. Quick intermission. Apologies for getting your name wrong, Hattie. I was told 1 out of 4 times. I was speaking to your evil twin, supposedly. So, apologies for that. So, what have we got next? G final. Then we're going to go into the A final. So, we've got G main, and we've got A main leg number 2. And your G finalist is going to be Joshua Walton on pole. Powell Trell in 2, Carl Volter in 3, Laurent Jesus in 4, Victor Litvinenko in 5, Theobald Jacquelut in 6, Emile Joux in 7, Dave Burton in 8, Reese Ward in 9, and Roy Gemble in 10. Those are your drivers. And they are just going to come round now and grid up. And we've got about 1 minute 30 before the start of the race. 1 minute 30 before the start of the race. which leaves us enough time for a bit of an X-ray advert. So guys and girls, we've got 999 people watching. We need you to like, share and subscribe this to get us above 1,000 as soon as possible, to make me feel good about myself. Anyway, coming into 10 seconds to start, the countdown starts. Josh Walton going to lead us away from pole in this two-wheel drive G final here at the 2024 two-wheel drive European Championships. And away we go. Good start from Josh Walton. Good start from Trella in two. Trella straight up the inside on the second corner. Coming off a little roller. So it is going to be Trella in the two. From Walton in the one. Then it looks like the four of Laurent Jesus. So three cars not getting any good starts. But it is a three-car breakaway at the front. 2, 1 and 4 is your running order. 2, 1 and 4. Out the front, go job Matthias. So there is some super support. So we have the 2 car followed by the 1 car. It's Paul Trella, followed by Josh Walton. Poland leading, Great Britain leading France. It is Laurent Jesus in the 4 car. So 3 car breakaway for the lead. If Laurent Jesus can hold on to it. And he is just a little bit behind that time by. Lost a couple of attempts on that lap, about half a second maybe. But the front 2 are battling it away. All orange with white wing and wheels is Joshua Walton, the young Brit. And then we have Paul Trell from Poland, who is leading it. And he is driving the X-ray machine. And Josh is driving the Schumacher machine. So it's X-ray versus Schumacher. It's Poland versus Great Britain. It's Powell versus Joshua. Down the straight they go into turn 1, and Josh Walton is just dropping back ever so slightly. So Josh Walton not got the pace to go with it just yet. Runs wide coming off the tabletop and through the fast chicane. Meanwhile, Powell Trella at the front. Oh, Josh Walton's over. So let's see if we caught that on the replay. Josh Walton coming into the double jump, just lands badly, rolls, and Hattie Thames was there marshalling very, very quickly, but hasn't allowed Laurent Jesus to get through. So it is now an absolute boatload of space for our leader, Paul Trella. But if we drop back 1 onto the 4 car, the pink and white coming to the end of the straightaway now, he has got a battle in his hands in the form of Josh Walton right behind. So Josh Walton is now trying to chase down Laurent Jesus. Laurent Jesus trying to hold on to the 2 spot that he has inherited for 4th on the grid, and that was very unlucky. Laurent Jesus getting the corner slightly wrong, had to check up. Joshua Walton checked up, but with the check up ended up on his roof. So Josh Walton going to fall even further down the field. So we've dropped back our camera. 1 more car. We're going to pick up Victor Litvinenko heading up the 3-car train, battling it out for 3rd place as they go across the line. Gap between the 3 of them is less than a second. So Victor Litvinenko, one of our Ukrainian racers here this weekend, into turn 1, followed by Josh Walton. And then we've got Veerbolt Jacklute, the Belgian racer, one of a few in the Flemish team. So Josh Walton once again looking racy as Veerbolt goes crashing off behind. Oh, Josh Walton hits the board and carries on, lives to fight another day. So coming into the start of the straight, this is your battle for 3rd. I've got an eye on 1st and 2nd. They're circulating on their own. Not much is happening as Josh Walton just catches the back of Litvinenko. No harm, no foul, but I think the ref's just having a word and saying calm it down a little bit. So Josh Walton looking for any way past to get back into that podium position. Litvinenko runs wide. It's going to be a drag straight down the straightaway, and Litvinenko checks up to live to fight another day. So Josh Walton is released. Can he do anything about catching and passing Laurent Jesus for the 2 spot? We will find out as we are 4 minutes down and 1 to go. 4 down and 1 to go. Let's try and pick our race leader up, coming off the front tabletop and through the switchback across the line, sorry. So the yellow car is our race leader, and that race leader is Paul Trell. He's led from turn 2, so he started second, followed Josh Walton through turn 1, made a move at the first jump and has since held the lead non-stop, and with 38 seconds on the master clock. He's crossing the line now, and he's got this one and 1 to go. So this one and 1 to go for our leader, and our leader is the 2 car coming up to put a lap on the 10 car of Roy Gembel. So Paul Trell is the Polish racer running the X-Ray machine. Yellow body shell, a little bit of orange, a little bit of blue. Going to come across the line once again to start lap number 15 with 10 seconds on the chat. And it is going to be his victory lap as we are watching. If he does makes no mistakes, he's going to bring this one home. He's got the switchbacks to go. He's going to come over the front side tabletop, come back on himself through the fast chicane. Paul Treller, your winner of the 2-wheel drive G final. Laurent Jesus will come home in second. Josh Walton in third, closed that gap, but not enough laps to do anything about it. Victor Litvinenko going to finish 5, Emil Zhu 5. Litvinenko going to finish 4, Emil Zhu 5, Theobald 6, Carl Volter 7, Roy Gembel 8, Dave Burton 9, and Reese Ward in 10. So quick look at the chat. We're over 1K. We are now. It was 999 when I said it. Chris Bowden, not a bad comment. Certainly better than you are with glue. Not sure what that's in reference to. Hi Tom, hi Mark, I hope you're well. Most used brand, I'll probably say it's going to be a Schumacher or X-Ray. Not quite sure on most used brand. I have asked Tech to take a list. I'll see if I can get it at the end of the day. Walton have a first clean overtake of the day. No, there's been plenty of clean overtakes. Don't you worry. We've seen lots and lots of them. And we are now looking at a final leg number 2. So a final leg number 2. I'm just going to put a quick intermission on while I take a drink, and then we are going to come back. So, a final leg number 2. Who's up for commentator's drinking game? Yes! I want all of you guys listening to be drinking every time I say certain phrases. And if that gets you lot drunk, we're all good. Disaster, lives to fight another day. What else do I say? I'm all up for that.
No harm, no foul.
No harm, no foul. That's another good one. So I'm not doing the shots. I need to keep speaking. And if I'm doing shots every time I say something, I'm out of here. So, a final leg number 1. It was Mikhail Olowski. Basically got a break from pretty much the first corner and checked out. Danny Kobovic, he came second. He was under pressure the whole race, Danny Kobovic. First it was from the 3 car of Marcus Carup. Marcus hit the pipe and fell down the listing. Then it was Bruno Coelho. Bruno hit the pipe and collected Ronnefolk in his way. And then it was Ben Smith, actually. Came up to third. And then Ben Smith finished third, put a bit of pressure on Kobovic at the end, but couldn't do anything about it. So it was a Schumacher 1, 2, 3. So we pick up Olowski's car coming over the front side tabletop as he takes his warm-up lap. So quick look at the comments. Commentators drinking game, champions roll. Oh, someone needs to write rules for this. I'm all for it. So cars just doing their warm-up laps. So cars doing their warm-up laps. Hitting the pipe, yes, they are hitting the pipe on the warm-up lap. I guess they're pushing as much as they can on a warm-up lap. Find the limits ahead of starting A main number 2. So we can see, we're going to cut to the main camera. I'm letting our tech guy do the camera work. So he's just making sure as Trish puts down the Schumacher cars, they are within the tape marks. So very strict rules on front wheels must be within the width of the tape marks. And the cars cannot have wheels on the tape, I believe, is what was said in the team manager's meeting. He's looking left and right. Kovacic was just a roadblock for Orlowski. Orlowski was quick. Orlowski, once he's got free, he just seems to check out. I think another bit of pressure on him from the start. We'll see what happens, but it's tight. They're all quick drivers. They're all very good drivers. We have 20 seconds to the start. So full grid. Michael Orlowski, Daniel Kovacic, Marcus Carup, Bruno Coelho, David Ronnefolk, Ben Smith, Juna Hattunen, Dominik Vlašek, Bartek Zalewski and Jessica Paulson as we come into the 10-second countdown.
6, 5, 4.
So off and away they go. Orlowski leading away from the front from Kovacic, Carup, Coelho and Ronnefolk. It's regulation 1 through 10, I believe. So Orlowski going to lead away from the front. Kovacic looking closer this time than he was last time. So we'll see what lap times do as they come round to complete the first complete. We know times dropped since qualifying. Has the track come back to him? So it is Orlowski, Kovacic and Marcus Carup is looking racy. So coming over the tabletop they go. It's still going to be Orlowski, Kovacic and Carup. Gap between them is not a lot. 0.4 of a second separating the front three. Lap times is 19.9, 19.8. The track is still slow. But Orlowski is broken. You can just visibly see it. He's pulled maybe 4-5 car lengths extra, and that just seems to be enough for Kovacic to clam up and look behind at Carup rather than look forward at Orlowski. Gap last time by 0.6 of a second. Unless Kovacic can do something about it, I think Orlowski's comfortable with that and will drive away. Let's see what Kovacic can do. He's coming through the switchback. He's got Carup all over him, and Coelho's there as well. Ronnefolk not looking quite as racy as leg number 1. So let's concentrate on the battle for second. It's going to be Kovacic, Carup and Coelho coming down the straightaway. I'll keep an eye on Orlowski, see what he does, but it's all about, can Kovacic do anything about it? Can Carup or Coelho or Ronnefolk find a way through? Front 5 have broken away. Ben Smith's in a bit of no man's land with Juna catching him. Then it is Vlašek and Paulson. We've lost Vlašek. It's Bartek and Paulson. So Orlowski is disappearing slowly but surely. Last time by another 10th in his favour. Gap is 0.8 of a second. But it looks a mile on this fast and flowing track. Kovacic has got Carup for company as they come through the fast chicane. Through the 180, down the straightaway they go. Carup is looking left and right. There's a shot for you in the crowd. So coming through the switchbacks, Carup just touching each one of those bot dots. Perfectly done. Bruno Coelho is out, just pulled up, coming off the tabletop. So that's going to release Ben Smith. So Ben Smith is up to the 4 spot behind Marcus Carup, because Ronnefolk is down at the back of the field. Bruno Coelho out and Vlašek is out. So it is a front 3 now of Orlowski, Kovacic and Carup. Ben Smith running in no man's land in 4th. Juna Hattunen chasing him down. We'll concentrate on the battle for second. Carup, what a move! Is he going to make it stick? Yes, he is. So we've got that marks. We'll show that replay at the end. Marcus Carup coming up the inside, coming onto the straight because Kovacic ran wide. They went wheel to wheel on the straight. Kovacic looked up the inside into turn 1, could not make it stick. So now Marcus Carup has a 1.9 second gap to close down in exactly 2 minutes if he wants to defend his European Championship. Michael Orlowski has to keep in front for the remaining 2 minutes to become champion. Marcus Carup needs to close this down. Can he do anything about it? Last time by, it was identical lap times. 1.9 in Orlowski's favour, I believe will be Michael Orlowski's first 2-wheel drive European Championship. So it was 18.9 for Karup and 19.3 from Marcus Karup. So Marcus Karup is coming. Gap is down to 1.5. So can Orlowski do anything about it? We have about 5 laps remaining. 5 laps remaining. This time by 19.5 to a 19.2. 3 attempts in Orlowski's favour. The gap is going to be 1.3 with 4 laps to go. 3 attempts a second. He is going to catch him at this rate if this carries on. Can Orlowski respond? Can Karup keep up the pressure without mistakes? They're going to come across the line once more. Orlowski goes 19.2. Karup 19.1. That's more like it for Orlowski. Karup is throwing everything at it. We'll keep the camera on Karup, see if he can catch. Orlowski coming round through the over the 180, drives away through the switchbacks. Karup is looking visibly closer this time by. Karup desperately wants to defend that championship. Orlowski desperately wants to win it. 19.3 to an 18.9. Karup is there. This lap and one more to go. We've got this lap and one more. Michael Orlowski driving for championship. Karup driving for his defence. Coming through the switchback, what's it going to be? They're going to go one more time this lap to decide the championship. Will it go to one more leg? Michael Orlowski, Marcus Karup. Marcus is going to throw everything at it. Coming over the double, down the straightaway they go. Karup just giving him a little love tap. Coming over the roller, going to drive away from the rostrum. And through the switchbacks, just a tabletop to go. Then Marcus Karup gives him a tap, waits for him. Coming through the fast chicane, Karup going to throw it. Michael Orlowski going to take the win. Michael Orlowski taking the 2024 championship. Marcus Karup giving us a race. What a fantastic conclusion to Michael Orlowski's first two-wheel drive European Championship. I'm just going to run down and get a word with our new two-wheel drive champion. Sound check, we're good. So Michael Orlowski just come off rostrum from A final leg 2. Tell me how you're feeling, buddy.
It's a nice feeling. I've been close to this title many times. Last year I gave it away in the last final to Marcus and lost it by 0.6 on tiebreak. So it's nice to finally get it. And since winning the Worlds last year and having a lot of good results last few years, it's came to this event without any pressure, and yeah, it's nice to get this one.
So those last few laps, you must have seen Marcus closing. How were you feeling?
I was fine. I had a nice gap, so when I made a mistake and Marcus got by, I was pushing so hard to maintain that gap, and then Marcus put in an 89 on these conditions. I could see him throwing the car around, so I was fine. I knew if I just keep it in front of him, I'll be okay. And he did the right thing to wait for me. And so yeah, my car was awesome all week. And even though with this oil before the finals, which could have messed it all up for us, we made some changes to the car, thanks to the team for the suggestions, and my car was really quick.
Yeah, well, excellent, congratulations, well done, and we'll see you again full drive. So there you have it, Michael Orlowski, your 2024 two-wheel drive European champion.
The track is open.
So there we go, Michael Orlowski, your 2024 two-wheel drive European champion. His first two-wheel drive championship, I think his third European championship. So I think we're going to play a quick VT whilst I get my breath back. We've got a minute and a half, so quick VT. So, quick break for me. F final is up next. Your drivers, Callum Ackroyd bench, Randolph out, Oliver Koos, Ewan Tumulty, Jolien de Verde, Peter Harder, Sonia Skurzpek, Alex Johns Remes and Tommy Dale. What a final we've just seen for A-Leg 2. I'll check the comments at the end of this as we start the F final, sorry. So Callum leading away from pole and Randolph out. Oh, carnage. Absolute carnage. Let's have another look at that, because the 2 car got involved, the 3 car got involved, the 4 car, absolute carnage for everyone. That is not how you start a final. They've clearly not been watching. Oh, Ackroyd bench is over. So we caught that just at the end. He just had a little error. Let's see if we can catch that on the stream. So Ackroyd bench, oh, just missed it. So he just ran wide, got caught, and that is going to leave Randolph out in the 2 car, caught at turn 2, but he's back in the lead already. So Randolph out, back in the lead, and he's got a 2-second lead from Tommy Dale and Alex Remes Johnson. So Tommy Dale 9 spot up to 2. So we'll focus on the red and blue car in 2nd position, coming across the line now. And he is leading the freight train of Alex and Ewan, Jolien and Oliver. So it really is. The leaders away, Randolph out has a nice, comfortable lead. And then you've got a freight train of cars behind Tommy Dale. Tommy Dale in the 9 car, working his way all the way up to 2nd, avoiding all the trouble in the opening laps. And he has 1, 2, 3 cars directly behind him, running through the fast chicane, and it is a 4 car of Ewan Tumulty now who makes his way up into 3rd position. Oh, what a move! That was Alex Johnson, I believe, sending it up the inside of half an open door, up the inside of Ewan Tumulty to regain his 3rd position. All this means is Tommy Dale is pulling away little by little, and Tommy Dale is doing everything he can. Round turn 1. And then through the 180, drives away and over the roller, through the switchback and into the up and down tabletop in front of the rostrum. So your race leader's got a lead of about 2.5 seconds. Tommy Dale has a gap of about half a second over the 8 car of Alex Johnson. So Alex throwing everything he can at it. So the 8 and 9 car. So the 8 and 9 car are both running well. Running in the 2nd and 3rd positions. So it is Randolph out coming down the straightaway. He is your race leader in the white car. Oh, and disaster as Ewan Tumulty in the 4 just catches the back wheel of Alex Johnson. They're both going to have to wait. And all that means is Tommy Dale has an even bigger gap for 2nd. So if we drop back 2 cars, we've got Tommy Dale in the black and red, and then pick up the orange one. So the orange one coming onto the straightaway now. He is running in 3rd position, and he has a Sonia Skurzpek for company. So Oliver Koos is the driver of the 3 car in 3rd position, red and orange one. And he has a freight train behind him, and that freight train is Sonia Skurzpek, Alex Johnson, Jolien de Verde and Ewan Tumulty. All running together, all on the straightaway together. So these 3 are battling it out for silverware as they are looking for 3rd position in this F final. So they're looking for 3rd place in this F final as they come through the fast chicane. Oh, the door opens up by the 8 car, but the 5 car can't find a way through. Jolien de Verde has the door shut on him. So it is still going to be Oliver Koos in the 3 spot. And then we've got Tommy Dale out front, ahead of that in the 2 spots, but we have Randolph out in the 1 spot in the 2 car, and his lead is a comfortable 3 seconds for Randolph out. What an absolute fantastic performance he is putting in, as is Tommy Dale, 9 spot up to 2, absolute brilliant drive from Tommy. Meanwhile, Oliver Koos is under significant pressure from Sonia Skurzpek as we come into the final 45 seconds. So we've still got that on screen, and they've closed right up on the bottom. Oh, Sonia getting it wrong, and that's going to be carnage at the end of the straight. So let's see what happened there. Sonia getting it wrong down the straight, wheeling back into the racing line, took 1 hit, took 2 hits, took 3 hits at the end of the straight, so that's the end of Sonia's race, unfortunately. So what does this mean? We have a serious battle on for second with 18 seconds to go. 18 seconds to go. As these drivers cross the line, you've got Tommy Dale in the blue and red, and then you've got Oliver Coos racing to the line for second place in the F final. So these guys are racing for second. Your leader is long gone. Let's not worry about him. As Randolph Alt comes across the line to take the win, it's Tommy Dale and Oliver Coos. Got the fast chicane to go. Tommy Dale going to take it and stick out for second place in the F final. Oliver Coos going to finish in 3rd, Jolan de Verde in 4th, Peter Harder in 5, Ewan Tumulty in 6th, Callum Ackroyd Bench in 7, Alex Johnson in 8, and Sonia Skurspak 9. Baptiste Roche did not survive. 10th, did not survive lap 1. So just going to have a look in the comments. Not had a look. Hell of a drive by Marcus to pull that gap in. Absolutely agree. What else are we looking at? Grip came back up. I don't know if it was grip up or Marcus was driving beyond the limit for those last few laps, but absolutely brilliant driving it was to bring that back. Box office stuff, well done for Carrot for honour. Yeah, I don't think Marcus would ever drive away from that one, but he also had to send it. Absolutely the right thing to do. He had to try and make a move. Kobovic was doing what he could, but shame to lose. I don't think Kobovic consigned himself to second. I just think with a lower grip, Kobovic's car maybe is not quite as good. One more lap, Carrot would have took it, maybe. Impossible to say. I don't think Kobovic destroyed the race. Kobovic was doing what he could. Please don't let us miss final 1 race. We've not missed any finals, we're not going to. Honour as competitor, yep, absolute honour from Marcus. Marcus, knowing that's his championship leaving him, and going to competitor Orlowski. They will battle again through 4-wheel drive. I don't think Kobovic was holding anyone up. He was doing his best. He has the right to race from second. Faster driver did not win. Not sure how you've come to that conclusion. Orlowski's TQ'd. He's been at the front pretty much all week, so I'd say Orlowski was fully deserving of that win. Ouch, that's the replay we've just played. Spin rush, I like the comment, I'm not going to repeat it. 5 minutes is a joke. I don't know what else you expect. 5 minutes is because once upon a time that's how long batteries lasted. Could we go for longer? Yep, absolutely. A few comments on the commentary. Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate the feedback. I just hope I'm giving you some enjoyment for the show back home. That's what I am here to do. We've still got 1,000 people watching. That is great. Well, 992. So hit like, share, and subscribe. Let's get that number back up to 1,000. And we do have a replay we want to show from the A final. I don't think Tex edited it yet, not unsurprisingly, because Tex just had to jump on the camera, so camera can have a break. Yeah, it's a bit manic. So the replay is of the pass, the Marcus Kobovic pass. Watch the A-main in the supermarket. Get your priorities right, my friend. So we've got the E-final warming up, the E-final, and your drivers for the E-final are Frederick Hovgaard, Bastian Andreasen, Axel Constantin, Vincent Ruger, Patrick Bremsteller, Oliver Natras, Martin Scar, Philip Merzinger, Pele Martin, and Nico Schmidt. And I would like to take a minute to thank all our sponsors for making this coverage possible. They are T-Works, X-Ray, Mybo Sports, Hobby Wing, Schumacher, RCXX Shop, and S-Works. Thank you to all our sponsors. Really, really helpful. Really helpful, helping us put this stream on, helping us grow RC Scale Motorsport, and helping us reach a wider audience with the fantastic sport that we all love and participate in. Hope you guys at home are doing all right and not too drunk with your new drinking game that you've established. Hope you all live to fight another day and you're not having a disaster and you are still looking left and right. So 50 seconds for the E-main gridding up. I'm just going to go on mute while I take a small drink.
30 seconds to start.
Vic DK, thanks for covering events. No, thank you for tuning in. We do it for people like you watching at home. This is why we are here. There we go. Just put the follow cam on. Otherwise, I'm seeing the requests in the chat, but we are going to follow the race wherever that race ends up. Just gives us a bit of excitement and lets me get excited on the mic. So Frederick Hovgaard going to lead the way from pole in the yellow Yokomo machine, and Bastian Andreasen is going to be chasing down in second, followed by Axel Konstantin. So those three, 1, 2, 3 lead. It's regulation order 1 through 7. Then Nico Schmidt in the 10 car jumping up 2 spots to the 8th position. And those 8 are in a freight train, so we've lost 8 and 9 from that train. They're still circulating, just not near the front. So still, it's regulation order with a 1, 2, 3 at the front of this final. Oh, your race leader, Hovgaard, just clipping a bot dot, making a mistake, and there we go. There it is. So we'll just show a replay of that. Oh, very, very politely done by the 2 car. Not sure I'd have done the same. As you see them come over the jump, Hovgaard runs wide. Andreas had nowhere to go. I wouldn't have waited, but I'm not a referee or a polite racer by the sounds of it. So that has demoted the 1 and 2 cars of Hovgaard and Andreasen, sorry. So what does that mean? That means we have a 3 car of Axel Konstantin, Vincent Ruger and Patrick Bremsteller as your 3 leaders. So they are rocking and rolling. They're going to come through the fast chicane, and they are being chased down by Martin Scar. So the front 4 are separated by 1.1. So 1.1 seconds is the front 4. So as we watch them, they're going to come round through the switchback section into the tabletop, and your race leader Axel just having a little moment coming down the tabletop, making Vincent check up in the 2 spot, but it's Axel in the 3, Vincent in the 4, then we've got Patrick in the 5, and Martin in the 6 is there. He is now in this battle. You can throw a towel over the front 4 as they go through the switchback into the front side table. We're going to drive through the fast chicane and cross the line, and those 4 are separated by 7/10 of a second, just 7/10. So Axel out front, followed by Vincent, Patrick and Martin. Martin is the junior of the 4. Oh, getting so close, so close to the gearbox of Patrick through that first roller, and not touching him at all. Once again, looking left, looking right, looking up the inside, couldn't find a gap to make it work. Oh no! Disaster for Martin Scar. What a shame, as he was running so well. So that's going to leave a 3-car battle out front. That 3-car battle is going to be Axel Konstantin, Vincent Ruger and Patrick Bremsteller. The 3, 4 and 5 cars are your leaders. And those 3 leaders are running through round race control. Patrick just knocking off pipes, so he's going to fall away. And that is going to give us a 2-horse race for the lead of this 2-wheel drive E-final. And those 2 horses are Axel Konstantin and Vincent Ruger, coming off the front side tabletop. Going to go through the fast chicane, back into the switchback, over the around the wide 180, through the fast chicane, through the central chicane, and down the straightaway they go. So Vincent Ruger is throwing everything at it, but last time by the gap extended 6/10 of a second in Axel Konstantin's favour as they come off the front side tabletop. Through the S's, and then they are into the double and around the wide 180. And this is, we've got 10 laps on the board. They predicted 15. They may go 16. We shall see. Oh, the mistake from Axel, and Vincent looking up the inside, couldn't make it stick. They banged wheels but continue in regulation order with Axel leading away Vincent through the S's, through the switchbacks, unfortunately. So Axel with 11 laps on the board. It is going to be 15-lap race, so this is lap number 12. 12 of 15 is the one that they are on, and they're going to come round. And I've got to say, Vincent Ruger now is looking racy as we come into the final minute of this race. Going to have this lap and 2 more. There's a battle behind for 3rd place, but we're going to stick with the battle for the lead as Vincent Ruger looking up the inside, coming off the rolls. Oh, what a move! So unfortunate there. Well, let's get that on the replay. Vincent Ruger found a gap out of nowhere And I think he shocked himself, but he found it so much so that he just hit the pipe. Anyway, we return to regulation order coming round turn 1. This is lap 13 of 15, so it's this lap and one more for our 2 leaders. Can Vincent Ruger find that gap again? Can Axel Constantin hold on to the win as they start their final lap now? 16 seconds on the clock. They are going to be racing to the line. Vincent Ruger going to look at the inside and he's going to take them both out. They both get away with it. It's now a 3-horse race first start. Oh, Axel hits a pipe, going to get away with it. So from coming through the switchbacks, it's 3, 4 and 5. Regulation order as it has been the whole race. They're going to race to the line and it is going to be Axel Constantin, Vincent Ruger and Patrick Bremsteller going to finish first, second and third. Nico Schmidt going to come from the 10 spot to finish 4th. Bastian Andreasen recovers to 5th. Frederick Hofgaard 6th. Philip Merzinger 7th. Martin Scar 8th. Oliver Natras does not finish in 9th. And Pele Martin does not finish in 10th. Quick look at the comments. Some good comments. Thank you very much. I appreciate we're getting requests to follow. We're just going to follow the racing as it happens, wherever that ends up. So if the best battle on track is for 4th and 5th, we will be following those guys. But appreciate all the comments coming in. We've still got 950 watching. Let's like, share and subscribe. See if we can get that back up to 1,000. Just going to take a quick break, grab a drink, and then I will be back with the next final starting in less than 2. So we are back with the D final, just waiting to open up. So D final, gridding up. Your drivers are going to be Oscar Berg, Luke Holdsworth, Alexander Gembel, Zolt Bezus, Lucas Greiner, Konstantin Salinen, Lynn Blatter, Florian Schmidt, Iva Metzola and Hala Gran.
The track is open.
The track is now open for this round here, so we can get the cars into the starting position of this final team on this final day here. And the finals two-wheel drive here at Euro 2024 in Malmo.
All cars in starting position, no more laps. Railway close.
As we heard, the cars is getting into the starting position. Getting a hand by the person on the track. So everything goes smoothly.
So, what have we got? We've got the D final gridding up. We've got our follow cam on. We've got race director. Race director's doing a great job here. He had a bit of a curveball thrown at him last night. Dealt with it well. So yeah, kudos to the race director here at the Malmo event. I think he's doing a sterling job. As are the club, EFRA, the racers, I think so far. Fair to say it's been a fantastic event. We won't see a deciding leg 3, unfortunately, but we saw an absolute cracking leg 2. Marcus Korup coming from nowhere to put up a challenge to Orlowski in the defence of his title, and he came up maybe 1 lap short, is the opinion of the crowd. Another lap, and Korup might have done something about it. But Orlowski, a deserving champion, leaving the Malmo arena tonight, having TQ'd 4 out of 5 rounds of qualifying and being in the top 2 pretty much the entire week.
7, 6, 5.
So countdown is on. And Oscar Berg going to lead us away from pole in the all yellow car. And carnage avoided at turn number 2. The orange car is robust, I think I'm going to say. Robust overtakes and then puts it on his roof, and that was Zolt Bezos. So it's going to be 1, 2 and 3 out front. So 1, 2 and 3. Berg, Holdsworth and Gembel are your front 3. Make that 4 because Lucas Grainer is in that 4-car train. So the 4-car train is rocking and rolling. Oh, someone's over, that's Gembel. I know it's Gembel because he's got the car of 2 halves, with an orange and a green. But we're watching the leaders, and those leaders are Oscar Berg and Luke Holdsworth. Oscar Berg and Luke Holdsworth coming off the front side tabletop, going to go through the fast chicane. Holdsworth looking at the inside into that chicane. That is brave. That is a move I want to see happen, Mr. Holdsworth. So down the straight they go, and they are coming off the roller, going to drive away from themselves, and then through the switchbacks. Oh, Holdsworth just clipping the pipe. That's going to make it a battle for second rather than third with Lucas Grainer. Hopefully Holdsworth can get his head down and brake to the front rather than looking behind and checking up. So that's going to give Oscar Berg about a second lead. A second might sound a lot, and it is a lot. Looks a lot on this fast track, but with some of these corners, it's very easy. Oh, Luke Holdsworth, that was beautifully saved and quick. So a 19.9 from Holdsworth. Just to put that into perspective, Korup ran an 18.8, I think, in the A main on a track that is lacking grip. I think there's no hiding the fact that this track has lost grip since qualifying. We've barely seen any 18s. We haven't seen any 18s in the finals until Korup got released, and he ran an 18.9. So Marcus Korup ran an 18.9 in leg number 2 of qualifying, leg number 2 of the finals. So that was stellar. So Luke Holdsworth has closed this gap back up. Luke Holdsworth is driving fast. Probably feels like he underqualified starting second in the D main. But that is where he is, and he is fighting with Oscar Berg. Luke is looking quick. He's closed that gap. 19.6 last time by for Luke Holdsworth. And they are coming round the wide hairpin through the central chicane. We're going to double onto the straight. Luke Holdsworth's car is landing and turning like nothing else. So coming off the jumps, he's got so much turn. He's looking to get up the inside into a landing zone. But first he's got to close up right on the gearbox of Oscar Berg, and he does that through the switchback chicanes. Not so good through that wide 180, but here we go. This is, I think, coming onto the straight will be his overtaking place if he can get close enough in the remaining 2 minutes. Oscar Berg has led from the start. He's not put a foot wrong yet, so he will be hoping to hold on. But I've got to say, Luke Holdsworth looking slightly quicker, but he just overshoots that corner and drops back another couple of attempts, and it's making all the difference. There's no sustained pressure from Luke on that leader. He gets close and he just drops back. There you go again, hitting the bottom dock, getting sideways and just dropping 5, 6, 7 further car lengths behind. He makes all the difference. That lap of 20.4 from Holdsworth. So Oscar Berg has pulled his lead back out to 1 second. Now we've seen Holdsworth pull a 19.6, and if he does manage that a couple of times, that second will disappear very, very quickly. But he's got to manage the 19.6s, and he can't afford any mistakes. A mistake being putting his car off the apex by more than 5 centimetres in this instance. So Luke Holdsworth coming down the straight, nice and tight and neat. But last time by, it was an extension of the lead from Oscar Berg. Oscar Berg putting in a stellar lap and took another half second out of Luke Holdsworth. This time by, it looks to be reversed. It's a 20.2 from Oscar Berg. It was a 20.2 It was a 19.9 from Luke Holdsworth, so 3 attempts back in his favour. And there is this lap and 2 more to go. This lap and 2 more to go. Luke Holdsworth hitting the bot dots, getting away with it this time. He's hitting them just right, just putting that inside wheel on, but not the chassis. Through the chicane they go. It's a 20.1 to a 20.0, so Luke Holdsworth is closing, but he's not closing quick enough with this lap and 1 more to go. This lap and 1 more to go for your leader, Oscar Berg, in the all green car, or yellow car. And Luke Holdsworth's made an error, so Oscar Berg is going to go through. Holdsworth is going to get through. So we're just going to focus on Oscar Berg as he's on his final lap. If he keeps it on its wheels, he is going to take the win of the two-wheel drive D final. And with trophies on the line, he's going to want to keep it on its wheels. Comes through the switchbacks, up and down the front side table. Just a fast chicane to go. He's through there nice and calmly. Oscar Berg takes a win. The junior driver from Sweden takes a D final win in front of Luke Holdsworth, Lucas Grainer, Lynn Blatter, Zolt Bezos, Oiver Metzola, Alexander Gembel, Constance Serenen, and Florian Schmidt and Hela Gran did not run. C-final up next, C-final up next. Just going to take a quick intermission and we will be back shortly.
So that was D final. Done and dusted, in the bag. Up next, unsurprisingly, C final, followed by B final. Then I'll give you 3 guesses what the last final will be. So yeah, including this one, 3 races left of the day. Then I think we will cover the award ceremony because there's some quite big trophies there. We'll be down there getting footage anyway, so we'll leave the cameras rolling. See what we can find, see who we can see, get the celebrations, etc. You can see our drivers there on screen. See Hupo there on the right hand side in the X-ray top, Hupo Honegor. Not long until, I think according to the clock, 14 seconds are the release for the warm-up lap. And in that, now 10 seconds plus warm-up, it gives me a chance to say thank you for watching. We are RC Racing TV. We're here bringing you the EFRA 1/10 Buggy 2-wheel drive, and starting tomorrow 4-wheel drive European finals, European Championships from Malmo in Sweden. Thank you to our sponsors, T-Works, X-Ray, Mebo, Hobbywing, Schumacher, RCXX Shop and S-Works.
So a quick jump into the comments from Bren's RC Racing. Thank you very much for kind words. Absolutely great coverage from the RC Racing TV crew and some great driving. Radek, are we crowning Eurochamp today? Yes, we are. And subject to confirmation of scrutineering, that European champion will be Michael Orlowski by virtue of his leg 1 and 2 wins. If you didn't see leg 2, I would advise you scroll back in the stream and watch it because it was fantastic. Absolute brilliant racing from the outgoing European champion and the incoming European champion.
I just saw a comment saying, excellent commentary, no filler. So on that note, I'll turn my mic off actually because I am the filler.
Sorry, sometimes I do need to run away from this desk for 30 seconds and sometimes I need a drink. So what have we got? We've got the C final gridding up. Tommy Hall your 2022 European champion from Robin Hood, is going to lead away from pole. Jesper Rasmussen, I know he's disappointed. He's had a couple of car failures, went on good runs, will be second. Jamil Gabrielsen is third, the junior from Finland. Clement Boda will be fourth, Ludwig Alberts 5. Noah Ben Mohammed will start 6, Wesley van Helmond in 7. Long-time European champion stalwart Hugo Honegel starts in 8th position. Valentin Puziat of VP Design fame will start in 9. Fabian Widmeyer in 10th. Countdown begins, and it will be Tommy Hall leading away from pole. So there goes Tommy, and he's through turn 1 nice and neat. It is regulation order all the way through the field. Fantastic start from these C finalists. So Tommy Hall, Jesper Rasmussen, Jamil Gabrielsen. Britain, Denmark, Finland. It's associated, and Jamil, what were you driving? I'm going to say Schumacher. I'll double check as he drives in front of a rostrum and I can see whose head turns. Yeah, Jamil Gabrielsen is a Schumacher driver. So associated Schumacher, Britain, Denmark, Finland. And Clement Boda's going with them, as is Ludwig Alberts. So they are all going. So Tommy Hall is going to lead this from Jesper Rasmussen. Jamil is doing all he can to try and close on this. But it looks like front two are breaking away. That front two being Tommy Hall on Jesper Rasmussen. So they are driving away from our position, over the roller, through the switchbacks and into the frontside tabletop. Heard both of them just clip something, and Jesper Rasmussen looking left and right for a way round Tommy Hall. And over the double jump they go, down the straightaway and into turn number 1. So it is going to be Tommy Hall still leading Rasmussen, and Jamil Gabrielsen is closing up. And say that he closes up and then just loses it coming out the switchbacks. Jesper Rasmussen is looking super racy. As I say, Jesper probably expected to be in the B final with the pace he showed, but some unfortunate DNFs just not letting him show his true potential in qualifying. Tommy Hall, absolute superb through the switchbacks there, pulling the gap on Jesper, but then running wide as he goes through the fast chicane and over the line. So Tommy Hall, Jesper going big over the double and gets his car turned in. So lap time wise, it's 19.7s for the 3 of them last time by. So looks to be fairly spaced out, fairly fast and equal, I should say. 19.3 for Tommy Hall that time by, though. Tommy Hall is turning up the wick, considering the pace of the track, we believe is slightly slower than qualifying. To be dropping 19.3 shows some serious effort from Tommy Hall out front, and he is still being chased down by Jesper Rasmussen, and behind him it is Jamil Gabrielsen, Clement Boda, Ludwig Alberts, all running regulation order 1 to 5. Then we've got Wesley van Helmond, Hugo Honegel, Fabian Widmeyer, Valentin Puziat and Noah Ben Mohammed. So what have we got? Tommy Hall, Jesper Rasmussen are still our front two, and we are still following Tommy Hall on camera, and we are seeing how Jesper Rasmussen can do as they come through the centre chicane, jump down onto the straight, and it is driving away from Jesper. Oh, Jesper Rasmussen just getting it slightly wrong, so we're going to drop back onto the white car of Jesper and see whether Jamil can either catch him or Jesper can move forward to Tommy Hall's position and give us some sort of race. This final extremely spread out. There's about a second gap between every car on track at the minute, so not the most close of racing for us here in this final, but Tommy Hall is laying down quite a clinical run to prove that maybe he shouldn't have been in the C final and he should have qualified higher up. However, for all these drivers, four-wheel drive still to come, so they have another opportunity to showcase and demonstrate what capability they have and that they can make that top 10 in a European main event. So Jesper Rasmussen last time by was a 20.0, Tommy Hall 19.7. So Tommy is starting to check out front. Jamil is not really catching Rasmussen up, but behind Jamil it is starting to close slightly. So we'll jump forward one car, back onto Tommy Hall, the orange and grey car coming off the front side tabletop, through the fast chicane across the line, and then he's going to go double through the wide 180, through the centre chicane and then double, nice downslope, and down the straight he goes. With 13 laps on the board, he's going to have this one and 2 more. This lap and 2 more to complete for Tommy Hall, and that will wrap up his two-wheel drive portion of the 2024 two-wheel drive Euros. So he comes through the centre chicane and off the double. Down the straight, Jesper looks closer, and last time by it was 2 tenths in the favour of Jesper, but the gap is still 0.9 of a second. And I just get the hearing of that crunching sound from somewhere. So Tommy Hall goes past Clement Bode, and where is that sound coming from? So Jesper Rasmussen is closing on Jesper. There is a car pulling off, and Tommy Hall's about to pass said car that has pulled off. So I wasn't hearing things. So Tommy Hall bringing it to the line, going to go one more corner through the fast chicane, and Tommy Hall takes a win of the two-wheel drive C final. Jesper Rasmussen's going to finish in second. A good race for third, but it is Jamil Gabrielsen going to finish in third. Clement Bode in fourth, and Ludwig Albert all separated by half a second there. Then we had Fabian Widmer, Valentin Pizet, Hupo Honigel, Noah Ben Mohammed, and Wesley Van Helmond did not finish. Quick look at the chats. Will there be a big track change for four-wheel drive? Yes, the track will change. Tommy's car is a missile. How fast is it? It is fast, and it is running 4.5. So we're running a 4.5 in two-wheel drive, is my understanding. So, B final next, the Nearly Men. Got 2 minutes. I'm going to put us a quick VT on, and then we will get back to this race.
This is my motorsport.
I put everything into this.
It's given me so much more back.
The best friends
The best moments.
The best skills.
and experiences.
I put hours into tuning the setup of my car.
From camber to toe.
To differential,
The shocks, tires.
body and wing.
Adjusting everything in search of perfection.
Lap after lap after lap.
I practice endlessly on track.
And then it's time to race.
We are in for a barnstormer.
Wants to make the move. He makes a move stick.
Ronald has a look down the inside. Can't find a gap there. What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Killick gets a kick down the straight.
Oh, and Walter's going for the lead.
Through for the third spot. It looks like Newman's got it.
Bruno gets the jump off the start, and Ronald Volker, it's all gone wrong for him.
Your European champion, Dario Balestre.
Racing at every level is hard.
And it doesn't always go your way.
Letting Newman. Oh, Newman's had a nightmare.
Oh, and that's figure eight rolling.
Spot on the pony. Oh, Garo's over.
Oh, Balestro's flamed out. Balestro's flamed out. They can stop. Oh, correction, it's just gone. He's taken out the fence.
Oh, and he's got the cone of justice.
Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Sometimes you lose.
But you'll never forget the important things you win.
I've made the best friends through RC.
I joined the team through RC.
I traveled the world through RC.
I have a career through RC.
I have a business through RC.
I have a family through RC.
Together we race, and together we win.
Whoever you are,
You can race with us.
RC is the most accessible motorsport on the planet.
RC is my motorsport.
I put everything in.
it's giving me so much more back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So B final warming up, and I'm just going to hit replay on that pass from Marcus Carup in the A main earlier. So hopefully this shows. So we see Marcus and Daniel. Daniel just getting it slightly wrong on the jump. Marcus just sending it over the inside. They bang wheels. They drag race down the straight. They come back together into turn one. Daniel came off worse, and that was what released Marcus Carup with 2 minutes and 20 to go. He pulled in about 3 seconds on Michael Orlowski. If you haven't seen leg two, rewind and watch it because it was stunning. So drivers for B final, Alexander Landon, the Nearly man. Quick, but couldn't bring it together over 5 minutes. Martin Beyer, he wasn't far off doing it. Hampus Berg, he was on it for the first minute and then had some couple of small errors that put him out the main. Your Neumann in 4th, Pekka Ivanen in 5th. Josh Holdsworth had a stunning run and couldn't back it up quite enough in 6th. Mats Goetzel 7. Elias Johansson in 8. Jamie Hall in 9. And Mika Vidmeier in 10. Quick check in the chat. Brandon Mott, no idea what motors they'll be running, but I will find out for you. Mr. McPick, go Pecco. Absolutely. And we'd all like to give Mr. McPeck a round of applause as he is a RCTV hero. Signed up this morning. If you want to be a hero, hit the join button, and it's a small subscription, but it helps us give a better product to you guys. So, countdown is going. I will shut up, and we will watch Alex Landon pull away from pole. So, Landon leaves, and Beyer follows, and it is regulation order for the first few corners. So, we're going to pick up Alexander Landon and Martin Beyer on the follow cam, coming across the timing and control line. And this is going to be one hell of a fast and frantic race. All these guys think they should have been in the A-main. Most of these guys had the pace to do it. Some of them didn't have the luck. Some of them just didn't have the run at the right time. Beyer is chasing down Landon. Berg is chasing down Beyer. And your Neumann looks the fastest of the 4 coming through from the back, with Pekka Ivanen also joining that 5-car freight train. Say that the front 2 seem to have broken away ever so slightly. Beyer putting the pressure on Landon as they come through the switchbacks into the front side tabletop, and it's going to be back on themselves through the fast sweeper and into the first chicane over the double, and it's going to be fast through the centre chicane into the double once more. Down the straightaway go. Landon looking a little bit more comfortable now, so 19.4 from Beyer, 19.4 from Landon, gap between them 2.5 tenths. So 1/4 of a second separates the front 2. Oh, Martin Beyer, what a landing off that tabletop. Getting some serious rotation out of his X-ray machine. And that's going to bring the gap down. Oh, not a lot. Landon's lap was quick as well. So it just ebbs and flows as you go around the lap. One corner you can make a couple of attempts, the next corner you lose it back. It is all about just maintaining traction on the front end, maintaining accuracy and precision. And here comes Hampus Berg. He's caught back up to these front 2. He's left the next 3 to battle it out for 4th place. He is not interested. He wants the win. So Hampus Berg throwed everything at it in his X-ray machine, but it's the associated car of Alexander Landon, the quickest car that hit the track in free practice number 1 all those hours ago, yesterday morning. Not even yesterday, Monday morning. So it is Landon from Beyer, from Berg, as they come through the switchback section into the tabletop. They're going to go back on themselves through the fast chicane and crossing time and scoring. 7 laps on the board of a predicted 16. So Landon and Beyer. Beyer's looking fast, Beyer's looking close. Fastest lap on track is a 19.1 from Beyer and a 19.1 from Landon. So the front 2 are the quickest 2, and Beyer's just had a slight error. I say error, he's just missed an apex ever so slightly, and he's dropped him back a few times. Landon's over, so Landon going to catch the double jump. We'll swatch the replay, coming through into the double, just comes up short, catches it, and he manages to rejoin on his wheels, and he is now down to 3rd position. Beyer's over. So Martin Beyer, and they've collected each other, and that is a disaster. But Beyer's got away with it. Hampus Berg coming out worse. So Hampus Berg is going to come out worse. What has that meant? It's meant the 5-car of Pecco is now up to 2nd. So Landon making a small error. So Beyer out front, and he has got... it's a huge lead relative to what it's been. So Beyer has a 0.9 of a second lead over Pecco Ivanen in the Schumacher car. Then comes Alexander Landon in the associated. So what happened there? Beyer got it wrong on the tabletop, and then Landon and Berg all collected each other on the other side. And that has just meant Beyer's managed to break free by about a second over Pecco Ivanen. Landon rejoined him 3rd, and Berg put in the block pass on your Neumann. Don't know if we got that. I'll mark it just in case. But that was it was a block pass. I won't say it was beautiful, but it sounds like he's going to be called for a stop-go. So the referee does not think it was a fair block pass, but Hampus Berg is showing some pace. So we are following Alexander Landon and Pecco Ivanen. So those 2. McPick as a RC TV hero, your pick of Pecco is getting shown on the stream. That is the joy that you get. So Hampusberg is in for his stop and go, and as I say, that Alexander Landon gets squirrely out of the corner. So that's going to leave a 2-horse race out front, I reckon, unless Landon can close this back up. So Pekka Ivanen throwing everything at it to try and close down Martin Beyer. Martin Beyer still holding about a 0.7 second lead as we come into the final 30. So it's this lap and one more, this lap and one more. Can Martin Beyer hold on? Can Pekka Ivanen do anything about it? They're going to come through the switchbacks. Oh, nicely done. They come over the tabletop. Beyer has 1 lap to go. Can he hold on for the final lap? The gap was exactly 1 second. Can Landon do anything about regaining that second place? His car is looking loose. We'll jump forward to Martin Beyer. Watch him as he completes his victory lap. We are racing to the line. Martin Beyer over the tabletop. He's done. He's just got the fast chicane to do. He takes it easy. Martin Beyer takes the win of the B final. Pekka Ivanen is going to come home in second. Then we've got Landon, Max Goetzel, Jorn Neumann down to 5th. Hampusberg in 6th. Josh Holds was 7th. Mika Vidmar 8, Elias Johansson 9, and Jamie Hall in 10th position. That is a wrap of our B final, and we're just going to hit a replay, and this replay is going to show, so it's going to show Landon just getting it wrong. That's where it all went wrong for Alexander Landon. And then Martin Beyer is going to come round. I don't think we got it because we were showing a replay now.
Okay, then the last A main.
So, valiant effort by Pecco. I absolutely agree. Very lucky not to get there. So, we are looking at A main number 3. A main number 3. What can happen in A main number 3? So, Danny Kobovic has a second. Marcus Karup has a second. Ben Smith has a third. I'm not sure who was third in the last main.
Ben Smith, of course, is also chasing the second
Ben
place.
Smith has 2 thirds.
He has 2 thirds.
Karup and Kobovic have a second and nothing. Una Hatton has a 4th. Zalowski was 5th last time by. So I'm going to go with pretty much anything is open in this for podium. Podium positions, 2nd and 3rd, anything is open. Orlowski's won, and Orlowski will not go. So Orlowski's won and will not go. The guys standing on the podium, Spin Rush, are watching the race. It's a high vantage point. So yeah, Orlowski does not go, which is understandable considering he has his 2 1s. Ben Smith has a pair of 3s. Kobovic has a 2 and an 8. Ronnefolk has a 4 and a 7. Zalewski a 2 and a 5. Karup a 2 and a 10. Una a 4 and a 9. Bruno a 5 and a 9. Paulson a 6 and an 8. And Vlask a 7 and a 10. So pretty much anything can happen. It's very, very open for A final leg number 3. So before we start leg 3, I just want to give a shout out to our sponsors. Our sponsors are that allow us to bring this stream: T-Works, X-Ray, Mybo Sport, Hobby Wing, Schumacher, RCXX Shop, and S-Works. Without these sponsors, we couldn't bring you this glorious footage of the fantastic event here in Malmo, hosted by the Faruland Club. And we would like to thank everyone who is watching online. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe this stream so we can grow RC Scale Motorsport as an entire community.
International Marshal from Great Britain, we are missing you.
So we're missing a marshal from Great Britain. The guys are just out doing warm-up.
Thank you.
As we just zoom in on the crowd. And so, yeah, these guys are doing the warm-up. So, as I said, Michael Orlowski does not go, understandably so. So, Kobovic, Karup, Coelho, Ronnefolk, Smith, Hatton, Vlask, Zalewski and Paulson.
Orlowski is not racing, of course, and then Kobovic has the pole position in front of Karup, Coelho, Ronnefolk and Smith.
So Kobovic starting on pole from the outside, essentially. Trish putting his car down. We have 1 minute before we start. So I'm just going to go quick VT because that's what we want to do. So, a quick word from our sponsors. Thank you very much. So, as I was saying, anything can happen with podium. Orlowski does not go, so there is a one on the line for whoever takes this leg. Ben Smith currently looks best positioned with 2 frees. Kobovic and Karup have a 2 each and nothing to go. We are in countdown.
5, 4.
So away we go, and it's Kobovic that will lead Karup away from Coelho, Ronnefolk, Smith, and regulation order through the field. So Kobovic, we've seen him, well, we've seen Orlowski pull away from him, so let's see what he can do in the lead. And we've seen Karup absolutely throw everything at it in the last run, and Coelho looking fast as well. So the front 3 are breaking away. Front 3 breaking away ever so slightly from David Ronnefolk. We saw Ronnefolk was very quick in leg 1, and then Ben Smith running in 5th place missed to pick up the pieces with his 2 third places. Ronnefolk's over. So dare I say, there goes Ronnefolk's hopes of a podium. So it's going to be Ben Smith up to the 4th spot, but he is dropping back. So we're watching the front 3. The front 3, Kobovic, Karup and Coelho. They are running nose to tail, and Bruno's looking the quickest of the 3. Kobovic's just put a little bit of space between him and Marcus. Marcus, your outgoing two-wheel drive European champion from Utrecht last year. And I'm sure he'll be coming back tomorrow for full drive with serious intent. But Coelho and Kobovic. Coelho looks quickest. He's closing them all up, punching them up. Kobovic can't quite break away from Marcus. Marcus runs wide down the straight, carries the speed. Absolutely brilliant. So through the switch box they go. It's regulation order 2, 3 and 4, running 1, 2 and 3. Orlowski does not go. He has already wrapped up the title. Ben Smith is still running in 4th, being chased down by Una Hatton, and Karup just double bounces. Bruno going to look up the inside, and oh, is he going to do it? So bouncing off the boards, and that eventually breaks out with Coelho taking the position. That was a 1, 2, 3, 4 corner move. Everyone bouncing off each other, and what's that meant is Daniel Kobovic is gone. Danny Kobovic now has a 1.5 second lead, and it's Coelho and Karup going to be battling out for the 2 spot in front of Ben Smith running 4th and Una Hatton in the 5. So we're going to pick up on the second, we're going to stay on the second place battle, the closest battle on track, and here comes Ben Smith. He's waiting with 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. We've got Bruno Coelho, Marcus Karup and Ben Smith. Oh, Karup hits a pipe, Ben Smith knocks him off it. No harm, no foul. All it's meant is Bruno's pulled half a second. Will that be enough to release Bruno to look forward and go chasing Daniel Kobovic? It looks like it. So Daniel Kobovic had a 2.5 seconds. We saw Marcus Karup overturn a bigger deficit in leg number 2, but not quite make the move. So last time by, it was 1.3 in the favour of Daniel Kobovic, but Coelho took 0.3 of a second out of him. So can Coelho take any more out of Kobovic? Kobovic looked to have a little bobble. Coelho didn't have one as bad. Coming through the fast chicane, it's going to be Coelho doing a 19.2 to a 19.3 for Kobovic. So it is Coelho cutting that gap down. Coelho double bounces Karup up the inside. Coming into turn 1, Karup, nicely done. Coelho goes for it and makes an error. We've marked that one for a future replay. So Karup now going to go back up to the 2 spot. Marcus Karup's got to overturn a 2-second deficit once again, and he has 1 minute and 30 to do it this time. Can he do it to Daniel Kobovic? Last time he made it on the last lap but couldn't make a clean pass. Will he catch and pass Kobovic? Will he catch him? This is the battle for 2nd and 3rd on the podium. Last time by, 19.5 to a 19.2. Gap between them, 1.4 seconds. So Danny Kobovic coming down the straight. They've got this lap and 3 more. It's going to be this lap and 3 more. 0.3 of a second a lap would be enough to do it. Can K-Rup do it? Very quick through the switchbacks then. Daniel Kobovic looking like a good lap though. 19.6 to a 19.5. Marcus just pushed through the fast chicane. You saw him lose a couple of attempts. So down the straight they go. What's going to happen? They've got this lap and 2 more. This and 2 more to go. And it is bunching up behind Marcus. Not going to lie, but Marcus looks closer. Is Kobovic climbing up? 19.6 to a 19.1. Half a second in the favour of Marcus K-Rup. He's got this one and 1 more. Kobovic made an error. So Kobovic makes an error. Marcus K-Rup is through. That's going to give Marcus K-Rup second on the podium. Kobovic going to be third. Can Ben Smith do anything about it? If Ben can take this second place, Ben will find himself on the podium at a European Championship. Let's keep all 3 in frame if we can. Ben Smith and Daniel Kobovic racing for the podium. Marcus K-Rup racing to the line to finish second. Who's it going to be? Marcus K-Rup, you are racing to the line. They come over the front side tabletop. Can Ben Smith do anything about Daniel Kobovic? K-Rup going to take the win. Kobovic going to finish second. Ben Smith going to go 3 threes in the legs. Whew, what a race. Marcus K-Rup actually overturning a 2-second deficit in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Daniel Kobovic making a slight error on the straightaway, getting hooked up on the pipe. So I think overall that is going to mean it is a podium consisting of Michael Orlowski is going to be your winner. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And Marcus K-Rup is going to finish second with a win and a second. Daniel Kobovic going to finish third overall with 2 2s. Ben Smith going to finish fourth overall with 3 threes, unfortunately missing out on the podium. Una Hattinen going to finish in fifth with a pair of 4s. Bruno Coelho going to be top X-Ray with a pair of 5s in 6th position. David Ronefalt going to finish 7th with a 4 and a 7. Bartek Zaluski going to finish in 8th with a 5 and a 6. Jessica Palsen going to finish 9th with a 6 and a 7. And Dominic Vlesk, it's his first ever Euros, going to finish in 10th position with a 7 and a 9. Absolutely fantastic racing here at Malmo in Sweden. The Farulan Club have put on a fantastic track which has delivered some absolutely brilliant racing. You see the drivers, the mechanics, the teams all shaking hands with each other after some fantastic racing in those 3-legged finals. Michael Orlowski is a well-deserving champion. He's been at the front of this event all week long. Marcus K-Rup is an outgoing champion with a 2nd place finish that was so close in leg number 2 to taking it to a deciding leg 3. And Daniel Kobovic, he's been quick all week and will leave with silverware in 3rd position. Thank you all on the stream for joining us. It's been fantastic to have you. I'd like to thank our sponsors for making this possible. T-Works, X-Ray, Mybo Sport, Hobbywing, Schumacher, RCXX Shop, and S-Works, and of course EFRA and the club. I think before we go, we're going to have a word.
I just wondered, are we doing the ceremony?
I don't know. I don't know if we normally do it.
If we do, it will go on
EFRA Facebook. Yeah, so check in. I think we've got a 20-minute protest window. I don't know.
Yeah.
GB will probably put a protest in about the weather because we're indoors.
Yes.
And
then sign off from here.
There'll be a closing ceremony or trophy presentation, which will be live on EFRA Facebook page if we can do it live. So yeah, we're going to sign off from here. Thank you all for joining us. Join us again tomorrow for a full day of practice. We're going to be doing pit walks. If you've got any requests, get them in the chat. Message me, message RC Racing TV. Get your comments to us, and we will do what we can on a pit walk. And then, yeah, join us back on Friday for some more qualifying at 4-wheel drive. And then on Saturday, we are going racing again where we will decide a 4-wheel drive European champion. Thank you all for joining us, and see you again tomorrow.
Goodbye.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Feels amazing. It's unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himashaka.
So Michael Orlowski's going to cross the line to take the European title. Is it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Balestro's flamed out. Balestro's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I'm lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
This is my motorsport.
I put everything into this.
It's given me so much more back.
The best friends
The best moments.
The best skills.
and experiences.
I put hours into tuning the setup of my car.
From camber to toe.
To differential,
The shocks, tires.
body and wing.
Adjusting everything in search of perfection.
Lap after lap after lap.
I practice endlessly on track.
And then it's time to race.
We are in for a barnstormer.
Wants to make the move. He makes a move stick. Ronald has a look down the inside. Can't find a gap there. Is it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it. Killick gets a kick down the straight. Oh,
Oh, and Walters going for the lead.
Through for the third spot. It looks like Newman's got it.
Bruno gets the jump off the start. And Ronald Volker, it's all gone wrong for him.
Your European champion, Dario Balestre.
Racing at every level is hard.
And it doesn't always go your way.
Letting Newman. Oh, Newman's had a nightmare.
Oh, and that's figure eight rolling.
Spot on the pony. Oh, Garo's over.
Oh, Balestro's flamed out. Balestro's flamed out. They can stop. Oh, Craxton is just gone. He's taken out the fence.
Oh, and he's caught the cone of justice.
Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Sometimes you lose.
But you'll never forget the important things you win.
I made the best friends through RC.
I joined a team through RC.
I traveled the world through RC.
I have a career through RC.
I have a business through RC.
I have a family through RC.
Together we race, and together we win.
Whoever you are,
You can race with us.
RC is the most accessible motorsport on the planet.
RC is my motorsport.
I put everything in.
it's giving me so much more back.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.